a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old also. So I'm a mom.
And I forgot to mention, I'm a mom too. I have two beautiful little girls, a 7.5-year-old, don't forget the half, and a 3-year-old. And yeah.
Yeah, I have a 14 and an 11, so I really thought I was done. And I don't know where this little boy came from. The ancestors wanted him here, so he's here. And I'm exhausted. That's all. Born on the 4th of July. God bless his little soul. I don't why? Why? Anywho, let's give a round of applause to these ladies because motherhood is hard and it's not something that we talk about as a society, just in general. It's not something that we talk about, and specifically motherhood and cannabis. So, this is super important. We're all out here discussing this almost at our own detriment, right? Because, we're speaking about something that we could be locked up for. Uh, exactly. Well, hopefully today we start a conversation about how we change that because I'm too cute for jail. Like that's not gonna happen. Ain't gonna be no orange, black, nothing over here. No. So, to get started, the first question, and this is the tough one. This is gonna get us over. Who used CBD while they were pregnant? CBD. Oh, I'm sorry. CBD and THC while pregnant.
So my first two children, and anyone on this panel who has, well, except you, Laura, because you had two at the same time. So I was gonna say, once you get through your first couple of pregnancies and childbirths, they start to hit you different. That your body feels different. The older you get, it doesn't carry it the same way. The first one can come in and come out, and it's like it never happened. I was 28 when I had my first child and was still working at the Hempest. I was my own employee, so I was at the store every day behind the counter on my feet, and I regularly used THC throughout the pregnancy with no concern, with no issue. It made me feel better. It made my pain less. It made my nausea less. That was the real reason for it initially. And eventually I felt, okay, I don't feel like using it, and I stopped. My second pregnancy, I again used it initially for nausea, but then it was so bad. And anyone who has been pregnant in the room or has heard of pregnancy understands the term morning sickness. It was just so bad. I ended up losing weight because of how sick I felt, and cannabis itself made me nauseous. Just the scent of it, everything made me nauseous. So I couldn't use it. After that, I didn't feel the need to use it. Later, with my two subsequent pregnancies and kids, this is now post legalization. And I had become the face of the campaign, the director of outreach. And even though it was legal, even though the adult use law had made changes to family law in Massachusetts to the extent that you can't use cannabis as the sole decision to modify or change or take away parental rights, it can be a part of other factors, but it can't be the sole factor. Even with that, I felt that I had a special responsibility that I couldn't possibly be caught using cannabis while pregnant, because people would be like, see, she's the face. She did this. Kim Napoli, the director of outreach of the campaign, the one who had, her face go out and 600,000 flyers to your homes, was using weed while pregnant, and now her kids are all fucked up. So I couldn't have that happen. I felt a lot of pressure. I used CBD, not THC. I tested myself throughout my pregnancy to make sure that I wasn't going to test positive, because after a certain point in your pregnancy, 20 weeks, anything that you consume that crosses the placental barrier stays in your baby's bloodstream, will be present in the meconium, which they can test at birth. And if they do, you get a visit from CPS at your house. Your baby starts off, and you start your roll off as a mom on a very different foot than you would have had you just not had a couple of chemicals in your baby's poop. So For me, it was I used CBD and it was provided great relief. I rubbed it on my feet. I used it topically. I would use the flower, and it was fantastic. I didn't feel any negative effect from not using cannabis. I felt very liberated being able to use CBD, and it was. I mean, I have more to say about the CBD use as far as it applies to children, but as a pregnant woman, I felt that it was an excellent alternative, and not even alternative, but an excellent option if you don't want to use THC. And again, even though I'm a lawyer and I'm a mom and whatever, this is not a recommendation. Everyone makes their own decision. My experience was a positive one, and I was very grateful to have access to CBD.
So that's really interesting because that's what I did. I transitioned myself from cannabis to CBD throughout my pregnancy, because I felt like I could get in less trouble if I used CBD. Like that was just a logical deduction that I came to. And the response I got from the doctor was, well, you could tell me more than I know because of your experience in the industry. And I was like, oh, they Googled me. Okay. Right. They Googled me. Right. So, but still I couldn't get a response. It was, well, we can just tell you. Yeah.
So you just reminded me of something I wanted to say, and I will pass the mic down because I know you guys want to speak to. I have my mom is an OBGYN. She was the chief of obstetrics at Winchester Hospital. She's now up at Holy Family Methuen. I asked my doctor about cannabis use, and my doctor's my friend. We go way back, and she said she knows who I am. She knows the work I do. And she said, well, I can't tell you anything except what the studies say, which is that it crosses the placental barrier, but there's no evidence to suggest that it is, we can't say for sure whether it causes harm. Therefore, we can't recommend it. We don't recommend it because we can't say for sure whether it causes harm, which to me says, now everybody knows how much money has been spent to find something wrong with cannabis. Billions of dollars have been spent to find something wrong with cannabis. If they found something truly wrong with it, don't you think that would be on the front of the New York Times? Don't you think that would be a headline? It'd be on billboards, it'd be everywhere. So the fact that they have not said, the best they can do is to say, we aren't sure. Meanwhile, alcohol, fetal alcohol syndrome, right? I could still go into a store and buy all kinds of alcohol. Cannabis absolutely is the help and certainly can save lives. And the fact that folks make an effort to find something wrong with it and would rather prescribe things not knowing the consequences of them, things like thalidomide in the 70s. Anyone who knows thalidomide, flipper babies, that was prescribed to pregnant women to control nausea, specifically to address morning sickness. So something taken only in the first trimester, when the baby is still developing, when it's just cells and becoming more, that is when they prescribed this drug with an unknown consequence that had lifelong impacts for people. But cannabis, they can't say if it's good or bad, so they don't recommend it. And I think that's wrong. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's a hard act to follow. That you bring up a good point. I mean, women and pregnant people are, losing their rights based on a perceived harm, not a confirmed harm, but a perceived harm. And this is what we're seeing over and over in the birth space, and really in women's rights in general. Now, that's a whole different panel, but yeah. My experience, so I've had 3 pregnancies, I've had 2 children, and I have a connective tissue disorder called TMJ disorder. And a lot of people don't know it's a connective tissue disorder. A lot of people think like, oh, I have TMJ too. I'm like, we all have a temporal mandibular joint, but my joints swing out of place and don't stay stable. And so I live in pain, but when I'm pregnant, my symptoms go into remission. I felt amazing during pregnancy until the last trimester. It was bizarre. I am a cannabis user. I have been a cannabis user for a long time. And during my pregnancies, I don't need it. So I abstained from it. And I So I didn't have to worry about these things at the end, where I was going to be at risk of dealing with Child Protective Services in my, in the postpartum suite, or having my baby tested or anything like that. So I feel really fortunate. And I work with a lot of women. Well, I counsel and coach a lot of women who are struggling with these issues. And there's no easy answers. What Mika said is true. There's no easy answers. I'm a nurse. I'm a health provider. I speak the language, and I can't even give people the information they really need to advocate for themselves well. So it's certainly. And then the other side of it is I also see families, the aftermath, what happens when Child Protective Services gets involved. And most of the women are experiencing significant postpartum depression or perinatal mood disorder because they've been traumatized by the very system that is supposed to help them save the children. And it's wrong. It's really wrong. This is a time where we really need to look at, this is the start of a new life. We need to really protect the sanctity and the beauty of that. And I think this comes from communities like this, where we start to really get the information flowing, and we learn and we understand how we can help each other and help, people in our community advocate for our rights. The National Alliance or Advocacy for Pregnant Women, they're doing amazing work. I definitely recommend that everybody in this room go and look at, they have a great PDF on birth rights. Please send that PDF to people you know. Please read it. This is where we need to really look in and help improve these problems in our community and beyond. All right? I'm going to hand it over to Laura.
So I will say I identify a lot with how Kim felt in her later pregnancies, that as soon as I was pregnant, everyone was looking at me, my family were like, hey, you're going to stop using cannabis, right? Our first appointment 6 weeks in, we're having twins. Oh my God. Also comes with having twins, you're at high risk pregnancy now. You're going to be seeing an MFM in addition to your OBGYN. And also at that first appointment, he looked at me and we went through those standard questions, and he said, do you use any medications? And I said, oh, I'm a medical marijuana patient. And he said, oh, I'm not worried about what you did, years ago. And I was like, oh, he's like training me right now to not tell him that I'm using cannabis. Like he was like, he was a pretty cool doctor, but he was kind of just saying like, don't tell me that you're using that now. So it just kind of created this super paranoia for me, in addition to maybe below birth weights can be caused. That's very common with twins. So I just found I couldn't consume and enjoy it. I did have horrible nausea my first trimester. Sometimes it would take me like 2 hours to get up in the morning. I even like walked into walls because I would just like, my world would be sideways. I would be so nauseous. Because when you have twins, you have a lot more of the hormones can be raging through you. So it's like a little bit more intense. But the paranoia was not enjoyable for me. I stopped using cannabis about 7-8 weeks in. But I did use CBD topicals. I got CBD massages, and then acupuncture was like a saving grace for me. I don't think I went a single day without using a topical. And I had no worries using the topical. I was not nervous at all. I'm like, I can use this. With topicals when you're pregnant, be careful with essential oils. There's things like clary sage and other things that you don't want to be using while pregnant. So just educating yourself on the other ingredients in there can be really important. And yeah, as soon as I got home from the hospital for my C-section, I threw out the Tylenol and the Advil, and I went right to dabbing. And I was holding my stomach, and I was like, oh, this hash is so amazing. I missed you, hash. And I didn't have to use the Tylenol or Advil when I got home. And I do breastfeed while using cannabis. I don't know if we're going to talk about that more. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I pumped right before I came here. But just kind of using a little bit more smart when I'm pumping. I hear like it's the hour after you consume is kind of that highest point of having cannabinoids in your breast milk. So a lot of times I will pump and then I will smoke after. But then if I need it really badly, I'm not going to be stressing about it. It's just kind of being an educated mom and doing your best you can. And I'd rather be taking cannabis than any other type of over the counter or prescription medication to help with my pain and things like that. So yeah.
So they didn't have CBD when I had my kids. My oldest is 33. My youngest will be 25 next month. So when I was pregnant with my oldest, I did not use at all. Not at all. Not one bit. Even though, up until then I had been using for years as a teenager and young adult. And so with him, I didn't use it all. He had severe ADHD, still does. Was on, Ritalin, Concerta, Strattera, every drug out there as a kid. He is a recovering addict, so he had addiction issues. And I mean, it was, he's had it rough. My other two, I used moderately with them while I was pregnant. My middle son, at the age of 15, got a perfect score on his SATs. We're still trying to figure out who his mother is. He doesn't swear, he doesn't smoke, so we're still looking for her. And he does not use cannabis at all. To this day. My daughter, very smart. She's great. She's like she's my only girl, so she's my favorite. But we won't tell anybody else. But she's great, and she had some issues with anorexia as a teenager, so we dealt with that. But looking at my use, with my oldest one, I didn't use it all, and what he's gone through, and then using with the other two, and the difference between all three is, it's pretty remarkable. Again, there was no option for CBD 33 years ago, or even 25 years ago, and basically, if you got weed and you smoked it and didn't get high, you called it fake weed or diet weed. You know what I mean? You didn't realize, hey, this is probably, now I know, But, and then over the years, like, we didn't get tested. So when I went as pregnant, as going to my doctor, we never got tested. It never came up. I didn't tell them. It wasn't legal. They didn't ask, and all was well. Now it's a different story, and I've been doing medical certifications for 10 years. So we've seen our patients come in, crying that DCF is involved with them, or they're going to take their kids, or they get tested when they give birth, all kinds of horror stories. Thank God, over the years, for people like Kim fighting, and Marissa, and Laura, things are starting to change. Now I'm a foster mother. I work closely with DCF. I did reach out. They know what I do for work. They've come to my office. They've come to my house. I'm sure they smell it. They don't have an issue with it. They have not said anything to me about it. They know I have my medical card as well. But one of the things I asked my worker, the social worker, was, what is the official policy that DCF has? And they don't have an official policy. There's no official policy. It is up to the worker and the supervisor. And what she said is most of the workers, the younger workers that are coming in, are pretty more flexible. And as long as it's not affecting the child, there's really not much they can do about it. So, for example, if you don't have your kid for the weekend and you go out and use cocaine, it's not affecting your child at all. There's nothing they can do about it. With testing, if you're involved with DCF and they test you and you come up dirty for a tox screen, even if it's marijuana, that could be an issue. But again, they come in and they look at how the child is being taken care of. And a lot of times when they do take the children, it's not for cannabis, it's for other things. They will not take a child just for cannabis use. So those are some of the things that we've worked hard for.
So you bring up a really great point. I myself am a mandated reporter. In a prior life, I was a constable. I still am. I come from a family of constables. We're all mandated reporters in my family. And so I live with that juxtaposition every day. If I see something, I have to say something. but I can't turn someone in for something that I do myself, right? So you just broke it down. Like, there is no official, we don't have a, well, these are the criteria. I have no checklist. It's, if I feel like something is unsafe, then I get to report it. Well, in 2022, that's really dangerous.
And what she did say is the old school social workers have less of a tolerance.
Oh yeah,
So if you get
absolutely.
somebody who's been working 30 years with Child Protective Services and they don't have, any idea about marijuana, they're going to come in and they're going to give you a hard time.
I'm glad my father doesn't know what I do for a living. You understand what I'm saying? Because he would take me in. He would take me in if he knew that I even considered consuming CBD while I was pregnant. Like, he would have been like, "Are you kidding me?" He would lost his mind. So it's really interesting that there is such a gray space, a hugely gray space with this issue. Yet we know what we can do with alcohol and what we can't do. But I can walk with my big belly and go in the liquor store and bust it down. I mean, that's crazy to me. So I think you had a comment, Kim.
Thank you. On that topic, so my now 2-year-old, some of you in the room know, for those who don't, when she was 7 months old on October 26, 2020, she was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. It was terrible. She was admitted directly from the emergency room in Children's Hospital to the ICU, where she got 3 blood transfusions immediately. And that was to replace the blood in her body because hers was just 100% leukemia. There was no oxygen being brought to her limbs. There was no nutrients being brought to her brain. She needed new blood in order to live through the night. And then she started chemo at that same time. The next day they came in and they put in a PICC line, which is, it goes into your arm and it's a tube that runs directly into your heart, where they would administer her chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is highly toxic. It is poison. It is designed to kill cells, kill cells that are going quickly. It kills, exactly, apoptosis. It causes apoptosis, which is the explosion of cells. And little did I know, the actual killing of the cells, the explosion of the cells, is toxic in and of itself. Too many cells exploding, they release all of their contents, including uric acid, which can overload the kidneys and cause kidney failure. So she had to take another drug called rasburicase on top of that and monitor that, plus the blood transfusions, plus the antibiotics, plus everything she was taking just to save her life. And she's 7 months old, maybe like 8 pounds or so, 9 pounds. We asked, my husband and I, okay, so how do we get her a medical card? Who can we talk to sign off on this card? And they said, we'll have to get back to you on that. They came down the next day and said, the person who did that at the hospital is no longer here. So we don't have anyone at Children's Hospital in Boston who knows about medical cannabis in the pediatric sense and can prescribe or give us a card. So we became the smartest people in the room at that point. I'm saying all this to say that when you're given a situation where the first line of attack is the most toxic, you're using a bazooka to shoot. I mean, obviously, the most threatening thing to her was the leukemia in her blood. So we were going to do whatever we had to do. But the fact that nobody was like, maybe you can also try this thing that is going to cause apoptosis too, has been proven to cause apoptosis and kill cells. And she has an endocannabinoid system that her body can use to work with this, to accept it, to help this. And if that doesn't work, at least it can improve her quality of life. That wasn't even on the table. That wasn't even offered. In certain situations, if you can't solve the problem, you can make things less bad. So sometimes cannabis can be a cure. Other times it can make things less bad. And the fact that you have to be in a life or death situation to find out that's an option, standing in the ICU, being on the table in labor is not the time to start learning about cannabis and its options, right? Your doctor should be sharing that information with you all along. They should know. We should not be the ones telling our doctors about our cannabis use so that they can better understand it. I should not, as a mother, be telling the head hematologist and oncologist for AML at Children's Hospital about THC and cannabis. They did write it into her therapy plan. She was allowed to use it. I had another mother that I connected with whose son had a brain tumor. He's just turned 2 days ago. They allowed her to give it to him through his NG tube at Children's Hospital because it is a brain tumor of his kind is considered terminal. But it is in my mind, I think we need to stop looking at how we approach health in this way of solving a problem, the one problem at hand. How can we look at this more holistically? How can we use cannabis to change the world for the better and really and truly improve our quality of life? That's what it should be about, not this one, okay, I took this pill, my headache's gone, I'm good. Because after a while, that Tylenol stops working, and Tylenol is far more toxic. It can kill you. And it doesn't help with pain. It helps with fevers. It doesn't help with pain. But cannabis helps with pain. It helps with inflammation. So at the hospital, they're willing to they'll roll out the Marinol like that. No question. But THC, well, we don't know about that. We've got to wait and see. We've got to talk to the pharmacist, but the pharmacist doesn't know. So all this to say, again, we need to approach this differently and sharing information. Everyone in this room hearing what I'm saying, please continue the conversation. Do some research. Look into it. Ask questions. Tell people. I mean, it doesn't happen without advocacy, without activism. And if Scott and Rob are still here from CNA Stores, I don't know if they are, but I wanted to say thank you to them because they actually donated to my daughter's GoFundMe, and anyone else in the room who did too. Amanda, Marion, I know you're here as well. Thank you for that. It absolutely helped us when I lost my job and through that horrible time when we lived in the hospital for 7 months. You shouldn't have to be in a life-altering situation in order to get the help that you need or get attention. But unfortunately, that's the case. I think we can all make a little bit of an effort to continue to make cannabis more accessible and normalize it so that people can have a quality of life.
Well, thank you for that. I can't even relate. Like, that just really hit me. I just hope everything is great with you and your daughter and your family, and any support I can ever give, I'm here for you. Okay, so we're going to move on to discuss breastfeeding. Laura. God bless you, honey. So I am what they call a super producer. My baby is 2 months old, and I currently have 1,550 ounces of milk and 5 refrigerators throughout Eastern Massachusetts. Yes, my homegirl Lisa got some in her deep freeze in the garage. I say all that to say I am tired. No one knows what it's like. Well, I can't say no one knows. Men have no idea. My husband says he's tired, and I look at him and I'm like, I'm overheating. I'm hot. This milk is heavy. You know, in one sitting, I pump anywhere from 8 to 24 ounces of milk at a time. And this is after I have fed my son. So that's what super producing is. What happens is I lose a considerable amount of weight after each pregnancy. Like, I just dropped 20 pounds in like a week. It's scary. My body, like my nervous system is going nuts. Weight is shifting throughout the body. Like, that is probably the most pain I felt was postpartum while I was trying to breastfeed this baby. I had nurses who were just like, oh, well, you know, you don't have to breastfeed him. You could give him formula. And I'm like, did you read my chart? Did you look like, are you, like, I was like, get out of my room. Go. Especially this third pregnancy, I was a whole lot for those doctors. Like, they were coming up and apologizing because I was like, get out. You don't know what you're talking about. Go read my chart, come back, okay? But it was totally a different experience. As you said, it was a different experience the third time. This time I actually was having a vaginal birth. I did not have a vaginal birth with the first two. They were both C-sections. They did not want me to do that. Right up until I pushed him out, they were like, oh, she's going to do this. I'm like, he's hanging out. Yeah, I'm doing this, right? And so I get upstairs and they're like, oh, he's a little guy, so, you know, you don't have to breastfeed and all this. And I'm like, no, I have to, because there's probably about 4 ounces in here already that needs to get out. And it was just so hard. Like, I was just in so much, I just wanted to go downstairs and smoke a joint. Like, I just needed my nervous system to calm down. And that has been the struggle for me with these 2 months, is I need my nervous system to just relax. And my nervous system is looking for that thing that I normally give it, and I can only give it lemon balm, right? Because I'm breastfeeding the baby. And babies love lemon balm. Babies love it. So, I'm curious to see like how you're managing that with two little people, So let's talk to you about that.
All right, so I have two daughters. Zoe only will drink my breast milk. I've gotten donor breast milk. I've tried all sorts of formulas. So we're going 10 and a half months strong with her being exclusively breastfed through pumping. And yeah, she weren't able to latch at the hospital, so we went straight into the exclusively pumping journey. It's a lot of work, but it helps my partner help with night feedings, and my mom's able to help out. So I think it's a great path that we chose, but it is so laborious. I will say we got a countertop dishwasher just for the pumping parts and the bottles, and it's a lifesaver. It changes the game because you are washing a million parts when you have twins and you're pumping. But yeah, I went home from my birth journey, or my birth story rather. I tried to be induced for 3 days with the twins, and it got to where they had me at like a level of Pitocin that I heard I'm not even supposed to be at that high of, and I went into full contractions for over an hour, where I was like full tense. It wouldn't come down, and my cervix wasn't dilating. And with twins, you start getting to that like 38-week mark. 39, 40 weeks can start being dangerous with twins because they run out of room. And my twins were each over 8 pounds, 8.5 pounds and 8 pounds. So I was so pregnant, you guys. I mean, I was so pregnant. And they were like, "Are you sure you want to try to have this naturally?" And I was like, "Let's do it." So that didn't happen. I actually dislocated my kneecap a half hour before I had my C-section, which is a reoccurring injury. How I started the healing rose, actually, but I was bragging to nurses, like, "I haven't dislocated it for 6 years." And then a half hour before, I slept next to the toilet. Kneecap comes off. I was on crutches for the first week after I gave birth. But it was good. And then I was at the hospital for 4 days. And let me tell you, when I was on that 7th day at the hospital and I felt like I was in this prison that I couldn't even open the windows, which I learned you can't even crack a window. I was like, I just need air. When I got home and I took that hit of hash, I was like, oh my God, I have missed you, cannabis, and you are such a welcome force back into my life. And like I mentioned earlier with breastfeeding, I just make sure I pump and then I'll consume after. Apparently within 4 hours after consuming, it's pretty much not in your breast milk at all. So I'm just more strategic about when I empty. Obviously, pumping makes that a little bit easier than if I was feeding on demand with twins, because I hear that life is you're just like a cow all the time. Like you're just constantly have a baby on with the twins. And I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that life, owning a company and constantly having babies on me. So pumping was a great way to give them that supply. So yeah.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the science that we do know, that 4-hour window. It comes from a very small study out of Colorado. Elephant Circle in Colorado is a birth justice organization. They were part of it. Dr. Thomas Hale, who's behind infant risk, and they give a lot of information, evidence-based information about the risks associated with substances in breast milk. So these were the people that were involved in this very small study. It was 8 women. They consumed one type of cannabis. They had the women clean out, I believe it was for a 48-hour window, and they tested them before consumption. The women consumed via inhalation, via smoking, and they tested their breast milk about every hour. And they found that, it was the highest rate of THC was found at hour 1, and then negligible amounts were found at hour 4. So and then we do know that there are several cannabinoids that transfer through breast milk. THC is one, CBD is another, and then there's metabolites of these cannabinoids that also transfer. So we also know from that study that because of the lactation risk doctor, we found that basically it was 2.5% of the maternal dose got through to the infant. And to give you an idea, we know that when a med passes through breast milk and it's less than 10% that gets through to the infant, it's considered safe. So cannabinoids transferred through the breast milk to the infant is 2.5% of the maternal dose. I'm going to say that again. 2.5% of the maternal dose gets through the infant through breast milk. It's 10% is the typical indicator for a safe med. All right, just let that lie.
So I'm just going to add to that everyone is so concerned about, what if something bad happens? So it can go through the breast milk, right? It can cross the placenta. A kid could ingest cannabis that it finds on the floor. And everyone says, what if something bad happens? What if something, we're also worried about, what if something bad happens? And I mean, again, going back to that reality that they have not been able to find something wrong with it. And if they did, it would be national news. My question is, what if something good happens? Right? Like, can we everybody just if you take one thing away, it's like in life, just in general, what if something good happens? Stop asking and worrying constantly about the negative. Just think about the positive, flip it, and maybe we'll all start to be a little bit happier. It's about that quality of life thing.
I just want to make one point, if that's okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I just wanted to say one thing. My babies go to school every day. I have a second grader, and every day I wonder, is today the day that someone's going to come and shoot up her school? What if something bad happens? Really? It can't just apply some places and not apply others, okay? We can't just do that with the rules. It just doesn't work.
So I'm gonna get a little geeky here. No, we'll open up the floor. I'm gonna get a little geeky just because I spent a considerable amount of time studying plant medicine, and spent even more considerable time studying cannabis medicine. And so, in case you all don't know, you all have an endocannabinoid system. I hope everyone in this room knows that, right? Yeah. Is it turned on? No, just kidding. So babies have endocannabinoid systems, right? So don't we think that 2% that's getting there is doing what it's supposed to do, which is, I mean, and I'm just guessing here because I'm not the scientist. I'm just a studier. As I tell my kids, be a studier. But I like to think that it would help them with their nervous system, right? Babies are growing, and all of this stuff that they do, that's their nervous system, right? I would like to think that little 2% is helping their nervous system kind of like not go so crazy, right? That's just a thought, just a night that just came to my head as I was listening to you talk. Like, it's probably engaging with the endocannabinoid system and helping them to be right. We give them Flintstones. Like, I have to give him vitamin D every day in that little syringe, and then it's all over here, and then it's on me, and then I have to give him that every day. So, like, what's the problem? Which one of you wants to speak to that one? Who wants to take the mic from me?
Did you want to say something, Kat? I don't want to hog them. Okay. So we do know that. Okay, we just don't know. We don't know what the true answer is. We do know that kids are consuming an obnoxious amount of sugar every day. My daughter goes to school every day, and she's come home with her snack bag that she gets for free, right? And I count it up, and it's 100 grams of sugar every day, So I'm like, so yeah, I think, we're silly in this country when it comes to substances. Some substances are okay because everyone else is doing it. And then we don't know. Can't do that, I do think that there is some risk associated with augmenting, basically transferring substances into developing bodies. And we have to really look at what those risks may be. And then it has to, I think, unfortunately what's happening because of the lack of laws in the gray area is families are really getting negatively impacted, with these perceived risks. So yeah, I think there is a risk there. I also do think that, we know that cannabis has been it's in our genetics. It was in our bodies, for millennia. And then, the last 80 years, it was removed. And I will tell you that I talked to a lot of families where their children have an autism diagnosis, and they will say when they plug in cannabinoids, their kid can now connect. Their behaviors change. They're different. So I think Kara's trying to give a wave.
Yeah, I would just quickly add that I think there's a balancing act, or there's a balance that needs to be struck. We are right now, there's a huge deficit of information that is available. We just don't have access to it, right? We're not allowed to research it. We have now research licenses in Massachusetts. People are starting to get into the space and understand more. Studies have been done in other countries that have proven the benefits of cannabis, but we can't use those here in the United States because it's not peer reviewed or our standards or whatever. It's ridiculous. There is information to be had. We can know these answers. We don't know them yet, so we can't say for sure. And I mean, honestly, nothing is a sure thing. It's usually just, a calculated risk, right? And what's likely to happen. And we base what's going to happen on what has always happened. So no one knows for sure what's going to happen next. I think it's important to take away that we only have this one life. We only have this one environment. We only have this one world, this one chance at it. So what are we going to do to make it as wonderful for all of us as we can? Not just for me, not just for you, but how are we all going to live in this world together and make it as beneficial and as positive as we can? And I think cannabis is absolutely a key to that and part of that. And the fact that we have these bars, this prohibition against even being able to learn about it and find out these answers is absolute insanity. It's a crime against nature, and it's a crime against all of us. We absolutely need to fix this shit and do it now, because people's lives, our lives, are running out. We're missing our opportunity.
So I am getting the nod, the wink wink. We have to wrap this shit up. I got 10 minutes. Oh, 10. Oh, okay. 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 So with that 10 minutes, I wanted to, huh? Yeah. Q&A. Yeah. That's what I was going to do. I was going to open the floor up to anyone who had any questions for this panel. Go easy on us, please. But yeah, anyone have any questions about cannabis and pregnancy? I'm not talking to you. Hi.
Hi. Hi, guys. Thank you so much. This has been awesome to hear from you. I'm just wondering if you receive stigma about cannabis from other parents and how you address that.
Listen, I went to pick my daughter up the other day at school, and I forgot I had my weed socks on. I had shorts on, my weed socks up to here, and I had one of these companies that we do business with, I had their sweater on, and I think I had a weed hat on or something. And I just walk up there. What's up, Mr. Williams? How we doing today? And everybody, all the moms are like, and I was like, oh, my weed socks. I smoke weed, and I know half of y'all do too, so stop playing with me. Stop it. And essentially, that is how I move now, because I was raised that if I'm going to be a part of something, I got to be a part of it 100%. And that's the reason why I walk around with my weed socks. I have them in every color. But the only way we're going to get rid of stigma is by educating people. And so I wear the weed socks and I wear the weed t-shirts and all those things to generate buzz and interest so that people ask me questions. Because once you get me for 5 minutes, you're going to get an earful. You're going to get more than you would ever get in your life. And so that is my contribution to educating society about cannabis. But I get it. They just look at me like, is she serious? Yes, I'm very serious. Yes. And I have taken the time to educate my children. So my children know what to say in public and what not to say. But yeah, it happens. And it happens almost every single day.
One of the things that I usually find people that drink are more critical of smokers. So they have no problem, opening that bottle of wine or cracking a beer after dinner or before dinner, whatever. But they look at you like, you're going to smoke another one? As they're,
And
so,
the cigarette smokers.
yeah.
The cigarette smokers. Those are the ones that crack me up. And I'm like, you are killing me right now. And you're judging me because I go home and smoke a joint on the porch?
Mhm.
Nah.
Right. And I find that, and a lot of times, and I've always said this, one of the biggest things when you're hiding it from your kids, the only thing you're teaching them to be is sneaky. You don't hide your bottle of wine, you don't hide your highball or whatever. But when you're going to hide in the bathroom or out wherever to go smoke that joint, it's not that they don't know. They know. They can smell it. They're not stupid. You're just teaching them to be sneaky. That's all.
So I'm a new mom, so I haven't faced too much stigma, but I have been coaching youth sports for 8 years. So I did deal with that with parents. I was coaching 5th grade basketball, and I just acted like it was normal. What I was working in was legal. And then the parents, I think, because of how I acted that was so normal, everyone just kind of fell in line with not making me feel too weird about it. I do coach high school kids, and some of them get a little weird. But I just tell them it's medicine. It's for your skin, pretty much. I make topicals, so I'm not selling like flour. But I just act like it's normal. I don't act like I have shame. I don't act like I'm hiding anything. I don't act like I'm doing anything wrong. And then people kind of just fall in line. I think that's the best way to do it.
So if you've ever come to our house at any point, either in Boston or out in Sudbury, then you've seen our plants that we've had forever. And the amount of people that have come into my house and seen just weed plants and have no idea that they're looking at weed plants because they've never seen a weed plant before. But yet if you told them, oh my God, weed, what? What do you mean? The panic would set in. So we've never been anything but completely normal. Because I've got to tell you, I grew up in Andover. We're the only 3 black people in my school, me, my sister, and my brother. So I've been unapologetically and unforgivably black my entire life. And I've been stigmatized for whatever. So whatever stigma someone wants to put on me, that's a them problem, right? Like that's not me. So we just don't do stigma in our house. It's normal. It's medicine. It's a plant. Just like, the chrysanthemum is a plant, whatever. I mean, there is no difference. So if kids come over, if parents come over, people usually, like, my reputation tends to precede me. If someone Googles me, cannabis comes up everywhere. And they're usually just interested and they want to know about it. And I just talk to them like I'll talk to them about Arcade Fire fish. I fucking love it. It's great. But I also know that they might not love fish, right? So like it's just another thing that is part of my life, and folks can either like it or not. And that's kind of how I approach everything. But I would encourage folks to approach it like that too. Let it be someone else's problem.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So, like I said, I co-founded a group called Moms Who Elevate. We're based on Facebook for right now, and that's what we do. We, huh? Oh, I'm in jail all the time. So I get out. I just write them. I write the bot. Say I'm an educator. All we're doing is educating. I don't sell the plant, and they let me out. You just keep on writing them. Say I just educate. If you sell it though, yeah. But anyways, my 7-year-old daughter, actually, I have my favorite tank top. And when she started reading, she goes, we were at a play date, and I was getting kind of warm, and I pulled it off, and she goes, don't panic. It's organic. Like, yes, honey. And she goes, Mommy, that's your medicine shirt. Like, yes, honey, it's my medicine shirt. And it opened a conversation because I was with other moms who identify as wine moms. And they were all like, yeah, I noticed that you wore that today. I'm like, yeah, so let's talk about it. Does it bother you? And they're like, well, it's just, I'm like, because it's noon and you've opened 2 bottles of wine this morning. I know it's COVID and it's weird, but and we talked about it. And at the end of the conversation, I had a mom come up to me and she goes, I smoke. I'm like, you don't have to whisper. And I was like, I think what I've come to is it comes from the way we're going to normalize is for parents to really come out and say, I use cannabis. I abstain from alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. I haven't had alcohol in 9 years, you know? And I think that's what it's going to come in. We need to, as parents, own it and also say, no, you don't get to judge me for what I'm doing.
Isn't it weird that people, if you tell people you don't drink, they're like, "Are you pregnant?"
Oh, yeah.
Or do you
That's a
have
whole,
like
that's a whole different, yeah.
do you have a problem with
Yeah,
alcohol?
yeah. Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I choose not to drink. Yeah.
I don't want poison in my system like that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I have a beer every now and then. You know, it's, you know, it's, you know, it's exactly. I just rather have a 1-to-1 gummy, like, and just instead of drinking, and that's what happens when I drink. I'm off kilter, but when I have a gummy, I'm smooth. Like it's easy. So one more question, because Kara's gonna kill me if I keep talking. But does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, Kara, fine.
I have a comment, not a question. I went through similar situations. I have a seizure disorder, and so medications that I was on when I was pregnant are highly teratogenic, which means likely to cause severe and significant birth defects. In order to get off of those medications and not have seizures during wild hormone fluctuations, I leaned on cannabis. I leaned on it hard. I was a walking ball of dab queen out to here. If it hurt, I took a dab. I felt better, and I found out over a very long and traumatic experience that the hospital testing your baby's meconium after birth is a policy. It is not a law. It is a policy. It is their choice. There's their choice to test the meconium. It is their choice not to test the meconium. And especially for cannabis moms who are medical marijuana patients, that is discrimination. And you can fight the hospital on grounds of discrimination to force them to not test your baby's meconium. So if you are a cannabis mom and you do intend to continue to use, just have that in your back pocket and go to the hospital lawyer and say, I will sue you and I will rain holy hellfire of the cannabis industry if you try to involve DCF in my life. That's all.
Shout out Miss Kara Burnham here. She was my inspiration when I walked into that Brigham and Women's Hospital this time. I was like, okay, y'all ain't gonna do nothing to me. I will sue you. I did. I went through 3 doctors. Listen, the first one I was like, you're not gonna work. The second one was like, I just don't think you should. I think you should have a C-section. The numbers, and I said, bye. And the next week, they got me a doctor whose mom was an herbalist, and she and I rocked it out all the way straight. She was like, look, you tell me how you want to have this baby. You tell me what you want to do. And I said, well, this is what we're going to do. And she said, okay. And we met in the middle, and it all worked. You know, I've had several doctors, when they couldn't get through to me, look at my husband, and I'm like, what's he going to do? He already did it. He can't do nothing else. It's done. Why are you looking at him? And my husband would say, I don't know why you're looking at me. This is her, right? So there's a lot of discrimination that happens to women in hospitals when they're having babies. My first one, I let them tell me everything, and I did what they said. The second one, I played the I'ma sue you card one night when I knew they made a mistake and they were trying to deliver this baby and it wasn't time to deliver the baby. And I basically said, I will sue you. My parents will sue you individually. I don't know what he's going to do to you. So you might want to get security when you walk to your car, but you better go run that test again. And they ran the test and they were wrong, and they paid for that overnight visit. This third time, I almost messed them people up. They were like, Miss Brown, whatever you want to do here, just by the end of it here. So I leave you all with, advocate for yourselves, because it is important. You have to tell them. They are guessing 90% of the time or following a hospital policy. You must advocate for yourself, and no matter what the health condition is, because half of y'all in here can't get pregnant, so because y'all are men, but you must advocate for yourselves, because anything can go wrong, and we're all still human. And I leave everyone with that. I like, oh, come on, Kim.
When you go into a hospital and you sign a contract that allows them to care for you, that is a contract. You are agreeing to the terms of it. You can negotiate the terms of that contract. They're required to give you informed consent. They're required to get informed consent from you to do anything to you. So read the paperwork, say, I will agree to this. You can say that that's an after the fact thing, but my point is, it's up to you to agree to what they're going to do to you, right? So as Mika said, advocate for yourself and advocate for your kids too. You're your own best advocate. It's just like a click wrap policy someplace else that you're signing in all the terms that the hospital has. You're signing an agreement to that. The point is, advocate, ask the questions up front, know what they're going to do, and either disagree or agree to it knowingly. Do not just trust that they're doing what you want them to do. Okay, your birth plan, you had it written down, you hand it to them, and they throw it right in the trash. And they say, now it's our way, right? Don't just agree to it. And that goes for anything. I mean, know what you're getting yourself into, but especially with your own body and especially with your children.
Okay, can we have a round of applause? I still have so many questions, but I got questions answered today, and it was amazing to just sit with women and discuss out in the open all of our stuff. All of our stuff. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for attending today, and thank you all for listening, and let's all go smoke some weed.
Thank you, guys. That's fantastic. We'll do about 5 minutes, and then we're going to start our next panel, okay? 5 minutes. See you all back here. 12:56. Right. Good.
Hello.
You are great at sign language.
You were just pointing.
Yeah, and you did. Clearly, I pointed correctly because it's done. What I need.
I guess I was picking up what you were putting
Leave your
down.
wand. All right, go get comfy.
All right, so Danny has to give you the thumbs up when he's done miking and sounding everybody.
We've got 5 minutes.
No,
Why?
he's going to give you the thumbs up.
Wait,
when
how long is
everybody's
it going to take?
As long as it takes. As long as it takes. That's the answer. But it'll probably be no more than 10 minutes, but it has to be as long as it takes. Because we're having but we want to be mindful of everyone's time.
It's okay. Am I gonna be able to jet by like 2:10? Okay.
And then, how long? Yeah, as soon as it's over. I would like to get us back up there quickly.
Okay. You can go sit.
And this will be all broadcast online later. You can share it. all going to be available. Am I getting, or am I using this?
You can use that.
Will it make a buzzy sound?
It's not the. Yeah, it's interference from power.
What are you doing?
How many people?
It was 6, but 2 are no shows.
So I've done 3 people so far. So
That's
1, 2,
it.
3. That's it. All right, so 3.
Tito and Shira.
How many more are you waiting for?
Tito, no, he's trying to call me, but he's not here. He's here by 12:30 start time. So he's a fucking girl. It wasn't supposed to be. All I can do is move forward.
It's different for me just because I'm a guy who wrote bylaws. So I'm like, that's not how any of this works. It'd be like me going to my mechanic and be like, I don't know if I like the way you fixed that thing. They'd be like, you literally don't know what you're talking about. Keep my mouth shut.
Yeah. Do you represent clients for zoning board hearings and things? Or is it just planning in Holliston? Or they have zoning?
In Holliston, I had one client, and the town honestly screwed me over. The Board of Selectmen refused to vote even on the host community agreement. It's the first time someone applied for a host community agreement and didn't get it. And the selectman, one of the guys mentioned stuff that I said as a citizen at town meeting. I'm like, how is that relevant in this context? So if I were so inclined and I had the time, I'd sue. But and then the really fucked up thing is, there's a cannabis business in the same building that my client didn't get a vote on.
Industrial park? I live right around the corner.
Okay, you're still in Holliston.
Yeah, I live at home now to save money. Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Up Marshall Street. Old Time.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh, thank you so
Oh,
much.
thank you. I accept.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm on 16, like a quarter mile from Portland Street.
Okay, yeah.
That's what I take to get
Towards
to
Milford?
Hey! How are you? Good to see you. How you doing? You got the Freedom Rally? Oh.
Yeah, it's just like I've been physically a little bit more paid to try to push it to be a
Sorry.
public.
Yeah.
A little bit more than normal. So usually when I do that, I do the whole like Hollywood, like kids sitting in the back of the set thing and like watching and observing everybody instead of like actually playing.
Sure. But you made it here. That's great.
I don't have a problem.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, I love it when I get to Somerville, but I drove around for 45 minutes looking for a parking spot, and I'm still kind of.
There's no parking out this construction.
Yeah. I'm pretty nervous I'm going to get towed, but I guess that's an adventure to be had.
Where'd you end up in the back of Center Street?
I parked on the street next to the Citizens Bank, so we'll see. We'll see. Very good to see you.
All right.
Let's do
So
it.
here it's just the 3 of us?
Yeah.
That's cool. I was telling my son, I was like, I'm going to give a talk when people are looking at me. And he's like, aren't you scared? And I said, no, honestly, that's my favorite thing in the whole
You're
world.
an attorney. Don't you deal with that
I
every
just
day?
like when people look at me when I talk. That's great. I don't know. Fear of public speaking is not a thing I've ever had.
No. How old are your kids?
Say again?
How
I have an almost 7-year-old and a 4.5-year-old.
Oh.
I've got a 10 and a 5-year-old.
Oh, wow.
It's a trip.
Similar boat.
They're still at my house every time I come back. What's up? Good. How about you?
Good to see you.
What's happening? It's good.
Enjoying life.
Hello.
Jackson, I know we're all shocked. His name to make it.
Oh, why not?
Well, I added that to the calendar.
Oh, that'll do it. If only we had had a prep call about it.
Was you trying to do a prep call or like?
Tito was supposed to be on the panel too, and he was like, come on, don't get stoners to bed.
I can tell you what it looks like, but I think you know what it looks like.
I know. I was kind of just joking when I said it.
West, I saw the thing about the birth.
Yeah, it's going well. The town's being a little annoying. They're like, we want to hear what the concerns are at the community outreach meeting. And I want to say, none of those carry any fucking legal weight. You already said yes to the HCA. So what are they going to say? Yeah. We don't want it there. Too late. I already won. Anyway, I'm like,
I know, me too.
I have very little filter, as you well know, but I'm like this close to just telling everyone exactly what I think.
I feel like it's boiling.
It's already, I mean, I say whatever.
All of us are. Like,
I
we
say
say it
whatever.
and we're not gonna.
I just,
I was looking forward to meeting her. My partner has been like.
no, just today. We have the thing I'm talking about is my store in South Station. So I came up with a unique corporate structure. So that's what I'm talking about today. And we get a sponsorship. So we're going to have a table at the thing this weekend. Day of the week is it? It's Tuesday, right? So yeah, Friday I'll be out at the ink block under the thing. Yeah, cool, excellent.
Yeah, just also like working with Matt a little bit on campus.
Oh yeah.
So I really like that.
That's
like,
great.
As a basis for.
I'm getting on the highway right now. I'm like, well, I have to go.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to find parking.
No.
Even if you got here in 10 minutes, you'd still be driving around for parking for an hour.
Yeah, parking stuff there. I don't think we're gonna do it again. We're gonna go back to the place in the Seaport next year.
Ink block over there?
District Hall.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like that.
Much better parking in the Seaport.
Like they even had like a garage anywhere.
Nothing.
Like I'm happy to pay to park, but like there's literally.
Now I have a
nowhere
dream
to
of
park.
owning a garage near here. Like that's
I know.
pretty easy.
Somerville probably won't let you erect one.
Why didn't we go that direction?
Yeah.
Hello.
If I make some real money in cannabis, my next thing is I want to invest in commercial real estate that has grocery stores as the anchor tenant. People always need food. That's how I think. We'll see.
Well, what questions are we going to ask?
I mean, I'm happy
It's
to
an easy one.
filibuster. I just gave a 75-minute talk to a group of 80 attorneys. So,
Wow, that's scary.
and I told them, in case you're wondering, this is what a stoner looks like. And I could see the collective groans and eye rolls. And I was like,
I
fucking deal with it.
I had so much to say about that last panel.
Oh, yeah. I bet.
I was like,
yeah.
I consumed cannabis both of my pregnancies. I feel like we have to talk as parents about cannabis.
My mom tried weed for the first time while I was in utero in Jamaica. And I always joke that's why I love it.
That's why.
My body was like, ooh.
Yeah.
I genuinely think I would have done a disservice to my pregnancy had I not meditated during
Oh, yeah.
it. Not okay.
We just hung out with my friend who's like, I think 39 weeks pregnant, something
Maggie.
like that. So like months
Sandy,
past the point of like,
how much time?
fuck, I wish I wasn't pregnant still. And so I honestly feel like I dodged a biological bullet. Like she's just describing it. And my wife,
How does it work?
like,
Sound on.
I can't imagine just sitting there and all of a sudden feeling like an elbow from the inside. That just blows my mind.
That's actually like one of the
Is that?
I think
It freaks me out. Yeah,
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Got nothing.
it is pretty cool.
So cool.
All right, we gonna go?
Waiting for Danny to get my mic up.
He came up to me and was like, hey, we've met before. And he described in detail where we met. And I was like, no, sorry, I've never been to an Oaksterdam sponsored event at a Rhode Island Convention Center with some guy named something.
All right, are we on? Are we on? Oh, it's on. Can you everybody hear me? Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Sit down, please. Don't make me tell you twice. Kayla's seen me at the rally. It's not pretty. Put the tent in the wrong place. All hell breaks loose. Who else has allergies? Does cannabis help with your allergies? No? Sometimes it like dries you out. It's helpful. Right. I'm waiting for Danny to say where to go. Oh, we're go?
Go.
Are we live? We're live. Welcome, and we are live in Somerville. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I'm really excited about this next conversation. We're short a few members due to illness, and hope that everyone gets better soon. What happened to my notes? Okay. So my name is Kara Crab-Burnham. I'm the Director of Education for Boston Cannabis Week and Elevate Northeast. And I curated our discussions today, so I hope you're all enjoying them and we'll continue to enjoy them throughout the day. Very excited for this next conversation about innovative business design. We have a lot of conversations about equity and how to strategize. We have a lot of conversations about CEOs and what their best practice is and how to make things happen. But it's time that we have a really in-depth conversation about how to structure the ownership of your business so that you're being practically inclusive. Not just saying, oh, I have equity or I have an equity partner. How are you being practically inclusive and focusing your energy on making the industry better in a real tangible sort of way? So I'm very excited to have our guests with us today who are all mic'd up.
Testing.
Testing.
Yeah.
Testing.
All right. So I will let, why don't we start with Amanda and just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the business that you're working on.
Sure. Oh, right. I have one already. Cool. I don't need to hold that. I was here for the last panel, so I got confused. So, my name's Amanda Rossitano. I am the co-founder and CEO of a company called Soulstar. We are a 100% female-owned and led cannabis startup, and we are building a portfolio of businesses in the emerging legal markets in the Northeast. So right now we're focused on Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. Our team just won our first retail license social equity license for our first retail store that we're going to open early in 2023 in Bloomfield, New Jersey. Thank you. In addition to that, our team won one of only 16 disproportionate impact area social equity cultivator licenses in the state of Connecticut. This is a really sort of ironic license type because I say ironic because we had to, qualify for social equity by, being income limited and having a resident of a disproportionately impacted area. But in order to actually secure the accept the license, we have to pay a $3 million fee to the Connecticut Social Equity Fund. So we're raising capital right now, and it's going okay. And just by quick way of background, I am the former president of NETA here in Massachusetts. I was actually NETA's first employee. Over the course of 7 years, I worked as the head of operations, the head of compliance, and then in 2019, I was promoted to become the president of the company right around the time that we were being acquired in what was the largest private transaction in cannabis at the time. I left 18 months after that acquisition with no equity in the business and did not get to partake in that transaction, despite the fact that I was one of the key members who really built the organization. And so after things began to change in the organization, I really took it upon myself to say, I'm not going to accept a promotion. I'm instead going to go out and build my own business and really focus on making space in this industry and leveraging the experience that I've gained over the past decade of participating to build a company with a mission to make space in cannabis for independent, authentic, and diverse businesses. And so, what we're trying to do is, as we evaluate these new markets and these opportunities that oftentimes prioritize social equity, we look at how we can make the most impact in each individual market. Our business model isn't like, hey, we want to buy up as many licenses in every market as we can and own as much of that as we can and dominate as much as we can. No, we want to make sure that we can not only take up space ourselves as female and diverse business operators, but also share what we know and help others to build their businesses and create structures in each of these individual markets that sort of honors that social equity program and those initiatives that the state has now put forth, instead of putting up a straw man, which is what a lot of these bigger companies do in these markets, and say, okay, there's a social equity program, I'm going to take advantage of that by finding a social equity applicant and basically hitching my wagon to them, and then not prioritizing their actual ownership or part in this business. And so we're really focused on how do we do it right. We don't have to own 100% of the business. We don't have to own 51% of the business. It really depends on the opportunity and how we can make our impact. So that's in a nutshell what we're doing, and excited to be here with my colleagues today to talk a little bit more about how others can design innovative businesses.
Hi, everyone. My name's Julie Boschman. My dad and I co-founded a craft marijuana cooperative called Green Jeans Farms. Our business model is sun and soil, so outdoor grow, helping multi-generational farmers in Western Massachusetts bring cannabis onto their farms as an addition to what they're already doing so that they can continue to stay in business, growing food and other local produce. So the craft marijuana cooperative is a really unique license type where you can basically have every industry service under one umbrella, which is great. So you can be a vertically integrated company, but you have this democratic business model that allows the farmers and the actual members participate in the business, have a say in what happens. And so we're provisionally licensed right now. We have 2 farm locations out in Western Massachusetts, and I'm hoping that we'll be up and running this spring.
Hello, I'm Blake Mensing. I'm a cannabis attorney by day, and I'm also the co-founder and CEO of a company called Stone's Throw Cannabis. We just got a property across the street from South Station. And I created a corporate structure to meet basically make up for some of the failures that the state has had happen. That was born from a lot of meetings with potential investors and my economic empowerment and social equity clients. Investors usually would balk when they just sort of figured out, all right, if this person owns 51%, I have to put all of my eggs in this one basket, and typically it was someone they didn't know before. So they're saying, well, how can I trust that this person's going to make, great decisions or, at least take input? As Amanda said, a lot of companies, their instinct is to say, yeah, great, we'll have one person in that driver's seat. And essentially what they say is, it's not a real driver's seat. You sit in the back and you keep your damn mouth shut and you'll get a little tiny bit of a table scrap, and it's their way into the industry. I don't think that's sustainable. I don't think it's right. Frankly, I don't think the commission should have approved licenses that had these side agreements where people don't have real control. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. So what we did for the South Station project is we initially invited about 15 people. My co-founder and I were social equity trainers, so there's people we knew. I don't think there's any one person, regardless of your sort of background, that could, day one do everything that's required to run a successful cannabis business. There's too many lanes of expertise required. So we picked people who, first and foremost had that drive, that entrepreneurial grit and spirit. Yeah, not that I like this guy, but Elon Musk had this great quote recently. He said, if you had any words of advice for an entrepreneur, what would they be? And the man said, if you need words of encouragement, don't be an entrepreneur. And I would agree with that. No one's there to hold your hand. It's a constant battle of, hey, I'm doing really well, and oh man, the world is ending. And you just have to sort of, stuff that down and say, great, I'm going to do the best I can. And if I make a mistake, I'll do what I can to fix it. That's how I sleep at night, that and cannabis. So anyway, the structure for the store, which we're calling Firebrand Cannabis. For those who don't know, Firebrand means someone, with a passionate cause that they take radical action to effectuate. So I was like, ding, 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 that's it. That's the name. And obviously we did a vote on that. But so here's the structure. We have 6 majority owners who are in the Boston Equity Program by virtue of residency, income, their ethnicity, or certain other designations. So some of them are social equity, some of them are social equity and economic empowerment. And that number 6 has regulatory significance. Each one owns 8.5% of the store. And the goal behind that was to get people real dollars and real experience. So then the next time they try to sit across the table from an investor to say, I've got this great idea, and the person's like, well, I don't know if you can handle all this. You say, well, I'm owning and operating one of potentially the busiest stores in the state, and here I have my own war chest to bring to the table. The math works out such that each owner at 8.5%, that license does not count against how many they may own. So I didn't want to say give someone 10% and then have that be their store. That hurts them. And obviously one person would have benefited more if they were 51% owner. I just had so many people say, I can't invest in just one person. Yes, Chandra.
I've been trying to get through the social equity application. I've also tried to do the EE application. I don't qualify under EE. I qualify under SE, which I think is rather strange, seeing that I'm half Black and half Indian, and everybody who's Black should qualify under EE. I'm sorry that we have a system like this that actually disqualifies some Black people where they belong. But I've been trying to get myself through these applications. So my question is, if I came into your company with my SE, and I've spent my whole life wanting to do one thing, I want to carry out a trade full of the best BHO in the planet to my brothers at Chance. Would I come into your company being able to be an extract artist? I don't have the extract training yet because I haven't been able to afford to go to Amsterdam.
So we focused on retail. Frankly, retail is still expensive as hell to open. But I think it's the one of the lower entry points in terms of dollars required to get open. A cultivation or a manufacturing takes a lot of retrofitting of a building, typically more floor space than a retail. Our rent in the location is it's insane. So yeah, what I would say is, keep working on that social equity application. The unfortunate reality is the economic empowerment, that's a closed universe. There were 2 weeks in April of 2018 that the commission didn't advertise for. That's why we have 123 economic empowerment applicants in the entire state. And frankly, the commission makes me a little bit sick on a lot of fronts, but they're constantly patting themselves on the back for what they've done. Look at the numbers. You have all this great language, but in practice, the numbers are abysmal. So that's one of the reasons I started Firebrand. We want to help people. We actually lucked out in that the landlord was a little bit greedy and made us rent 2 floors. I thought, what the heck? I don't need a 2-floor retail store. That makes no sense to me. So our 2nd floor is going to be permanently dedicated to nonprofits with restorative social justice focuses. If they need an educational space, an event space, a seminar space, come use it. We're not charging you a darn thing. We're going to run periodic, nominally priced bud tender training for anyone from an area of disproportionate impact, and we're going to run periodic expungement and sealing clinics. So the goal is just to get people into this industry, and I think we'll see people succeed if they're actually given a meaningful chance.
But you're not going to do manufacturing?
We haven't. No, probably not to start. Again, it just takes so much money. And the fact that, we raised $1.5 million, that was hard also. But what I think got the investor to, view it as a safe bet was, we're democratically controlled. We have 6 social equity members. They get to pick 3 members to be on our board. If there's ever a tie on the board, the entity's board, the tie always goes to the side with the social equity voter on it. So it's not one of those games where, hey, you've got this little bit of slice of power, and then they have side deals that say not really. And that's something we shared with the commission, and they said, yeah, that's cool.
So Blake, you're starting this company with these social equity partners, and they are going to work within the company.
Yeah, so they'll have, like C-suite managerial control. And then we basically said the price of entry is a little tiny bit of dollars just so you don't get kicked in the teeth by the IRS. And then it's just a list of things that you want to bring to the table. So, I don't know how to run a store. I frankly would probably be terrible at customer service because I would tell the customer they were wrong and precisely why. But that's
I
just,
wouldn't hire you for
yeah,
retail.
no, I would not be good at that. I know that about myself. So yeah, the goal is to get people to do, what their background and aptitudes might suggest that they'd be good at. And in addition, just sort of, try out different roles in the business. Whether or not you're going to be the inventory manager at your own store down the road, at least, seeing behind the curtain and seeing how it's done, I think gives you that skill set to make an investor more comfortable. I've done everything needed, from the pre-licensure stage to operations, all that.
And no, we've had other conversations, and the initial intention of this business design was in order that they could sell out at some point.
Right.
And now, can you explain the complication with
Sure.
that and how you plan on moving past it?
Sure. So yeah, the goal was sort of have people graduate out and buy them out with their equity that they paid. And I was deliberately being corny and trying to be funny. So people are buying in for $420, right? So obviously that number is a joke, but if they were to sell, frankly, the store, the day we opened, I'd say was probably worth about $20 million. So if we bought someone out at 8.5%, I'm not going to do that because that's why I went to law school, to avoid math. But yeah, those are real dollars. And again, it makes, I think, an easier investment from a private investor to say, you've got skills and you're bringing, a couple $100,000 to the table with you. So yeah, the rule in Boston says you can't change ownership. Yeah, right now today, the rule says you can't sell your ownership. I think that's absurd. The economic value of a sale can be huge. So, if you're trying to empower someone, I sort of hesitate to use the phrase generational wealth, but if you want to make one boatload of money, the best way to do that is sell an asset that some even bigger company might want. So yeah, right now, our team is our team, and we're happy to have them. The original goal was to have them graduate out and then replace them with similarly qualified folks. And then just one last point. Yeah, so we originally set it up to, A, to help people, and B, because we thought we had a buffer zone issue. It turns out we don't. So we didn't actually technically need to be a social equity company. And so all the opponents were like, this is cynical. You're just using these people. If that were true, we would have said, haha, we don't need you anymore. And we would have kicked them out. But that's not who I am. Would never do that in a million years. And yeah, just want to get people in the industry because I think they're owed it. And the law says they are. So.
Cheers to that, man. And should those should your partners have other business? Like, let's say you partner with Chandra at some point, and she opens her rosin, her extractions, her dabs, and you're going to then sell that in your retail? I would
absolutely,
assume.
yeah. our teammates have some other projects. That's, again, the sort of entrepreneurial drive we were looking for. One thing we're going to do is try to source from economic empowerment and social equity producers, and not just buy it and sort of sell it and just let that be that. We're going to have TVs that will tell the brand story. So whoever it might be, just learn a little bit about them and why it's important to buy from people who were negatively impacted by the war on drugs.
Awesome. So I love hearing about how you're structuring your board, or you're structuring your voting. Julie has an interesting situation trying to sort out funding and ownership and control as three entirely separate entities in the end. Can you break that down for us a little, how this craft marijuana cooperative is going to work with the farmers and what the long-term implications of that are on a positive and a negative side?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, I'd never want to put somebody in a corner who wants to get involved in the cooperative. So it's really flexible as to, some farmers we have are retired and they don't want to be involved. They don't want to manage labor anymore. They're all done, but they want to contribute their land and their resources and their equipment. So, we have a range of farmers who are hands-off versus some who are in their 40s and excited to be part of it and want to not only contribute their land, but also work on the farm every day as part of operations. So I really try to keep it flexible. And, a lot of investors shy away from cooperatives, I think, because of that democratic system. There's really a lot of different ways that you can do it. But what we've come up with is that we're a farmer-producer cooperative, which means the farmer has a vote on what concerns his farm, his land, and what we're doing and what we plan to do there. That said, the farm's just one aspect of the business. We also plan to have manufacturing, retail, transport. So as an investor, I think it's really appealing because you can kind of oversee the whole thing, but the farmer has control of what they know and what their expertise is in. So that's how we have it right now.
And so now I know you're looking for funding. Can we talk a little bit about how that journey is going?
Yeah.
How you explain this to an investor to really get them to bite, or what are their hesitations?
Yeah, I think equity funding right now in Massachusetts is extremely difficult just because we're reaching a mature part of the market. There's a lot of flower that's coming down the pipeline right now. A lot of it is not great indoor quality flower, which is why I think it's really important just not only to keep costs low, but to have a sustainable product. Our Sun and Soil is really, I'm confident about that. But we have, a handful of individuals, friends and family that I'm receiving funding from. But I think just being able to locate those individuals who really believe in the mission, but also want to be a part of this great movement and see the value in our low-cost model, I think, is what we need to continue to procure.
Thank you. Amanda, now you're a social equity applicant in multiple states at this point and have plenty of Massachusetts experience. How are you finding the equity programs in other states? In your experience, is it working? Is it high functioning? And do you see a way that it's going to be successful?
Sorry. I guess what I would say is, like, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, they're all, every market that's sort of taking this approach of, setting a goal to create a more equitable marketplace. I don't know what the right way to do it is, but nobody's figured it out yet. I can tell you that. Nobody's figured it out yet. New York's interesting. I mean, I think New York is probably I would argue, like, sort of the boldest program in terms of, really, really reserving space for folks who are disenfranchised. It's all in the making, though, right? And to see how that actually shakes out. It's so sad, it's so sad to see, there will be people who don't get an opportunity to participate. But, Connecticut, for example, I talked about their social equity program. I mean, what is the irony, right? That like you need to be income limited to qualify, and then you need to pay a $3 million fee to the state. Like, doesn't that just set you up for being taken advantage of, right? And so when we went into the Connecticut market, we said, like, listen, this is messed up. Like, this program is not right, but like, let's put a stake in the ground and at least participate as an authentic group that, we aren't backed by a big MSO. Most of the other applicants that got those licenses are, right? And they had that $3 million fee to pay, right? So we're out there, we're saying, okay, investors, we are an independent group. We have experience in this industry. We have something real to bring to the state of Connecticut. Are you willing to invest in us? So, to answer your question, Kara, like, I don't think anyone's done it right yet. I'm not optimistic that there's any program that has, sort of the legs to get to these goals that they've established. I'm proud of Massachusetts for taking legislative action to like do something about the failures that we've had here in this market. We need to keep learning and we need to keep on it, right? It's what's really tough, and like I can speak to this from a first person perspective, is that like what happens in most markets is that the existing medical operators have a head start. I worked for NetEnt Massachusetts. I was their first employee. We were first to open for adult use because we were there in the marketplace. And like, yeah, that's a huge advantage to have over social equity, right? And so, I can really see how this plays out, where if we don't take our time and carve out real pathways to getting people licensed. And by the way, it's not just like getting people licensed, right? The New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission, I was listening to their meeting last week, and they're patting themselves on the back on, we've issued, X number of, they're 89% social equity license. How many are open?
0?
None. How many have gotten to take part in the $80 million of cannabis sales that happened in the first 10 weeks of sales in New Jersey?
Not a one.
None of them,
No.
right? So yeah, it's great that we prioritize licensees, but if we don't have a pathway to getting them money, if we don't give them a real shot at getting a head start, and that means, unfortunately, sometimes, people have to wait longer before their stores open, before you have legal cannabis, right?
That's why NJ Weedman was so pissed. That's why Edward Forshaw, who's my dear brother, and Edward Rhymes were still pissed about the way the equity was laid out.
They're right.
In Jersey, because it wasn't laid out in any kind of sensible way that would make sense to any company.
So we're, a huge part of what we do as a business is not just operate or try to operate and raise money, but also advocate, right? So we're out there, we're talking to the Social Equity Council in Connecticut, and we're saying, is it weird to you that no one else is asking for an extension on the 60 days? Like, is it not strange that all of these social equity applicants is like, they've got $3 million to pay to the state? Hello, that's not real equity. So, we're trying to participate in these programs as an authentic player, but also try to, work with these agencies to say that there's another way. There's another way forward, and you guys need to take your time and get it right.
I just want to take a moment. Thank you, Amanda. It was a very wonderful and complete answer. Just take a second and recognize Tito Jackson. Better that late than never.
Thank you so much. And I want to apologize to everyone.
So glad you were able to make it. Really. Can you, so we did introductions real quick. Tito Jackson, former candidate for Boston Mayor and Boston City Councilor.
Sure.
Can you tell us a little about yourself and Apex Noir?
And the company. So my name is Tito Jackson. I am not related to Michael, so I don't want to get anyone twisted or misled here. If that's why you were here, I'm not that brother. So I am born and raised in Boston. See my man. What's up, man? How you doing, Jason? Jason and I went to high school together. I was a little bit before him. We went to Brookline High. I was part of the MECO program, but I am a former Boston City Councilor. I have the honor of being the first elected official in the state to have signed on to the legalization campaign, which is really most def. I didn't do it thinking I was going to get into the cannabis industry, and I will tell you, I've actually smoked more weed in the past 4 years than I had prior to my own life, my whole life, my research and development side. And that was 2016. I ran for mayor in 2017, and it was really to make sure that we break down the barriers that we have in the city of Boston, in particular in economics, because the median net worth of a white family is $247,500, and the median net worth of a black family in Boston is $8. And that's even with all the money that Jason has in his pocket, right? And so, and when I got out of office in 2018, I looked at cannabis as one of the ways that we actually are able to deal with that. And so I have a company called Apex Noir Cannabis. We have a 7-story facility at 150 State Street. We have 3 licenses there. We have a license to sell, a dispensary license. We have 5 floors of dispensary space. We also have a license to manufacture, and we also have a liquor license. Not in the same space as we on camera. Don't get it.
These all exist on different floors.
Yes, they're on different floors. But our company is really based on an Apex. We want to be the top of. But the Noir part is really about not forgetting that Black and brown people were left behind. And we will not leave folk behind. We hold 20% of our jobs for those individuals who have a CORI. We have been affirmative in contracting with folks. And so we really want to embody and live this out. And the other piece is this gives us more dough to actually help people and help folks coming along after us. And that's, I believe, what we all should be doing in this space, because it's a plant that has helped so many other people. And there's folks who just want to extract, but we need to make sure that we give back to folks in the community. And so I am in the presence of greatness here. Even though I'm late, I feel very, very honored to be up here.
I'm very glad that you were able to make it, Tito. Thank you for coming. On the theme of funding, you are a single owner of your company. How are you? And you have some. You have unique funding measures. You've gone online. You've went to the public. Can we talk a little bit about that? How are you funding your 7-story, 3-license mega mansion?
So OnlyFans did not work for me. I just want to let you know. So that site did not work for a brother. The money part has been the hardest. And in fact, and listen, I had to raise money as a city councilor.
How much did you raise? How much did you guys have?
We raised probably like 1.3 or something like that. But that's over the course of, I've been in this game for 4 years, right? And I just want to, let's go back. One, there are a bunch of people who are going to try to take advantage of us in this space. There are more honest people in the legacy cannabis space than there are in the legal cannabis space.
Keep
it absolutely 100. And so there are large companies, I've dealt with some of them, who will absolutely try to take advantage of you, take advantage of your blackness, and take advantage of your status. Amen. But so a couple of things. One, friends, family, loved ones, and making connections and having a damn good business plan and a damn good deck is, I believe, the first place that you should go. And folks who can give you 5, 10, 15 grand, that is very helpful. There are platforms out there, and we actually partnered with one platform that will allow you to raise money online through crowdfunding. And why is crowdfunding important? Because stupid laws that are out there have this law that actually says that people have to be an accredited investor. So what does that mean? That means they need to make 200 grand a year for 2 years in a row. Yeah. 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 So most of us, that's a lot of $8 together, right? So, but what happens is something called Regulation CF that actually allows for crowdfunding to happen with people who are unaccredited. And by the way, for folks who have been, there's folks in the Caribbean community who do susu, right? This is collective giving, right? It's the same type of piece where people put in money together. By the way, it's not, we're gonna pay you back and we're gonna pay you back with interest, but it allows for us to collect funds. So that's one of the ways. We also have a convertible note, and that's for the accredited investors. But the dope part about a convertible note is it actually gives you time to get up and running before people have equity in your company. And so that is another way that we've raised money.
So a convertible note is cash now that turns into equity once you're operational.
Yep.
In case anyone didn't know what that meant exactly.
Yeah.
Because I still learn these things.
Yeah.
So I say them out loud for people like me. Okay, so Julie, you're working with craft cooperatives, you're working with the farmers, you're working with people who aren't traditionally from the cannabis space. How do you explain to them that we need to give back to the community, and what sort of feedback do you get, what ideas do you get, and how do you think you're going to be able to implement that as a co-op once you're open?
Yeah, I think that the farmers we're working with are already pretty integrated in the community. That's why it's great. They have all these customers, they're face-to-face with them on their farm stands and stores. So I think they're very open-minded and accepting to the fact that, we need to bring even more diversity onto the farm. They want to be successful with keeping their family farm and business. So they're very receptive. And so we definitely look forward to, we're starting small, we're a small business, but once we grow and expand into other communities, I think there's definitely going to be more opportunities for us to be involved there.
Let's take a quick show of hands. Who in this room has applied for or received a host community agreement? Really? No one in the audience? Well, I know you have. We did it together. Okay, so Scott's over here going, yeah, me. Host community agreement is what a licensed business must have with the town or city that they want to open their cannabis business in. You have to have approval from the town, and you have to have agreement on where your location is, and they may have other stipulations on how they expect you to hire, they expect you to pay your up to 3% fee, or maybe less, or maybe non-existent in some places. And in the industry, we refer to these as hostage agreements. These are hostage agreements. This is true. This is true. They're horrible. And I know that one of our panelists has real big feelings on this. He's a lawyer. Blake, talk to us about your experience with HCAs. Now that the CCC has decided that they're able to review them, how do you think this is going to affect the HCA process, for better or worse?
From the industry perspective, it's a lot better. And just for background, I used to be a municipal attorney. So I'm a guy who represented towns. So I know what it's like on that side of the table. I think the big fear of towns was that this industry, on day one was going to be a steamroller. They'd come in, with an army of $1,500 an hour attorneys, and they'd say, this is the way things are going to happen. The reality was that towns knew that applicants needed that contract in order to even apply to the state. So they say, there's an entity called the Massachusetts Municipal Association who was lobbying really hard against this law that just changed this summer. They said, there's been 1,000 host community agreements negotiated. I've negotiated over 100 myself. I literally had one attorney say to me, if you put a single red line on that contract, my client, the town, won't sign it. That's not a negotiation at all. So I feel very strongly about this. I think the largest municipal law firm in the state has frankly borderline committed malpractice by reading the statute that existed before this summer in a way that's not how you read as a human being, much less as an attorney. So basically what's just changed in the law it really just reaffirms what the words already said. They just wrote it in an explicit way to make it unavoidable that the commission must review host community agreements. So a few years ago, the commission took a couple of votes on whether they had the authority under the statute to review the host community agreement. I think they took a cowardly stance and said, oh, I don't know, we can't look at it. Someone's going to sue us about it. Well, that's a really weird way to govern. The government's going to get sued no matter what you do, so may as well make good decisions. And this really, again, you can tell I'm a lawyer, but Admin Law 101 says there are two ways to get authority to a state agency. Explicit, where it says, this agency shall do this specific thing. That's, unavoidably, unimpeachable, that's clear. There's also a much broader category called implicit authority. That, to me, existed in the statute already for the commission to review the host community agreements, because there's language in the statute that says something to the effect of, there shall be a commission, and it shall have the power to create all rules, regulations, et cetera, policies, procedures to effectuate the statutory purpose. Okay, it's a statutorily required contract. Who on earth else would review that contract? So right now today, up until this law changed, the commission reviewed a single page certification that's signed by the town and the applicant that says, a host community agreement was signed on this date. They don't look at the contents of that contract, which is why you have things where towns say, yeah, give me 3%, no questions asked, we can spend it however you want. You agree not to sue us about it. There's a clause called the reopener review clause, which says if you go to another town and give town B $1 more than you gave town A, you have to come back to town A and give them that same dollar. The statute said from the beginning, impacts have to be reasonably related. How is a facility in another town reasonably related to the first town? It's not. And the lawyers on the other side, oh, that's not how I read it. And this is frankly why I hate being a lawyer, because lawyers are obnoxious and they just can't get out of their own way. So read it like a human being, and the statute said what it said. So the new law says, we meant it the first time, towns, and that's why the Massachusetts Municipal Association's losing their ever-loving mind. And this is a separate rant's almost over, I promise. It is plainly illegal for a municipal fee to be revenue generating. If a town makes money on a fee, they have broken the law. So the city of Fall River, whose former mayor is literally going to federal prison for extorting people from the cannabis industry, they were trying to charge a $50,000 application fee for an HCA. And I said to the lawyer, what goes into that figure? He said there's a lot involved.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you're a $500 an hour attorney, there ain't 100 hours worth of work to write a contract that you already wrote. You're just going to take out the name of the party and put in the new one. Yes. So anyway, I'm banned for life from Fall River, and I don't care.
Really? What are you missing? What are we missing?
So yeah, the new law will change the negotiating leverage at the table, because now there's a stick that comes with towns who play games. If you charge something that wasn't a real impact, and you don't have a receipt to show that it was an impact, that was reasonably related, you can now sue. You could always, but there's a penalty for playing games. The state can assess basically the total value of all community impacts fees collected in one town and assess it against that town and say, pay it back to the state. So it's a real stick that I think is going to get waved a lot. Rant over.
Thank you for sharing. I think it's an important point. Oh, yes? Thank you for raising your hand.
There's an election coming up. I noticed, since forever, it seems like our government, the laws they put forth, and they impact campus, they all campus and get people to find out how competitive that feel of specific drugs that they'll be taking. And I'm just curious, a lot of people are saying that E.G. Healy is the favorite. I'm wondering, who should I vote for? If I want cannabis to be less regulated?
Who to vote for? So your question is, who do you like for voting, which elections that are upcoming? Who do the panelists like for cannabis favorites? That would be on our side and open up policy. No. Who's going to support?
Yeah. So, yeah, in Massachusetts, it's either the Democratic candidate or a Republican. So I'm not super political, but I like people who can start from an agreed set of facts that are real. So you might guess which side I'd vote for. But yeah, my candidate was Sonia Chang Diaz. She dropped out. She actually cared about people, which frankly told me she was doomed from the start. A.G. Healy was opposed to cannabis being legalized. She did own up and say that her fears were, misplaced. So at least that shows some self-awareness. Yeah, I mean, the government's going to screw it up. Let me put it that way. They're going to screw it up. I don't know. No, I think Healy's going to win, in my opinion. And I think we just have to be consistent in telling her precisely and specifically why she's wrong about a lot of things. Whether she'll listen or not, I don't know.
I want to hear Tito's perspective.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, Driscoll.
Yeah. So I know a little bit about elections. And I've actually had a one-on-one conversation with A.G. Healy on this topic. And as was just noted, she did admit that she was wrong. And we do need to note that that 4 out of 5 members of the CCC, the board that actually regulates us, 4 out of 5 members of the beginning board actually voted against it, right? But I would say, one, it's important to vote at that level, but I also believe the other part that we forget, it's really important to vote for your state reps and your state senators, which is also one of the reasons. And when we look at the economic empowerment program, right? I've never in my whole life seen a program that was rolled out in 2 weeks, right? So for folks who don't know this, the economic empowerment program went from April 1st to April 16th of 2008. Most of the time on April 15th, what are people doing?
Taxes.
So it is amazing to me, and this is legislation. This is not what we all pushed with question number, it was 4, right? But so it is important that you vote for folks at the local, the municipal level, which is also where these HCAs are actually determined, right? And
You guys get to know your mayor's office, especially if you're in a city that has a cannabis ban. The mayor's office in some of these cities are actually banned enough to try to fight against more conservative people and get involved in your city legislation. My dad worked for the city of Boston for 20 years as the MIS director, and the best way to keep the city is from.
so what I would say to you is I think that we have an opportunity with A.G. Healy for a couple of reasons. One, I think someone who admits that they're wrong. That's a component. But the other piece is that the money that the cannabis fund that was just created is going to be administered by the Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development. So A.G. Healy chooses the secretary and is going to choose these folks who are actually giving out the money. So that's a really critical component that we need to be thinking.
I think the equity fund is a really important conversation and topic to discuss real quick.
Can I just make one comment on that? Yeah, I just want to add to what was said, and like obviously it's like really important that we vote, but this law that was just passed to reform our cannabis law. So like Massachusetts, like I think we have a really powerful advocacy community here in Massachusetts. Participate in that, right? Because we do have legal cannabis, we do have medical cannabis, but like our program's not perfect. But we just implemented a law that's going to make it better, and we'll still need to make it better over time. So I think we need to, as a cannabis community, continue to stay really, really active and put pressure on our elected officials, put pressure on those legislators, our local officials, and to be our own voice in continuing to see the industry improve, and not just assuming that we're going to go vote for somebody and there's a lot of education that still needs to happen, and people aren't going out and like choosing to be educated on this issue unless they're interested themselves. So we've got to get them interested.
Kara, can I just say one more thing about that? By the way, if there's candidates, if you don't see a candidate who stands for what you believe in, you need to run.
Be that.
Yeah.
Right? You actually need to step forward and run. And I would also submit to you, in particular for the women, every woman who's ever come and asked me about running for office had taken 10 steps more than I did when I first ran for office. Because as a dude, I was like, oh, I'm just going to pull papers, right? I didn't tell anybody, I didn't tell my family. So we need more women, we need more people of color, and we need more people from the cannabis community to step forward and run.
Here. A question for the four of you. You may or may not know, and it may or may not have been decided yet, but with the Boston or with the Massachusetts equity funding, what is the distribution method for that? Has that been decided, or is that still up in the air?
No.
Because
So,
if we have, you know, you 50, let's say a very small number, $50,000, and we give, you know, 10 people $1,000 or $5,000, whatever, that's not really going to get anybody's business off the ground. Any idea how they plan on distributing that so it'll make sense?
So that hasn't been established yet. The statute that the governor signed back in August created basically two masters of that domain. The Office of Economic Development and Housing Development and a separate social equity trust fund advisory board. That was what Tito was referencing. So the governor gets to appoint one person, the treasurer gets to appoint one person, and the AG gets to appoint one person. Those three members then meet amongst themselves and pick the following two members. So how they're going to sort of pick winners of who gets a loan or a grant hasn't been established. My biggest fear is they're going to focus on the total number of dollars distributed rather than focusing on, does that move the needle for people? $5, $10, even $50,000. Yeah, that's a lot of money. You can't open a cannabis business with 50 grand. It's not going to happen. You can't do it. So I'm really nervous that they're going to do, 10, 25, just like these little things that, yeah, it might cover rent for 2 months, but does it get you to opening day? No. So yeah, again, I think the CCC in particular spends an awful lot of time congratulating themselves and not a lot of time doing work or frankly, listening to me when I put in writing exactly why they're wrong.
But in
it takes dollars. If you don't have dollars, you can't open.
And realistically, working with a client right now in another part of Massachusetts doing a build out for micro business, we're still looking at a $405 square foot build out before equipment.
Yeah.
So at $405 a square foot to build out a facility, who's getting anywhere with $10 to $20 to $50,000? If we're not giving out millions of dollar chunks, then we're not helping individual companies. But how could they divide up that money so that it made sense?
Yeah, just one thing. What I'm really nervous about is that the people who the governor, the attorney general, and the treasurer appoint, if history shows, people have interesting resumes on the commission. Some I like and some I don't. But are they going to be qualified to determine if an applicant for that loan can actually succeed or not? Of course not. They don't know anything about the cannabis industry. Anything.
So no one trained Ed Goldberg? She's been treasurer for how long?
Yeah.
No one briefed her?
They don't know enough in a practical, tangible sense of what is happening in the facility, how the facility needs to be operated, what it needs to be equipped with, the regulations that are followed and build out and operation. It's extensive. The learning curve for anybody joining the cannabis industry who wants to become a license holder is exceptional. It is an exceptional learning curve. First of all, we're learning about a product that you want to grow or manufacture, and it's been illegal for like 70 years. So there's no just general knowledge. We know what hops are. We know what grapes are. We know what fermentation is. We can easily put that together and understand something that we can build a business off of. But when you haven't had general education, it's not part of general conversation. It's not part of your family dinner. It's not part of your school. The learning curve is exceptional. You try to explain to somebody who grows lettuce outdoors that now we're going to create the outdoors indoors, and there can't be any bacteria, but we want to grow in soil. Stop it. It's like a stupid sentence.
Yep.
It's a stupid sentence, but that's the challenge for opening these facilities. I'd like to open up for questions now. Does anybody have questions for the panel? Chandra.
My major question for the panel is, what do you think we should do right now? The top 3 things that you want to see everybody do when we leave here right now, other than call the CCC and ask why we didn't get a shroom incubator when we needed one, which is what the original legislation was supposed to be about, not tonight.
So, but each panelist maybe tell us one thing that you would want everyone to tell the CCC to move forward with or take action on.
What I would start with, obviously, as a lawyer, I think about the regulations first. There's going to be a reopening of the regulations that the commission has this coming fall. There will be a public comment period. I will say it's pretty cathartic to be able to tell the commission exactly how they messed up in certain ways. You can't tell them every way that you don't have enough time, but don't be afraid to tell them that they're doing a bad job. They're not gods. They're not as important as they think they are. And if you do a little bit of reading, you can find out, some of the holes in their logic really quickly. So participate in the public comment period.
To Blake's point, just when you do your interview, if you do go for a license to operate a business in the industry here in Massachusetts, you will be asked to do an interview. And one of the first 1 or 2 questions of this stupid time-wasting interview is, how do you feel about the process that the CCC has set forward? And you were supposed to honestly answer that question to the person who is determining whether or not you're going to have a license. It's not the time to answer that question.
How do you think I answered that question?
I remember you answering that question vaguely.
I think talking to people and getting those data points ready to present to the CCC or whoever's listening is so important. Like what Tito just said about the $8 in each household. I mean, that sticks with you, those numbers. Like that's what you remember. So I'd encourage everybody to get together and just write that stuff down, get it in writing, talk about it, and just start like bringing those numbers to light.
Well, Blake and Julie took my 2 ideas.
Sorry.
So, I think participating in the regulatory process is really important. I think to the extent that you can speak in a unified voice with others who have the same interests, that can be exponentially more powerful. So be organized about, what you're asking the commission. Talk to operators about what they're struggling with. I'm with Blake and the committee and Tito. Like we had a bunch of people who didn't know anything about cannabis and quite frankly, didn't really like cannabis, who wrote the initial regulations, and they treated cannabis like the boogeyman. And I think in early markets that's sort of going to happen, and we need to fight that over time with data. So. If you're an operator, bringing that data to the commission. If you're not, if you're an advocate, really sort of getting organized around other advocates around what issues are most important. I'll give you just sort of a couple of issues that I think are, ripe for addressing in the next regulatory session. We created, and I was, one of the advocates to create an exclusivity period for delivery licenses. So we now have this delivery program in Massachusetts. So cool that it's exclusive for 3 years to social equity and economic empowerment applicants, except for none of them can afford to operate their businesses because of undue regulatory burden. So, looking at the delivery regulations right now and how can we make, a program that we said, hey, this is actually, it's even less expensive than starting up a retail. Let's make this sort of accessible license prioritized for social equity and get more involvement in the industry. Well, now that we've done that, we need to change the regulations so it's not too costly for them to operate. Primarily, we need to remove the requirement for 2 drivers in every single vehicle. Now remember, okay, Amazon doesn't have 2 drivers. Your prescriptions don't get delivered with 2 drivers.
Drizzly doesn't have 2 drivers.
By the way, we have a $10,000 inventory limit in our trucks. Amazon doesn't have that. We've got to have cameras and randomized routes and body cams. It's a plant, people. It's time to start treating it like it's a regular thing that people are allowed to access as adults at their home. So that's one. I'd say the marketing and advertising regulations are another place that consumers are not being served. We've got labels that don't tell you how to use a product. They don't give you the right information. And so I think we need, and then, when we talk about, I think this is a huge for social equity too, marketing and advertising, we have the weirdest and most ridiculous regulations around how we can market and advertise cannabis. And what I'm seeing happening as sort of a consultant in the space is you've got, smaller groups that are not as well financed, taking a really hard line and being really, really conservative about how they market and advertise their products. And you've got bigger operators who can afford to pay attorneys and who can afford to get a deficiency because who are just blatantly ignoring the marketing and regulation. So we're setting up a system where those who are taking more risk instead of making the regulations reasonable to the point where everybody, like, why can't we discount cannabis products? Like, why can't I, as a retailer, sell you a product at a discount if, say, it's coming to its shelf life, or I have too much of that inventory? Like, why? It doesn't make any sense, and it creates barriers to being able to operate a good business. So we need to fix all of that, and your voices will be helpful in that.
And just on that piece, there are regulations about us being green in cannabis, right? So it's crazy that you have this plant that's $400 a square foot to build out, takes all of these nutrients and all this stuff, and you have to throw it away because you can't sell it, right? Alcohol gets discounted, and if you look at the initial legislation, a bunch of stuff was as alcohol, right? My Tito's, which I have to support my brand, is vodka. It gets discounted, and that is a really important piece. I think one of the other pieces on the delivery front, so people know, that requirement for 2 drivers is a huge impediment. And I think the funniest piece is neither one of the drivers is armed.
Nope. Right.
Right? So it's not like the person in the car is strapped, right? And everything is actually safe while they're in the car. So now you have 2 people. If they were to get robbed, then there's just 2 people getting robbed versus one person.
But don't forget, there's a secure, body camera that faces forward, and criminals, of course, wouldn't sneak up behind it.
Yes. Right. And one of the things that we also know in the city of Boston, at least, we actually have a bio lab in the city of Boston, right? Yep. So they study things like Ebola and the like. So when I was on the council, I said, hey, how does that get to the biolab? UPS, FedEx. So if they're allowed to transport Ebola and all those other things, I think that's another piece. One other piece I would also say, we need to get the regs for social consumption right. Yep. And it's going to be really important that people organize, because as we saw, if we allow it to be shaped by other folks, it could be that we have social consumption, but it's not profitable at all, and that no one would actually want to open. So that's a critical component. And lastly, it's important that we organize. And I want to give props to the people who created the delivery operator license, right? So there's 2 types of licenses. You got the Uber Eats license, and then you also have a license that allows you essentially to have an online cannabis shop. Why does that matter? How much are folks going to pay to have their stuff delivered before they go and get it? 10, 15, maybe $20, maybe. But now individuals have, with a delivery operator license, something that's actually going to make them sustainable, and they can buy product wholesale, double it up, and also pay for the delivery component. That did not come from the Cannabis Control Commission. That came from a group of people who were like-minded and got together on that. So that's huge props to folks on that. So it shows that when we organize, when we stick together, when we have these issues, we get together as a family and have a family meeting and air our little grievances together, and we come as a united front. We can actually move the Cannabis Control Commission, and from the HCA side, we can move the state forward on these issues.
And we need to extend the exclusivity. Let's fix the regs and then extend the exclusivity period so that folks can actually take advantage of it.
Marissa, did you have a question?
I just had a comment with delivery. So I live in suburbia in Londonderry, Massachusetts. My neighbors, we all know each other, right? Mm-hmm. And the neighborhood gossip lives across the street from me.
Oh.
And this big truck pulls into my driveway. Oh. And this guy that kind of looks like a cop with a thing on his shoulder and thing in his hand, the POS, card reader, and a white bag. Comes up with these items to my front door, rings the doorbell, me and my kids, we all answered the door, and this guy, I was like, okay, I'm gonna close the door. I was like, I asked you guys to come to the back, and he goes, yeah, we can't do that. We have to stay visible.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
for everybody, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So sure enough, I got a call from not the neighbor across the street, but a neighbor down the street.
Mhm.
Like, is everything okay? Like, she called. She said she didn't really know what was going on. She saw your kids and everything. Like, I was like, honestly, I was buying cannabis. I was like, you don't really need to know that, but I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
So we also have to think about what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, it's none of anybody's business.
Definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not anybody's business.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's nobody's business. Huh? It's not.
All right. Oh, yes, Joe. One last question.
So I am seeing now that the industry is maturing, some of the towns that had initially banned cannabis are revisiting their regulations and thinking about overturning their bans. Do you see that as an opportunity for them to establish priority for equity applicants in those towns that are coming online now?
It's both an opportunity and an obligation under the new law. They have to create policies that give a nod to the statute. The original intent was clear in question 4, and it was carried over in large part in Chapter 94G. There was no obligation for municipalities to care before, and many of them didn't, and actively were willing to say they didn't care, which I always find offensive. But now they must care. So you don't have to convince them to care. The law says they have to have some, policies to foster that participation.
And if they don't, they lose money.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. So that's the piece that is the biggest motivator.
They want their 3%.
Yeah.
They want that.
People ask like, what can they do and how can they help? So do you recommend that they show up at these municipality meetings and speak into
Go to your annual town meeting, go to your
monthly
special
town meeting, if you have one.
Yeah, speak up because
The antis will be there.
Right.
Yeah.
They always show
People
up.
who don't want it, so be the voice.
One last thing. The law has some carrots and some sticks. The new law says if a town hosts a social equity retailer, that town gets a 1% tax bonus from the state out of the 10.75% excise tax. So you don't have to care. Do you want money for allowing businesses to come here? Like, that's a pretty easy sell to any politician, I think.
I mean, in this whole legalization thing, I've always said, what I've got to make one. Everyone wants to make money. No one wants to waste money.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there's states that still have it illegal. It's like,
Yeah.
why waste money on putting someone in jail for cannabis when you can make money off cannabis?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every sale, every pre-roll makes a tax deal.
No, you're right. It's all about, comes down to money. If you can convince them to show them where the money is, usually you can get them to turn their head. What, last comment?
Yeah,
Swear to God this time.
Our Pickle project, we do a lot of good for the community. We established that community equity ordinance, we got voted in yesterday. If you follow Bagel Project, we do our hard work for everybody, and follow and come through, and testify support. We can get everything done. We've been doing it for a long time, and we need the help of everybody here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Big round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you all for participating. It was a great amount of information. Please don't leave. I believe our next discussion is workforce culture, our workplace culture, toxicity. And let's talk about how we make all of our work environments the best, happiest work environments. Thank you guys again for participating.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
See you in about 20 minutes. 20-minute break.
Get it.
20-minute break.
Did you drive over here? Yeah, I did. It's a pretty huge nightmare trying to figure out where I had no idea what I was getting into.
Yeah, I gotta run in a minute, but that's okay.
I was like, I'm happy to pay to park. There's not even a parking lot.
No, that's exactly like how to
Like, where am I gonna go?
I think we're taking a picture.
Oh.
No, just kidding. Got your attention. Well, Mr. Sheffield. It's on? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, so priest and a rabbi walk into a bar. I don't know the rest of the joke. It's the only part over here. Not my strength. Marion, where'd you go? Ooh. That sounded awful. I would really like to invite everyone in attendance to come sit towards the front of the room with your snacks. This conversation that we're about to have with our HR specialist here. I'd really like everyone to come into the room and sit. Okay? And sit. And we're sitting. And it's sitting. This is chair pose for all you yogis out there. This is chair pose. No, I want them this way. No. Don't close it. No, Jamie! Jamie! Stop! Stop, Jamie! She can't hear me because the speakers are facing at me. Great. Blake! Stop, Jamie. Stop her. She's right there. Yeah, stop her. Stop her. No. Hi. Yeah, no, I've been yelling about it. No, I want everybody out of there and into here. I want everyone from their booth with their plates and their snacks. Sit among us. This is a conversation. Karma wants to be right up here in the front. So come on. Yeah, I want both of you to sit in the front. Come on. All of them. I want everybody in the front. We need to, this is a conversation. We need to talk about what we're doing. No. I need the people in there out here. I need them. Leave it open. That should be empty. Even the booth people. Yeah, I need them. Okay. Blake's not really useful for this conversation because he owns his own business. He is his workplace culture. But we have one of his future employees here.
That's one of the biggest mistakes that small operators make.
Look at that. She's already learning us. Come sit here. Come sit among us. There should have been a carnival collar. Did everybody see Dawn of the Damned? Or no, From Dusk Till Dawn. From Dusk Till Dawn. That's the best carnival collar in the history of carnival collars. I'm not going to repeat what he says because it's grossly inappropriate. But if you haven't seen the Quentin Tarantino movie From Dusk Till Dawn about a bunch of people who get trapped in a strip club full of vampires, you're missing out. This is something an HR associate would be like, I'm sorry. Things that we don't talk about at work. And then I'd get a write-up. So I'm my own boss too.
Oh, have you been through that before?
Maybe. Okay, so we want to have a conversation about workplace culture. What we hear all the time about how unhappy people are. We see a consistent job hopping. People are at a store for a couple months, another store opens up, they take the opportunity. Come sit. No, up here, because it's a conversation. This panel's a conversation. So I need you. Bring Karma. She has an opinion. All right. And if there is all this job hopping and there is all this animosity about the industry and there is all these people who feel like they're being taken advantage of, and then you have CEOs who are like, I just put just in the front. I mean, unless Karma's looking for a job, I'd hire her. She's cute. Okay. What are we doing about it? What are we doing to make these problems go away, and how are we really addressing them? So these are our HR team for the day. So I'm gonna let you guys introduce yourselves. This is Kim and Jill.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, hi. So honored to be here, and it's really a surprise, actually. Sometimes when I speak something into the universe and it appears, I'm shocked. And the reason why I'm so happy to be here is because my name is Kim Ashby Fowler. I'm a human resources advisor. I work with businesses and companies and educational institutions and municipal organizations to help them grow healthy workplace culture. And usually when I come on the scene, it's because some incident of discrimination has occurred, or the company hasn't paid their workers what they're supposed to pay them. They treat them as independent contractors and they're actually employees. And so I will help them through the process of becoming compliant with employment and labor laws, and then maintaining that so that their businesses can grow and their employees can be happy, and they can continue to service the customers that rely on them. Now, I'm based in New York, and the cannabis industry is very new to me. I'm a canna baby. And so when I spoke into the universe that I really want to begin to learn more about the industry so that I can help my clients who are asking certain questions about their employees and how to do drug testing, if at all, and what to do with the results when it happens, and so on. I met Kara, and she invited me to come and speak with you today. So I want this to be a very interactive conversation. We're not here to lecture to you, but to respond to some information that we've gotten from a survey that we had distributed about how people feel about the industry, and also to get your feedback on what you feel the challenges are and how we can make a difference.
My name is Jill Osborne. I am Chief People Officer for a Massachusetts-based cannabis company that's currently provisionally licensed. I've been working in cannabis in talent acquisition and HR since 2015. I helped open one of the first 5 dispensaries opened in Massachusetts. Prior to that, I was an activist fighting primarily for pediatric access when the medical ballot initiative came on. I have a young daughter with epilepsy, and we saw cannabis as an avenue to help her. So for me, cannabis has become this bigger picture, and I will always fall back on my activism roots. And it was so important to me to be in talent acquisition and HR because I wanted to bring the right people into the industry. And we've talked so much, and there's been so much lip service about that. But when we look at the actual statistics of who's working in the industry, who holds agent cards, who's holding what level positions, we're not doing it. We're not following through with the promises that we made to the community. And so it's my position that I can't control everything, and I can't control what every company does, but as long as I can be in control of what the companies I work for do, I can make a difference. And so that's where I come from both a talent acquisition, recruiting, and HR perspective. I think that we've modeled a lot of our culture from business, from industries like hospitality and retail, where they have reputations of not treating their workers well. And we had an opportunity to build this industry differently, and we haven't done it. So how do we fix it now that we're in it? And so getting feedback in this survey about what's working and what's not, and what people are enjoying about working in the industry, and where we have Band-Aids and where we actually really need to fix, has been, I think it'll be a great conversation stimulant. So I really want and invite everyone, as Kim said, to ask questions, to talk about your experiences, and let's figure out how to do this a better way.
So Boston Cannabis Week prepared a questionnaire poll that we've been circulating online through LinkedIn and Facebook and Instagram and anywhere else that would share it. And Elevate sent it out a few times. I think CCOE has sent it out a few times, but trying to get feedback on this this survey about workplace culture. And generally speaking, more women than men chose to respond to the questionnaire. Most people who responded were in some capacity white, or in some part white. Was not as much representation across the spectrum, I think, as we would have liked to see, is a fair assessment. And I'm just sort of, touching on some of the questions. I'm going to let these two try to explain it, explain what we see here or how it affects us. That there have been a lot of the people who have who answered the survey have been in the industry for a long time, but that could be skewed based on who was sharing and algorithms and what have you. So I'm not sure that one is that one sort of looks at how these specific survey results are actually, to be taken.
And so the survey said 33% of people that took the survey have worked in the industry for 7 years or longer. And I think that part of why that's important for the answers means that, as Kara said, there is some job hopping that happens in the industry, but it means that they've had experience in multiple companies. And so they get to color their answers with their different experiences based on the different operators. And I would say for those of you that are newer to the industry or that have worked in the industry, job hopping isn't bad. If you're in a toxic culture, the best thing you can do is get out. And also, job hopping isn't bad because you get to now leverage your experience. So if you feel like you're undervalued and you're underpaid, then there are all of these other newer operators that are going to want to leverage the experience that you bring to the table, and it makes you a more valuable asset. I would say that there's, in other industries, we call it a loyalty tax. So if you stay with one employer for too long, even if you're promoted with that employer, you're not always making you're not always getting the compensation raises that you deserve from an internal promotion as you would from an external promotion. So it is really important to know your value and to know what market value is. And I know we'll talk a little bit more about salary later, and I have some resources and things for you guys to look at and be able to compare and figure out what market value for your range or market value range for your positions are.
Yes, and in terms of the number of respondents to the survey and who was represented in the survey, I think it speaks to communication, how we share information, who's at the table when it comes to knowing about resources and what the opportunities are that are available to people. And we need to, as participants in this industry, think and do community, which does involve not being isolated, not trying to figure it out on your own, but coming out to events like this, talking to other people in the industry and sharing knowledge. And I think in terms of communication, that's another aspect of how unhealthy workplace culture perpetuates itself, because people at work do not talk to one another about oftentimes the challenges that they're experiencing. So we'll go a little bit more into the survey findings. We learned that 85% of the survey respondents experienced some form of bias and harassment. And I'd like to know from all of you, have you experienced bias and or harassment at work? Just by a show of hands. Okay. Yeah.
For those of you that did your companies offer unconscious bias training or any kinds of, no?
And she laughs.
They did not until
Mm-hmm.
but it was very reactive. And there were a lot of things that slipped through the cracks prior to it happening. And it was almost to the point where it was just too late.
Yeah, I think the cannabis industry has this reputation of being, like frat boy culture and a boys club. And, the first ever professional event that I went to, there are women in like sexy nurse costumes, and we're sexualizing medical cannabis when it's keeping people alive. And so we're bringing our bias, and we have to figure out how to, one, acknowledge that we have it, and two, figure out how to fix it. And I think that some of it starts with proactive training, right? And talking about it. There are some really good resources. There are some quizzes that you can take on, thanks, sorry. Quizzes that we can take on different kinds of bias. So unconscious bias against people with disabilities or ethnicities. Like there are so many different ways that we bring our bias to work, and we look at like females and promotions and how often, whether we're explicitly talking about it or not, are promotions denied because that they have family obligations, and so making sure that we're trying to eliminate these bias, both explicit and implicit. And how do we do that? And I think it really starts with that proactive training. Would you?
Yes, definitely. One piece that I heard through earlier today was that some cannabis businesses are run when they're small, and so they don't have a dedicated human resource advisor on staff and available. Oftentimes it's the owner or the operators, operating managers who are responsible for that function. And I don't know to what extent any of you have been in that kind of situation. I see you shaking your head. But are you aware of who to go to if you have a problem? What do you do?
In a show of hands, who knows who their HR representative at their company is right now? And are you comfortable to speak to them? Okay. Okay.
Do you have something? Crystal, I am the People's Operations Specialist at Landry.
Yay! Pull up a chair.
My question was really for startups, where kind of like to your last point, we do have an HR team, it's me and women, and our head of people where we're trying to start putting those trainings into play. I was gonna say, what are your recommendations? Is it something that you think that the managers themselves should get training on, and then you and the team? Is it something where we should be bringing people in, or is it something where you think we should be programs? And I think that's where we are right now, especially in that startup phase. Like, we're just at 50 employees, so we're kind of in a place where it's like, what is the best way to get a mass audience, rather than just like a couple people at a time?
I would say that if you have an HR team of 2 and a company of 50 employees, your company is already prioritizing HR, which is a really nice thing to see, because we definitely don't always see that. But I think that, to start with trainings, when you can't support the overhead of being able to build those out yourselves, start with a third-party vendor. And there are some reputable ones that specialize in cannabis. A lot of the agreements that companies provide with their licensing applications come with a commitment to provide these trainings. And I think what we're seeing is that companies aren't necessarily following through with those commitments. And it's but there are definitely some third-party companies that are reputable to be able to start those trainings, at least for your HR team, so that you can work to get the information to build them out and roll them out to your teams too. And also, to your point, talking about like managers, and I think that we have this mentality of, if you're really good at your job, the next step for you is to be a manager. And just because you're really good at your job doesn't mean that you're good at managing people. And we often find that in cannabis, people accelerate their growth opportunity. And it's one of the questions that we'll talk about, but we're not necessarily giving people the tools that they need to grow into, say, a management position. So there are, some really great management training vendors and things like that to be able to make sure that we're supporting these newer managers in learning how to manage the position that they held versus just doing it well.
And your managers are your eyes and ears of the company. And so one of the things that you might want to do in determining how to roll out this kind of training is to start with your managers first and help them understand that they are the purveyors of the culture. They are the custodians of the culture. They're the ones who should have the backbone to point out when people's conduct is creating an unsafe environment. They're the ones who are going to enforce the policies, rules, and regulations of your organization. Secondly, when the remainder of your staff get the training around how to identify and report incidences of bias or harassment, they also must understand that the role of the bystander, or the upstander, I should say, because everyone is affected if someone feels that they're being treated unfairly. And as a result of knowing everyone's role, everyone's ownership in the culture of your organization, it will empower people to make sure that everybody plays their part, and that, you know, safe environments are important to all of us. So, yeah.
And proper management training is your greatest liability area too, because if you have a manager that writes up an employee because they're practicing salary transparency and they're talking about pay, and the manager didn't realize that that's something that you are entitled to do, so you've been written up for that. Making sure that your management team and those newer managers are really trained on laws and what people are allowed to do, and being able to make sure that that it's running through an HR filter before it's becoming a toxic culture. Thank you for waiting. I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you for everybody up here, talking about that. I worked at 2 different cannabis companies, and they weren't great. Have you ever heard of quiet firing or quiet quitting? That literally happened to me. They literally made everything hostile enough where they weren't breaking the law, but very hostile where I wouldn't want to work there anymore. Can you talk about any type of protections for workers and what they could do in that type of situation? I think that's epidemic in my period, in my opinion, in this industry.
If you feel like you're forced to quit a job because they've created a hostile work environment, you can still apply for unemployment benefits, and you call it a constructive discharge. So it essentially means that the company has created a culture or an environment that is so bad for you that you do not any longer feel comfortable working there. So it's not necessarily a grounds for a lawsuit or anything like that, but it will still entitle you to fight for unemployment benefits. I don't know if you want to.
How long of a time period do we have for that?
To file for employment benefits. I'm not sure what Massachusetts allows for employees, but. Okay. Got it. Yeah, of course.
And you could always file a complaint with, is it Mass Commonwealth Office of?
Department of Labor.
Department of Labor. You can always, and you may not necessarily get the result that you want, but you've made a record that the employer now has to take seriously and think about, if we do this again, now the department has noticed that this has already happened, and our employment practices aren't compliant.
I never heard about that until it happened to me a year ago. I literally read an article about it a month ago, and I'm like, wow, that happens to everybody I know, but no one ever talked about it or did anything about it. Thank you for giving advice on that.
Yeah, our equal employment opportunity laws are not complicated. The offices are set up to help individuals allege their rights. You don't need an attorney. And it's worth, if you feel that you've been treated in a disparate way from your colleagues, to pick up the phone, call, and ask questions. And their representatives will actually help you file a complaint. Any other? Yeah, go ahead.
First company I worked at was definitely, one of
are you the guys there today? I have a question about product. Okay, well, I consume constant drinks too. I can answer that for you. But I came over to the smaller company that I'm at now, and I actually, I saw the level of commitment to diversity, which was really important to me. I actually went through a statewide vendor for a Train the Trainer diversity program. So I do the diversity training at my company now, and I would definitely say that once people were aware of what implicit biases were and how, they're just automatic links in their brain that they never really thought were there before and were more aware of it, you could see the kind of shift in the culture. You could see that people were becoming more aware and more cognizant of it, and you could see that they were aware when other people were doing it as well. And now I think the juncture that we're at is trying to figure out how do we best report these issues and what would your advice be? Because I know that in for my team, sometimes some of my coworkers aren't always comfortable going directly to the HR representative because they don't feel like it's a person of their representation and they don't feel like they would understand. So what would your kind of advice be in that area?
Well, HR in general has a responsibility to receive and do something about whether it's an investigation and an inquiry, have a conversation with the individuals who are reporting disparate treatment. HR has a responsibility to investigate. It may find that nothing illegal what happened, which is fine. But we don't have to have something illegal to happen for it to have a negative impact on the workplace. So when people are not comfortable going to HR, one thing they can do is go to their managers, go to someone like you, and then you in turn, depending on the level of your relationship with the CEO, the founder, the operations manager, et cetera, can begin to have a conversation around what you're witnessing in the workplace. Because again, as I said, each of you is the eyes and ears of your organization. Now, if many people don't report because they don't want to make a big deal out of it, they don't want to be targeted, they don't want to be retaliated against, and retaliation in and of itself is illegal. So it becomes this very complicated web of how you navigate your relationships with your coworkers and not become the bad guy, but at the same time have the, do I want to use the word courage? To say, this is important to me, this is important to us, this is important to our mission, why we're here. And if we don't deal with it, then it's, we're actually acting contrary to what we say that we're about. I've seen many workplaces begin to have conversations like this in small groups because that isolation piece is damaging. But with a mass of 3 people, it's, legitimate cause for concern and is something that any business that's about living its mission will want to pay attention to. So if no HR, go to each other, go directly to the owners and operators of the business and say, hey, we need to talk about this.
And also if no HR, I would say that, when I consult with companies, I'm always advising them to have some kind of anonymous reporting feature. So whether that's through your human resources or payroll software company, or whether that's through something as simple as a Google Voice phone number that an employee can call and report an incident anonymously. I think that is a really important way for people when they don't feel comfortable going to HR, or they don't have HR to go to, or they don't know who to go to be able to still advocate for themselves, their coworkers, and it's a best practice for businesses to have in place.
My question is, I'm permanently disabled. I was born not breathing, so I'm physically as well as having and I'm also autistic. on the autism spectrum. I haven't worked in 20 years since my dad died because cocaine does damage to my autoimmune system. And I haven't really, and even though I fought and I was a founding member of MassCan in 1989, as well as a founding member of Mass Patients, and fought for what we have as far as legalization in the state, I've seen no real huge rush to go out and work for people who still are just privately funded and don't have to respect me as a patient, and also don't have to offer up any kind of protection or any kind of accommodation to me from the get-go as a person with multiple disabilities. And it's really hard for me to think that, to just say that I became a voice against the industry in a lot of ways because I saw that disabled people were being taken advantage of. And I've seen this industry kill disabled people in places like Colorado and California. And I think we can get honest about the fact that what you do by not speaking up is you make it harder for people who might have a harder time even speaking. So thank you.
And companies have to have 15 employees in order for like ADA accommodations to even come into play. So when we talk about these smaller operators, they might hire out 10 dispensary employees, and they don't have to provide any accommodations for disabilities because they're considered, an unreasonable burden on the business. And so, but I think that there's a difference between what you're legally required to do and what you're morally and ethically required to do. And so I choose to only align myself with companies that will do what's ethically right and what's morally right and to maintain integrity. And so for me, we offer accommodations to, employees from day one, and regardless of the number of employees. And I think even things like when we talk about like job protected leaves and FMLA and all of those things, there are thresholds for how many employees a company has to have before they're able to operate or before they're able to offer those benefits. Sorry. And I think that it's really important for companies to look at, well, this is the legal threshold, but what is actually the right thing to do?
Yeah, I agree with you, Jill. I advise my clients the same. In fact, I'm working with a reproductive rights organization right now. They have about 38 employees, and the question came up around, well, do we have to comply with FMLA? And while they don't, like you said, it's the ground, not the ceiling. And so if you have a culture where you want to make sure that moms and dads and people who are ill or disabled have an opportunity to have job protection and their benefits continue, apply the same standards that the FMLA would give your employees.
So I think it's really encouraging that in the survey, we had 68% of people say that their overall experience was generally positive. There were only 18% that actually said that it was generally negative, and 6% said it was a terrible experience. So for those of you that have worked in the industry, would you describe your experience working as positive compared to other industries that you've worked in? Yes?
You have a question? You want to comment?
No. Good. And we also saw that 78.7% of people found that they had opportunities for advancement. So it is one of the benefits of coming into an industry that is still kind of in that startup phase, is that you get a leg up on people that are just entering or haven't entered yet, because you now have, again, that knowledge to kind of leverage and be able to move up and become more valuable. Sure.
Hi. So one of the things, I guess I can preface this by saying I feel like I'm a part of one of the more fortunate companies where, like, when we spun out, we started diverse, which, like this. Hello, is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. Where, like, my company started out diverse, but I find myself, as I start to work more in the cannabis industry, there's a lot of people, like, who are minorities who want to be more involved. And there's this catch-22 that sometimes happens with sort of startups where they're not diverse at all, and they're trying to initiate their diversity, just their diversity spread. And then there are minority candidates who are looking at these non-diverse companies and saying, do I want to be the first person here to start this diversity initiative? And I guess I have two questions. And one is on the side of the business where it's like, what can businesses that are starting off in their diversity initiative, what can they do to really reassure that like prime candidate? And what is it that like minorities should look for in non-diverse like spaces that can say, hey, okay, I see that you're making this initiative and I just happen to be the first one here. So yeah, so it's two questions in a sense, but I would love to hear both of your like commentary on that.
Sure. Well, I know that it's been a long time since I've been an employee, so I've got to flip and become one right now. But in the initial, dating period where you submit your credentials and you talk to the potential employer, it's a very legitimate question, and I encourage employers to ask questions around what the candidate is looking for, what their commitment is to diversity, and then make the candidate understand, and the rest of the interviewing panel understand, that we're an organization that is committed to diversity, and this is why, and this is what we're going to do, and this is what we'd like to see from you. So at the very initial stage, the candidate is going to be asking those questions, and the employer is going to be offering information about their commitment to diversity and how they'd like to see it happen. Then the second part of your question was whether, what can the candidate do if they're, if they're not sure?
Yeah, so you had mentioned that there are questions that can be asked.
Totally.
Sort of how, even if it was just an example of like a string of questions that could be used to like interrogate without sounding like accusatory.
Perfectly legitimate, and for the candidate for whom this is really important, because they want to know that when I come in, I'm going to be included, and you're going to look to me to offer, my opinions and ideas and so on. If they come prepared to that interview, I think it would impress any employer that the conversation started at the outset. And then once an offer is made, how do we keep those commitments that we made during the initial courting period? What are we going to do? Well, I see that you don't have many candidates serving this particular population. How can we, diversify our offerings or the way that we serve these communities, and hold the employer to its promise at the beginning?
I would say that, one of the things that I advise companies to do if they're trying to expand their diversity or, just getting started on it, and is, adding a diversity statement to their job ads that is actually in alignment with their goals and their company culture. So making sure that they're actually following through on it too. But I do think even something as simple as putting in a job ad, we encourage diverse applicants. We are committed to providing a diverse work culture. Just being able to say those words sometimes, to be able to read those, whether the company is representative of that yet or not, being able to read those words, I think, is sometimes reassuring to a candidate. The other benefit that we actually have in Massachusetts, if you're a candidate looking to get into a company, every single company has to submit a diversity plan with their license. You can look that up. That is public information. When you go into an interview, you can ask them where they stand in terms of meeting their diversity plan, how they plan to execute it, what events they have planned, where are their job fairs planned. You can ask them about their implementation of it and be able to see, I think, from their answers how aligned or how intentional they are actually being about that.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody has the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
subcommittee meeting. And one of the issues that came up was actually an asthma-related death in the industry. And OSHA was being called in. This was just announced to me yesterday. So I'm curious around workplace safety from that perspective, from environmental and, OSHA, and any advice you may have for operators.
So it's so surprising to me that so many people come into work in cultivation and suddenly discover they have a cannabis allergy. We've seen that so many times that when you're working in the plants every day, you actually can develop rashes and things like that. And we've had people with asthma working in the production facility, and it's a lot of dust breathing in. And so making sure that you're providing the right accommodations and things like respirators to those employees that know that we can support them. I mean, that's a really small investment to be able to make sure that somebody's safe in their work environment.
What happened at the facility?
There was an asthma-related death.
Yeah. My name's Robert, aka 420 Rob. I've been wanting to get work in the industry. I've volunteer, but I've been fighting and being an activist for well over 20 years. As long as I've known my beloved, but unfortunately, I'm working I'm working as we speak on getting my quarry sealed and expunged. Yeah, I'm a heart tech and triple bypass surgery survivor. And but basically, while I don't have a diploma right yet, I'm working on that through the cell program once I get my Chromebook in. But basically, I'm just yeah, basically it's just will the I know at some point during Cannabis Week they had I saw something about a cannabis job fair or something to that effect. Yeah, well, I was just wondering if that
job fair,
if that cannabis job fair thing
I don't know that we have one this week, but I will go through the schedule.
I thought I saw something on the list.
I know there's a lot of maybe ladies could speak to a little bit the resources for helping people find the right position for them in the industries.
Yeah, I think being able to kind of, so the hard thing about coming into the cannabis industry is that it is still a novelty, which makes it a very competitive industry still. I mean, I can put up entry-level positions and end up with 400 applicants in a span of 2 hours. And so trying to navigate all of those resumes and experience, the more information that you can put on your resume about yourself, and it doesn't have to be just professional experience, personal experience, your commitment to the plant and the industry is something that is really weighed heavily. And sometimes cover letters, I always recommend them, even though they're kind of blasé in other industries, because it's a really good opportunity to tell your story outside of your professional experience. But the one thing I would say is that whether you're doing it in your cover letter or your resume, make sure that you're not leaving the company to guess about what position you're applying for or where you would fit. If I have to look at a resume and think, yeah, they would probably be good at this, 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 and this, but I don't really know where they want to be and what's going to be sustainable for them, I'm probably going to move to the 399th applicant because I don't have time to guess at what you want to do. So make sure that you're really being clear in your intention about the positions that you're interested in and qualified for.
And I don't know about Massachusetts, but in New York, we have a system through our social services resources for job coaches. And a job coach will advocate for an applicant for a position, especially if they've had a background of disability of some kind.
We don't have the same level of disability services in Massachusetts, and we've actually had cuts to mass rehab. I'm a mass rehab client, had been, and have been open about looking for work in the cannabis industry for the last 4 years. We don't have, if you're disabled, you're still, most disability services in America are, I'll get to my code in 1 second. The problem of being disabled in this industry is the fact that you get shit from 2 sides. First of all, the industry itself that doesn't want to support disabled patients, thinking that we don't have compassionate care in the state, how the doctors wanted to expect people to get medicine if you don't give them jobs, I'd like to know. And the second is we have a state itself that still is really, really prohibitionist and does not give a fuck if you want to look for an industry job, because they will try to cut your SSDI if you work over your certain number of hours, and they will also discourage you to try to get a job in the industry because your mass rehab counselor is going to tell you your job is not federally recognized. And that's the problem we have, and that's the 2 issues we have right now in getting hired as disabled people in this industry, is the fact that you've got 2 sets of factors crashing down on you and telling you basically to go F yourself. And so it's not good. And that's where we are. And I'm glad that other able-bodied people here are feeling like, why the hell did we fight for this if the workers themselves aren't going to be respected?
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. Mike, but
It's good.
okay. What if you're overly qualified? I came. I know a lot of people from the original market, and they jump into the new market, and for whatever reason, we're not taking like serious compared to like a banker or whatever. You know what I mean? I never got that. But if you're overqualified and you like, you know, you're good for like a role, and then you never get. What do you recommend in order to like fight that?
So talent is one of your areas. Compliance is more mine. So
Okay.
I'll let you speak first, and then I'll share with you my ideas.
So I talked earlier about not being afraid to job hop. I think that that's where I think that even from the legacy market, like when we saw people coming into the legal industry, there are regulations and things like lab testing that you may not have had to comply with before. So there's always going to be a learning curve. We tell people from every industry to expect to take a step back when they come into cannabis, because there's going to be a learning curve. However, having said that, once you're in the industry, you should be able to advance quickly. And if you're not being recognized and valued at the company that you're at, then I highly recommend looking at, how many licenses are in progress right now, right? All of those people really want, how many?
280.
280 licenses in progress provisionally. All of those people are going to be looking for workers. And we talk so much about there being a labor shortage in the country, and there is no shortage of opportunity. If we can, so I would say, 1, work with a resume writer. I know that it can be a significant investment, but you can find good ones for anywhere from $50 to $100. It is an investment in yourself and your future. If your resume is literally the thing that sells your qualifications to a company. So it is really important to have that be the best first impression that you can make. And then being able to just leverage your experience from that.
I have a history of being overqualified for positions, and I'm an attorney by training. And when I retired my license, I retired it out of a lifestyle concern, because I was raising 2 children as a single mom, newly widowed, and trial practice, going to court every day, was unforgiving for a single mom. I couldn't tell the judge or the jury, folks, I've got to get to parent-teacher association meeting. Or if my kid was sick, I had to work. So when I came to the conclusion that this particular profession, there must be something else for me to do, I started working with Whole Foods Market, because I loved the company. I loved their philosophy. They had just transitioned from a mom and pop kind of business model to the corporate model, and they were spreading all over the country. So I started working with them, and my store manager, knowing my background, said, you know, you should really be our HR representative in the organization. Step back for me, but not for very long. And from 2010 up to today, I've grown my practice. I've aligned my legal expertise with human resources expertise. I made enough to take care of my family the whole way, but you know, I built a practice and a reputation and an expertise over time. So taking a step back to go forward is another way that you can look at how to source opportunities for yourself. And when you can contribute substantial value because of your knowledge, employers and business owners will recognize that, and you will see your career grow.
But what I see when people are overqualified and not getting the positions they deserve, it's usually because they don't know how to position themselves for it. One, you're afraid to ask for what you really deserve because we're taught to just be grateful to be part of this industry, right? Like there is this competitive atmosphere about getting in. So once we're here, we're taught to just be grateful for what we have versus asking for what we really deserve. And so I think that the more we collectively ask for what we deserve, we elevate the market rates in the industry. We elevate what positions we're going to hold. We elevate the fact that a lot of companies eliminate the need for mid-level management because they don't want to spend the money and carry the overhead. They don't want to move you from manager to director and give you a promotion and a raise that they feel like they would rather hold those dollars in their pocket. So don't be afraid to ask for what you need, but also learn how to position yourself, learn how to sell your experience and expertise, and be able to ask for what you really deserve. Sorry. Yes.
I wonder how that relates to compensation, because I've noticed that from my personal experience, not from legacy to legal, but just from another industry altogether, I'm being told like, yeah, take a step back. You understand that you don't get paid that much in cannabis. You got to start here. So what is your opinion or thoughts behind the compensation where people coming from, say, like a medical field into cannabis, where they're taking like 20 grand pay cuts because they're saying that they need to understand there's a learning curve?
I think that so Vankst every year publishes a salary guide. So they collect data from multiple states and multiple positions, and it really gives you an opportunity to look at what are the market rate salaries for positions, and are you being paid fairly, right? So is a $20,000 pay cut from the medical industry to the cannabis industry something that you should really expect, or is it something that this particular company is just selling you on because they don't want to pay it? And so being able to look at that and compare data, if you can look at hard numbers and data, I think that that's always your most supportive argument. So if you get an offer that's $20,000 less than what you see market range being, you can use that data to support your argument and negotiate that. And I would tell people, regardless of whether you feel like you're getting a fair offer initially, always take the time to negotiate. I have very rarely seen an employer hold tight on their initial offer, and even if it's an entry-level position and they're offering you, say, $15 an hour, they have a range, and not everybody in the company is making $15 an hour. There is a range budgeted for that position, and so make sure that you're at least coming in at the top end of the range.
Is pay transparency passed in Massachusetts? It is. It is. So
it's not it doesn't have to be published, but yes.
I think what you find is that a lot of people are.
Oh, Kara wants you to have the microphone first.
I think what you find is a lot of people are really enthusiastic about working in the cannabis industry.
Yes.
And I think employers feel they could get away with paying less because of that enthusiasm. I kind of call it the Tiger King model, as far as like people want to be around cannabis and work in the industry, but they're almost willing to get paid less to do that.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
They're almost
I said they're almost like willing to be paid less to, be in the industry.
Yeah, it is the unfortunate part of having a competitive applicant pool, is that if you're not willing to take it, there might be someone else that is. But I would tell people to hold your value. Like, are you able to sustainably work for a company that you feel devalued at? And so I think that if we collectively take a statement of that, then we have the opportunity to create the change and to elevate that market range. And it just comes down to letting the industry mature and having people ask for what they're worth, and being able to, just eliminate some of that competitive entry into the industry.
And you could be strategic about your career. So I didn't know I was doing it at the time when I first signed on to Whole Foods Market, but I knew that within a year, if I didn't see a change in where I wanted to go, I would leave. And while I was there, I kept asking for responsibility. I kept asking for the next opportunity. What will it take to get me from where you've placed me now as the store HR manager to the Northeast office, where I would help manage a larger portion of the Whole Foods population? And I made it very evident to them that I wanted to advance. And if I'm not able to do that here, I probably wouldn't be around very long. So you have to understand that you drive your career. You are the driver, not the employer. You get what you think you need, you get the training that you think that you want, and then you move on. Network in environments like this and let people know, hey, I've been here where I am for a year. Do you know of the next opportunity? Or I'm thinking about leaving in another year. What do you know is happening out there? There are also recruiters that the industry
Yep, there are some
recruits for,
recruiting
right?
firms that are specific to the cannabis industry that you can establish relationships with. So as positions come up, they'll be able to reach out to you, and it's a really good way to kind of network for your own advancement. I know we have to wrap up, but the one thing that we didn't talk about at all that I think is a really important trend in conversation is the trend of unionization in cannabis. Yes, I know. And I think that there are pros and cons to everything. And I just think that if you're an employee who is thinking about, about exploring unionization more for your company, to just make sure that you're doing your research both on the impact that union has had before in other industries and in cannabis, and whether or not that truly benefits you as a worker, and whether this is a third party that you need, or if this is something that you feel like your voice directly to the HR or to your executive team could actually make the difference in, without having to rely on a third party. So I just think it's a really important conversation because cannabis industry is being targeted by unions, and I think that it's really important for people to have full knowledge before making a decision about whether or not to align yourself in that direction.
So like an existing union would become a union for cannabis?
Yep, there are. Yep.
AFL-CIO wants to become AFL-CIO as well as UFCW, both have cannabis regional army now, and I would have an issue about fighting with the AFL-CIO, even though my dad is a people leader. So I'd be really careful. I'd be really careful what politics you end up adopting as we move into unionized cannabis, because you're going to be bringing in the politics of that union. And people really need to learn about what those politics are.
And we didn't do it in Massachusetts, but as we see some of the newer states coming online, New Jersey, New York, they're requiring cannabis companies to have a labor peace agreement with a union, which means the company is selecting the union that you get to work with. So it is really important for you, before you make that decision, to know what the union's goals are, what your goals are, and decide on alignment before you make a decision about it.
Thank you guys so much. This has been such an incredible conversation. I've learned a lot. Have you guys learned a lot?
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
I just want to say, if anybody feels like they need resume review or interview coaching, please reach out to me. I'm always available and happy to help.
Yep. all of this information will also be available on the YouTube. We'll have all of the panels available to watch later. I also want to say it's going to be a very, very tiny break. We're just going to mic up the next set of speakers, and we're going to get started right away.
Oh, thank you. And what is your business? Because I heard you.
Big Old Project. We do
Oh,
equity for Black and
okay.
Latino people. We have a reentry program.
Thank you.
All the programs for Black and Latino people.
Just gonna turn in my mic.
We extend records, do everything. And we're trying to.
Yeah, let me just turn in my mic and then I'll be right with you. I just don't want them to be short. I don't know.
Yeah, we're a 501c3.
I was like, I don't think I'm going to make the 1 o'clock meeting.
We've been doing this work.
Oh, we're doing a beat. Yeah, we're doing a CBD session. We're doing CBD. We're gonna hand out samples. Everybody that is sitting and getting ready for the next panel is going to get a free sample of the Healing Rose products. Just so you know, if you're sitting in a chair at the start of the next panel, you get a free sample of the Healing Rose products. Sit down. Just kidding. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing. Of course. So cute. Work it, girls. Work it. Tiny movements. Supermodels. Tiny movements. Tiny. Great. Thank you, Kara. You're welcome. No, everyone will be mic'd up. You won't even need this. Okay. I can run around with it to people. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are you on this one too?
No, but I coordinated this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, Kara didn't want me to moderate too. So she asked me to do.
And then just put your phone on airplane mode before you go up there, if you have your phone even on you.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you have your phone on you,
It'll-
it's like
it's a-
GPS, Bluetooth,
right.
Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Kara asked me
Can I see the pack again one more time? I'm sorry. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Initially, she wanted me to sit on this panel and actually like not moderate it, but like just participate. Then we got you, like the panel began to kind of like fill out with a nice
And
background.
then when you go up there, just put your phone in airplane mode. Because sometimes you have your phone, if you're gonna even have it on.
Mhm.
Sometimes Wi-Fi.
All right, I'll turn it off. Yeah, I'll just turn it off. Yep, thank you.
And then have them
talk to you, right? And I really didn't want to prep you because I want them to ask you questions and you like be ready, like answer them.
Okay.
But you were the only person
This you?
that used my CBD product
Right.
that I could like compliment.
Right.
That's what we're gonna talk about.
Okay.
If I known you would have been here,
How long is your opinion?
it's probably going to be like an hour. It ain't going to be much more than that. You can get out of here, go back to the hood, teach a yoga class. You know, damn, it's cold in here.
No, thank you. Oh,
Man,
nice.
I've been trying to put money together. I sure do. I sure do.
So you can start using this.
Can't look at it online.
You know what I said?
Not gonna get to
You can start using this.
That's exactly what it is. They're like, oh, you're not really doing it. I'm like, I'm official. No, you're not. That's it. Hey. Okay. I would love to grant a lighter, and then I'll get a little.
Can I get everybody to sit down?
I'll get this.
Come on. We're on a timeline. We're only running an hour late.
All right.
Let's all blame
I gotta
Danny.
go on. I'm sorry. Okay.
Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Right here?
So
My
I'm
seat?
just gonna talk you all back to your seats.
I'm sitting.
Something
here.
I do really, really well. So this next panel
I need to have
is
a.
about CBD
Might-
and massage and
Oh, no, I'm
relaxation
for the audience.
and holistic care.
I don't know when they want me to do this. I'm born. Pleased to meet you. Pleasure. When do we get to use this with the audience?
Oh, Danny's got to fix something. Okay.
When do they get to use this?
Hello.
Do you have a little scoop for it?
Check one,
A
check
little-
two.
Just want
No.
people to stick
no.
their finger in.
No, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello. Can everybody hear me? Okay. We're just not going to pay attention, huh? I know. Huh? Yeah. Okay, we'd like to get the next panel started. So if we could get everyone in their seats, that would be amazing. No, we're still not going to do it? Okay. I'm trying not to. I'm in a good place right now. I don't want to use my mom voice on these people. Because if I use my mom voice on these people, they're going to be like, whoa.
I might get scared.
Right. I don't want to scare nobody because we're going into a nice, calm, holistic CBD infused space. Right? So I don't want to use my mom voice on y'all, but I will. So y'all need to get in these chairs. You laughing? Yeah. She passed. What? Kara, you starting trouble over there? How you sitting in front of the people eating bread? Go sit down. All right. See, I done brought the mom voice out. You see how the tone changed and everything? She's standing in front of y'all eating bread. Okay. All right. I took the mic for a reason. This next panel also dear to my heart because I love CBD and love what it does to the body, right? So I said, Lisa, can we talk about CBD at Boston Cannabis Week this year? And she said, of course, Mika, of course. So with this, I'm so happy y'all are all running to y'all seats. Like, this is great. With this discussion, we're going to open it a little bit differently than we've done all the rest of them. You see how we brought y'all up, now we're going to bring y'all down. You all each got a package of CBD salve from the Healing Rose. Thank you so much, Laura Boehner, for bringing those over to us and participating on this morning's panel. Did she go? She's gone? Okay. Well, she has brought a CBD salve for everybody. Did we get the panelists? Did everybody get one? Oh, okay. Here, take mine. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Open it up now. Go ahead. Open. We'll see. She's already there. You got the prize, girl. I'm having a good day. I'm having a good time. I'm out. I'm very exhausted. Anyway, so this gentleman here, who I've known for a really long time, Mr. Born by Kim, hi. He's with Tao One Yoga and Bodywork. Tao One Life. I'm sorry. But yeah, but he does body work. Y'all know what that is? Body work? Yeah. Y'all think y'all know what it is till y'all go over there and see him. Woo! Talk about work your body, you know? Anyway. Anyway. Born is gonna lead us over the next 10 minutes. And I don't know, I'd like to call it like a setting of mindset, like a reset. He's going to show us how to use a CBD salve with breathing techniques and slight movement. I'll let him tell you in a minute, but he's going to do all of that, show us how to like take a minute for ourselves and demonstrate how CBD works. So you'll actually be experiencing what CBD does for our bodies while sitting in this panel. And I thought that was like a great way to like really introduce you. So if you don't want to use it, you don't have to, but peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure. Here you go. I'm gonna
Can
give
I?
that. I think it's very mic'd. Oh, you're already mic'd?
I'm mic'd,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, y'all tripping.
I'm mic'd. I was like, I don't want to tell her no, like I'm mic'd.
No, in the first one they weren't mic'd, so I had with.
So hi everyone. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Let me use more big energy. Hi everyone.
Hi.
All right. And welcome to Boston Cannabis Week 2022, right? So what Mika said is true. I'm a body worker, which means I do body work. There's a lot of people who do body work, but they are limited. Sometimes they're just massage therapists, which means they just do one thing. They might just do cosmetic or structural integration, but I do a number of different things, and a lot of them have an Eastern base, so they're based in meridian theory, and they also, I use a lot of pressure points or what we call trigger points. And so what I want to do is I want to invite you all, if you want to use some CBD, I use an extended pressure on certain points in your body, which you all can use, and I'm going to show you all some of the stuff I do from a course that I have online, which is called All Zoomed Out, because who isn't zoomed out right now, right? So if you like to and you want to use this, and I've been told it's sticky, but I think it's a little sticky. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these two fingers, our peace fingers, because our peace fingers are good for other things. No. So get your peace fingers, because you have a little piece of flour, but you're gonna put some on each of your index and middle finger, your peace fingers. And you can also do like this, so you have it on your thumb. And the first place that we're gonna start with this is we're just gonna do this, and we're just gonna leave it on our fingers. But I wanna show you all something, because a lot of us need to learn how to breathe better, because we don't breathe well unless we're consciously breathing, right? So I wanna show you all something called triangle breathing. It's a 3 count. So you're gonna count for 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's gonna be our inhale. We're gonna hold our breath for 4, and then we're gonna exhale for 4. All right? So it's gonna look like this. Inhale, hold, exhale. Let's do a couple more of those. Inhale, hold for 4, 3, 2, 1, exhale. Now let's extend that a little bit more. We've got 3 points, but let's make 4. Let's do square breathing. So it's an inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for another 4. Got me? Mm-hmm. So let's inhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold for 4, 3, 2, 1. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now hold. Now in this next counting, we're going to take our peace fingers. We're going to put these 2 fingers on our temple, and we're going to take these other 2 fingers and we're going to put them right here. Can y'all see that? It's kind of like the space right under your earlobe, right in the front of your ear. So you're going to put your thumbs in there, and you're going to bring your fingers up to your temples. And we're going to do the same square breathing, and we're just going to start a little circle. So inhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold that breath as you rotate your fingers and thumbs, releasing your ears, and that's the end of our breath. And we're going to exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to hold as we rotate for this next 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, if your eyes were closed, you can open them, and we're going to come back. We're going to come to this space right here behind our ear where our neck and our ear connect. Everyone see that? So you're going to take your peace fingers, you're going to put them in there. This time, your thumb is going to go right under your chin, right to the front of your chin. There's going to be a little hook right there. You want to put your thumb there, and you want to put your peace fingers back here. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to inhale for 4. Start your rotation. And y'all are like, listen, it's your head and neck. Be nice to you. If it hurts, don't press as hard. It's your head and your fingers, right? Be nice to you, all right? So we're here for 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's bring all of our fingers right to the front of our chin. We're just going to squeeze in here as we open our jaw. Open your jaw, let your jaw relax, release your teeth. Good. Now you're going to take that, you're just going to slide back. You're going to find the sides of your jaw now. They might be very tight. We want to just hook our fingers in like this, really your peace fingers, right? Hook your fingers in and let your fingers slide to the front of your jaw or to your chin. So a nice inhale, slide from the back of your jaw or your mandible down to your chin. Now let's let that go. We're gonna just let that go. We're gonna just release a little bit out of our fingers, flick it, let it go. Now, I don't know how many of y'all like Spider-Man, but Spider-Man goes like this when he does the thing. If you do that, you'll find that on your wrist, when you do that, if you pinch your fingers in here, you'll find that all your veins, your wrists pop up, right? You want to take a small grip of that. We're rubbing our wonderful peace oil, our salve, down that. Now, if you feel like, hey, I need some more salve, I want to really release my wrist, go for it. They're your wrists. You have as much salve as you want. Inhale, exhale. Simple inhale, exhale. You can continue to do circle breathing or square breathing. You can use triangle breathing. Same thing, flex back here, and you're going to do the same thing on the opposite side. We're just going to find that little section of our wrist there where all our arteries are coming through there, and we're just going to pull that down. Just a gentle squeeze. Now we'll go back to this, just releasing through our wrists. Now some stuff, of course, we're sitting in our chairs all day long, so this is a big movement. You're going to take your fingers like this, and I'm getting more salve, y'all. I'm going to put salve, a little bit of salve on each finger because I like it. And I know the panel will talk later on about how you can combine this one-to-one and do different fun things with it to give you more relief. So now you have salve on most of your fingers. I want you to do this, right? See how that's like something like you can rip something open? Good. Don't rip the back of your neck open. So in the back of your neck, you'll find 2 cords either side of your occiput, which is at the back of your head, right? You want to put your fingers in right there, right where your skull, your spine and your skull connect, and you want to put your fingers like this and take a big inhale. And then let your elbows come together forward and let your elbows float down towards your lap as your fingers come across the sides of your neck and down. We're going to do that again, maybe 3-4 times, or as much as you want. Inhale and exhale. I see someone's using more salve. I love it. All right. Now, from here, if you notice, your neck probably feels a little better. You probably feel a little more woo, right? Let's take that, let's rub the rest into our wrists here, and at the top of our wrists or at the top of our hands here. We're gonna put our hands together like so. And we're just gonna make a circle. If you hear a lot of clicking and clacking, don't be surprised. They're your wrists. You haven't done this in a while. They're like, yeah, we haven't done this since we were kids. Now let's reverse that. Probably more click clacking. That's a good thing. Now, shake that out again one last time. I'm gonna go here. Just gonna make a big circle. Imagine that you're drawing, not on the person beside you, but imagine there's a wall beside you and you're using the wall, your elbow, to write a circle on the wall. And then reverse that. If you're sitting at a computer all day and you do this, you'll be like, yeah, it's time for me to get up from the computer. No, you'll be like, I can do more time. So let's switch to the other side. I'm gonna tell you all what I think, and then the reality is we can't leave yet. So you're gonna do more. So circle forward, nice big circle, drawing with your elbow, and then reverse that. And now for the favorite one that releases all this that we've been working on, you're gonna take your hands, clasp them like this. You're gonna put your hands behind your neck. You're gonna squeeze your elbows in, preferably under your chin. And then open. If you're mugging yourself, stop. Just breathe and be nice to you. Don't do this. Be nice, be like, no. Relax, relax, be nice to you. So relax all this through here. And this, as you open back, press your elbows back away and pull your hands away. Let your hands come down. Let your arms float down. So we're back. That's part of all zoomed out, right? It's to get your head, your neck, your shoulders back in the game. Thank you.
I don't have my mic anymore, but I don't even think I need it. How does everyone feel?
Oh, no, we can hear you on the live stream.
Oh, I do need it. Okay.
What happened? It went quiet.
Okay, but can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, great. I'm good, Danny. I'm good.
It's not that long.
Can you hear me now?
Hey.
Oh, okay, great. All right, so how does everybody feel?
Good.
Yeah. So, like, we can do that all the time, and I came through to cannabis through CBD, and that was kind of like, okay, I can do this. This feeling feels good. This is not what everyone told me it was. This can really be great. So, like I said earlier, I wanted to do a panel about CBD, because it's one of the most important cannabinoids that is out there. THC does really great things, but CBD does fucking awesome things. And I feel like the world does not know what it can really do, and not the one you get at Walgreens for $10. That's not real. But like, yeah. So we put this panel together, and again, thank you, Laura, for the salves. But we put this panel together so that we could really get into it. I'm going to hand over the mic. Yes, I'm going to do it. But I'm going to hand.
We're on mic.
I'm like, oh, right. Okay. Damn.
We'll pretend.
No. I'm gonna. This is the comic relief anyway. I'm gonna hand over the mic to the doctor over here, and I'm gonna let her introduce herself, and we will get started. She's gonna moderate, and you guys can introduce yourselves right after she does that.
Awesome. So that was amazing, Lauren. Thank you. I needed that. I think we all needed that. So my name is Elena Stinson. I'm a board certified emergency medicine physician. I also have a CBD hair care line. That's a natural plant-based hair care products for damaged hair and just really to make sure you keep your hair healthy and your scalp healthy. So I am in a very stressful job, so that's very much needed. But I came to CBD mostly because I'm really into all the holistic stuff, acupuncture, anything you could think about, because my job is so stressful, and I see things in my body that couldn't be explained by my traditional medical training. So I just really started studying the cannabis space because I wanted to know what was going on with my patients. They were coming in with stuff and things like that. And it led me to CBD and all the amazing things that Mika had mentioned that CBD does for the body. So I ended up creating this hair care line and also really trying to educate other people about CBD. Not my patients, because technically I can't do that, but just friends and family and other people that I know. So I'm really excited to be on this panel with these amazing panelists to really talk about CBD and movement. And that's just some of the benefits of CBD. And I hope we can get to some additional while we're talking and have time. But I do want to open it up with the initial, well, actually, I want to introduce my panelists. We'll start there. First, we have Sherry Berman, and then we have Born B. Kim, who we've all been introduced to, and then Miss Leslie Peters. So we'll start with Sherry.
Hi, I'm Sherry Berman, and I am a cannabis educator. I just got my master's degree in medical cannabis from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy. It's a fairly new program, and that's what I did for 2 years during COVID, was I was on Zoom studying. But the reason I got into this space was because I'm a two-time cancer survivor. I was diagnosed the first time when I was 25, 3 days after I got back from my honeymoon. And then about 8.5 years later, I was diagnosed with a second cancer, most likely a result from the treatment I had for the first cancer, and have been in remission for a long time. But my first cancer was Hodgkin's lymphoma, and at the time, they just said to me, we're going to give you a ton of treatment, and we're going to hopefully be able to cure you. And they didn't realize that there's long-term effects. So I may be cured, but I have all these long-term effects from the treatment. So one of my big long-term effects is chronic pain in my neck. So this was great from the radiation that I had years ago. And I decided to get into some patient advocacy work. So I've been doing that for about, 10 or 15 years. And I got into the cannabis education space because I went and got my medical card, and my introduction was actually with CBD as well. And I wanted to help people learn more about how to use it therapeutically, because it's actually a little bit complicated. Everyone responds differently, and there's not a lot of support out there for people to really get the best benefit. And so that's been sort of my passion, is educating people on how to use it most therapeutically. And I have a consulting practice called Canna Healing Consulting. If anyone's interested, let me know afterwards. But I do one-on-one coaching and other education.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leslie Peters, and I'm a senior citizen. And, when you get up in age, you start developing issues. Mine was arthritis. Last year, I was diagnosed with arthritis, and my meniscus was torn. This is from walking a lot. So one of my good friends suggested I try the CBD salve, which had some herbs in it. And I applied that every night. And surprisingly, within like 2 months, I was walking back and forth, walking up and down the stairs. So it was tremendous how much it helped.
Awesome. So let's just jump right into it. So what are some of the most common movement issues that CBD can help with? And we've heard one already with arthritis. What are some other common movement?
I think CBD can help with any movement. There's two things that in body work they say. We're only as old as we move, and we're only as old as we feel like we are, right? Well, I feel really wonderful, but I can't move well, right? So we know that we have to move, right? So anytime, any kind of movement, CBD is going to help with, because what we're really talking about are senior citizens or people who are having issues around osteoarthritis and things like that. It's from a lack of movement. It's when we get to a point where we're sitting more than we're walking, or we're doing, like most of the society today is doing more sitting, right? So we're developing more back pain, we're developing more shoulder hunching, we're developing more stenosis and other things in our neck and our head that we never had before, because we're all like this all the time in our phone, or if we're not on our phone, we're in our computer. So, and then, you know, if you don't have that superior position. So anything, CBD, I think, can help with anything if it helps with movement. But I would also say this, as a body worker, we're doing two things. Sometimes we're trying to break up stuff, right? We want things to dissipate, so we want to turn it into particles. Other times we're trying to make things more solid, right? And so that's what my regular conversation is with people. Well, what's the mechanism? I don't know. Well, let's figure out what it is that you're doing, and let's remove it from whatever you're doing, so you don't have to come and see me anymore, because I'm trying to work myself out of a job, right? But so my answer is just about anything that has to do with movement, CBD can help. You just have to become more intelligent about how you use it, and then make sure that when you're using it, that you have a quality ingredient and the dosing. And the person with the degree talk about that. I'm really more on the holistic side.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say too, just to add just a little bit more scientifically, but not much, there's a lot about CBD that we don't know, and there's some that we do know, but one of the things is it can be very anti-inflammatory. And, inflammation often causes pain. And so, if you were to use it with, motion and some of the things that we're talking about, movement, it can help you potentially to move better and move more easily if you're not in as much pain. And especially like topically, if it's very targeted, but if you are feeling relief fairly quickly from the topical, then you can move better. The other thing is we also know that it has anti-anxiety type properties. And if it calms you, if it removes some of your stress, that's another way that you can potentially move more easily. When we're stressed, right? And I know for me with my neck, you tense up and then you make a movement and you hurt yourself. And so this is another way that it could be used very therapeutically with movement.
So I will attest to this. So I'm pretty active, running in the gym, always pulling muscles, knees are always hurting, kind of creeping up there in age now. So I tend to use CBD a lot on those types of injuries because, like you said, it's an anti-inflammatory. So when those muscles get inflamed and I'm limping into work, I typically will just like rub some CBD salve on it, and it really does help and improve my symptoms. So that's one reason why I use CBD. And I think movement for me is key, because when I'm not able to get around, I'm not functioning well, and I'm not happy, basically. So what are some other lesser known wellness uses of CBD?
Well, I mean, we talked a little bit about boosting mood, but there's also some potential for CBD to lower blood pressure, to potentially work on metabolic syndrome, like help with sugar, help with cholesterol. There's not a lot of studies, but there's reason to believe that it could be helpful for that as well. Also potentially cardiac improvement. Again, we're learning so much, but like I look at it and I tell people to think about it as a wellness supplement. So it's not necessarily like this quick fix all the time, but it's sort of like when you get up and you say, I'm going to take vitamin C or I'm going to take vitamin D, I'm going to take CBD, and there's so many targets in our body that CBD sort of addresses. And we're still finding out more and more. And so, like I said, we're not 100% sure of all the interactions and the way that it works, but, there's a lot of potential benefit, and it has a very safe profile. So benefit without, tremendous risk.
I need to add something else too. When I had tried Aspartame, Bengay, Tiger Balm, all of those topical analgesics to take the pain away, but it wasn't until I used my friend's CDBG, but it was there probably with herbs too, that it actually fixed the problem.
I would add that I think that when CBD is used in association with other herbs, it can also be very helpful. But I would add this just as a kind of little note, right? Like a little fun fact, right? Most people who die in America are on 4 prescription drugs when they die, right? A lot of those medications are statins for blood pressure. They're things for inflammation or for blood pressure, right? So if you can take something that can help you be less anxious, what does that do for your blood pressure? Right? What does that do for your anxiety? Everything drops, right? So now what you're regularly feeling as a challenging thing, it's gone because I don't have the thought anymore that I can't make it. So getting to the supermarket is no longer a challenge or the challenge that it was, because now I know that I can make it there and I know that I can make it home, and I'm not really worried about it. The reason why I mentioned the 4 prescription drugs that most people are on when they die is because one of the medications, sometimes the medication is for something they actually have, but often it's not for anything that the people have. Doctors are putting people on things because they're like, well, you're gonna have high blood pressure or you're marked for high blood pressure, so let us put you on this so that you'll be safe, so it won't become a problem. And then later on, if you have a really great doctor, they'll take you off that stuff. But often what happens is you end up taking a medicine for the medicine you're taking because the medicine is giving you a side effect. Well, if you can use CBD and have no side effect and you don't need a second medication, why not go with less? Because often less is more, right? So I think that as we explore CBD more and we're finding out like different CBDA, CBDB, CBD, as you find out about these different things and what they're really good for, if you're really working with someone who's holistic and is going to help you with movement and is going to push you or point you the direction you need to go, and you're dealing with someone who has a really good understanding of the science, you can kind of create with a medical doctor as well, because you shouldn't just totally say, oh, I'm not dealing with any medical science, right? You want the science and we want the holistic health. And then you make up your health about how, you make up your mind about how you want to do that. And that, I think, is the best of 2 worlds, right?
Awesome. So as we learn more about the endocannabinoid system, we're learning that there's receptors pretty much all over the body. And we're learning about different strains of the cannabis, different strains that are affected or reacting with these receptors. So it's really important to kind of, one, talk to your doctor to really understand the physiology of what's going on in your body, to see if actual medication is actually needed versus if there's other options for you. Right. But in saying that, if CBD is a route for you, we need to really think about and get educated around the dosages and how these medications should be taken and at what dosage and some of the interactions that we do know about. Could you provide a little bit more information on how we need to think about the dosing of these products?
Yeah, so everyone wants to know, how much do I need to take? And, it's what I would say is it's not like a standard pharmaceutical where, there's a prescription to take 2 extra strength Tylenol or 2 Advil. Everyone has a different body, and everyone has different things going on in their body. And so it's not a one size fits all. So how do you figure out dosing then? Well, the best way to dose is to what we call titrate. So it's to start low, go slow. But what does that really mean? Well, starting low would be, for example, with CBD, starting with like 5 milligrams and doing it once or twice a day. And then doing it for several days, see how your body feels. If you're not really noticing a difference, now titrate up to 10 milligrams. And what you do is you titrate slowly until you start to find sort of that sweet spot. And, a comment was made before about less is more. What we want to be able to do is find that perfect sweet spot and not go over it. Right. Because sometimes when we go over it, it actually does the opposite. And also, we just want to be thoughtful about financially. If you only need 50 milligrams, you don't want to be taking 100 a day because you're just going to, constantly having to buy more product. So it's really trying to find that optimal dose for you. The other thing is a lot of times people will try CBD and they'll try it once and they'll say, I didn't feel anything. And what I say to people is it's not what you feel, it's what you don't feel. And what that's all about is really setting expectations of what you're really looking for and understanding that CBD requires a methodical approach. So it's not like just taking it and saying like, oh, I still have the pain, it didn't work. It's taking it 2 times, sometimes 3 times a day, every single day for at least a month. And some people will start to really see differences in a month. Some people it will take 3 months. And knowing that sort of changes your whole perspective on it. Because I think people, like I said, they take it and like, I didn't feel any difference. And so that's why it's really important to stick with it. And then the other thing too is that cannabis and CBD is fat soluble. So, the majority of our body is made up of water. So we don't absorb it very well. So even though if you were to take a tincture and it's in an oil, what we really want to do is make sure we have some kind of fat that we're taking it with or we've just eaten. Because if you take it on an empty stomach, it's not going to really absorb very well. And if you take it with a fat, like sometimes I'll say take it with some peanut butter or yogurt or after a fatty meal, you're going to get a lot more absorbing into your body. And so, again, you won't need as much if it's absorbing better in your body. So that's a little bit about dosing and
So have you found that CBD works a lot better with the company lab THC as far as like absorption or stimulating all the CBD1 and CBD2?
So it is true that that CBD works better when it's combined with THC. If you look at the studies, you'll get better results, but it doesn't need to be a lot of THC. But it helps. It's part of the entourage effect, meaning the compounds work better together than they work isolated. So, for example, when you think about CBD products, which I think we're going to talk about a little bit later, but it's good to have a full spectrum product, one that has the most other sort of cannabinoids and chemical compounds as part of that product versus an isolated molecule of just CBD, because it will work better. So, sometimes, there are products that are either like 1 part CBD, 1 part THC, or maybe it's, 10 parts CBD with 1 part THC. A lot of times people like to start with CBD because it's non-impairing. And, if you add a little bit of THC, it's going to make it all work better together. And I think for a lot of people, especially during the day, the ultimate goal is not to be impaired. but to get relief. So you're right, it does work better together. But a good way to start, I always tell people, start simple. Start with maybe just CBD. And then as you're progressing, if you feel like you're not getting as much benefit, or you're feeling like you need just so much CBD, you can add some THC in a small amount to make it work a little bit better. The other thing I wanted to mention is there is now, we're starting to see more CBDA products on the market. And what CBDA is just the raw form of CBD. So like if you were to take a hemp plant and you sort of pick a bud off of it, that is CBDA. And it's, doesn't turn into CBD until it's heated. And the raw form in animal studies, preclinical studies, have shown a lot of promise for it being actually more potent than just CBD. And the reason why is because it's actually more absorbable in the body. For some reason, the body just does a better job of absorbing it, so people tend to need less. And so that's just another tool in the toolbox, is whether it's combined with CBD or people aren't getting enough benefit with CBD, they can kind of try CBDA alone and see if they get more benefit, or combine it. So there's a lot of ways to kind of get effectiveness, but in truthfulness, there's some trial and error. So it's not always like a straight, approach. It's more like, let's try this, titrate, see where we are. And then if you're not getting the relief, now there's other things that you can potentially add, whether it's THC or whether it's CBDA.
So speaking of trial and error, Leslie, can you tell us your journey and like your trial and error journey on how you got to the right dosing to help with your chronic pain?
I just started out with putting some on my knee at night. That's when, because I couldn't sleep. It was really, really painful. So I would just put some on my knee every night, and eventually it solved the problem. Matter of fact, I didn't even know how it had worked, because, like I said, I would go up and down the stairs, and I was holding on to the stairs when I would go down the stairs in the morning. And one day I noticed I was just running down the stairs. So yeah, it worked. I'd say maybe in about 2 months, there was a significant difference, yeah.
So I just want to say one thing about the topical too, because when I was talking about dosing, I was talking probably more about other delivery methods, like a tincture or an edible, which we can talk about a little bit later. But in terms, just when you're looking for a topical product though, you should look to see, because more CBD in a topical is typically better. And sometimes, like if you're in a CVS or something, you'll see it, and if you actually look, it's a very small amount of CBD, where there's other products, like I know Healing Rose, where we just used, has a much higher concentration of cannabinoids in it. But with topical, it's not systemic. It does not get into your bloodstream. So you really can use as much as you want, and use it as often as you want until you get that relief, without sort of thinking, I'm taking too much.
Right. And that's where I started with my experimentation, was using CBD in yoga classes, or using CBD with, people like what I just did with you all, right? How can we use CBD and then use motion, combine it with motion? Because a lot of what's happening for inflammation and anxiety is because we're not moving, right? So if we use a little bit of CBD and we start doing some movement, sometimes the movement and CBD combination works. And then I found, yoga and CBD go wonderful together. So I said, let me just add some singing bowls. So I added singing bowls to it, and then it just created this whole kind of transformative experience where you have the CBD, you got that, it's topically on, it's doing its work. You're doing some movement, and then after you did the movement, which got everything kind of moving and got you in a different headspace, now you get to lay down and just absorb sound. And so the sound, in a holistic way, is moving this energetically through your body, right? And the more relaxed you get in that, the more the CBD, the endocannabinoids, now are actually doing more work, because you've actually released to allow them to be absorbed more. So it's both a process of starting to make something more regular, something more consistent. The movement's consistent, the CBD is consistent, the therapy is consistent. And what I often tell people with body work is we're all trying to find, or we should be all trying to find the perfect combination of things for our nervous system. So my hairstylist, my nail person, my whoever it is, right? All these people combine to make your nervous system go, ah. So what lets your nervous system go, ah, is question, right? And so if you can find things with CBD that you can combine with CBD, just movement and sound or other things, they work as well. And then when you add THC or 1-to-1 or something like that, it just enhances that.
So CBD transdermal patches are available on the market now. Can you talk a little bit about the differences between topical application and transdermal?
I mean, the transdermal will go deeper in and will get into your bloodstream, whereas the topical won't. So the topical is really the 2 layers of your skin, and you do have pain receptors in your skin, and so that's why it can be helpful. You know, I think Leslie's story is an excellent story, and I have, you know, my father just turned 93 2 days ago, and he actually started using it on his knee, and he was very, you know, much worried about the stigma and all that stuff, and he put it on his knee the first time and felt tremendous relief. And there's other people that I know with similar, like arthritis, where it can be really helpful, but it doesn't always work everywhere. Right. I think in your fingers, like my mother-in-law has really bad arthritis in her hands, and so she'll use the topical and it works great. I would say, you know, the knee, sometimes the shoulder, like places where there's not a lot of sort of layers to get through. If you have like real deep-seated internal pain, a topical is not really gonna be that helpful. Like for my neck, it's a crapshoot sometimes, you know, and I think it depends what other things are in that salve. So
I have fibromyalgia, and what I find useful with a lot of salves, especially CBD topicals or topicals that are made of other milder herbs, is adding heat with them. So adding a hot pack on your neck, especially a moist hot pack, would really, really help. And mainly most of my fibers in my neck and in my upper shoulders. So that's where I'm constantly having heat.
yeah, that's a good point. And another thing too that's real, like I know works for me, is taking a bath before bed. And you know, they sell CBD bath bombs and they're awesome. I don't know how good they are for your plumbing, but you know, you throw it in your tub and it's just so relaxing. And I think it's the combination of the heat.
Healing Rose, the company that you guys got,
Yeah.
that's my sister's company, and she makes 3 bath salts, and they're lovely. There's a lavender that just like smells like a room. It's just perfect.
They have, I've used their bath salts, really, really nice. And I think too, what I like about Healing Rose, and there's others where there's these fragrances that, you know, are calming. So it could be lemon or lavender or things that give us sort of this calming effect in addition to everything else.
So I am a advocate and really love CBD massages. Like I live by them. So in saying that, Born, can you talk a little bit more about how you are able to create a program for people who have pain and limited mobility to really address their issues and really get to the root cause of what's causing all the pain?
Well, a lot of people before yoga, before anything, before they're doing anything, they're like, oh, I need to have a little dab or a little toke, something, right? Before they go in to do this thing, because they want to get their head right to breathe, or they want to get their head right to relax. So, okay. So I started first doing 420 Fridays, where people, if they wanted to pregame before they came to a massage, they could smoke, they come in, they get their work, and they go. That worked a lot. And then I was like, oh, well, this is wonderful for people who smoke, but I have to make sure I do it on a day where it's just smokers, because, you know, it's a different vibe. But we worked on that. And then I was working with elders in the community. And so part of what I found was there's a stigma, like you said with your father, where like, I'm not smoking marijuana. I don't mess around with those funny cigarettes. I don't do that. That's, you know. And so having other ways to find, you know, access to that, whether they're steaming it or whether they're finding some other way to get the THC in. What I found was the clients were listening to my suggestion because it's like, well, what can I do to get rid of this pain? Well, outside of seeing me, you can go and get some CBD. You want to look at a full spectrum, and I'm basically saying the stuff that you all are talking about, right? And they're like, you want to rub it on. How much? Well, you know, you just want to put on a small amount and, you know, just kind of titrate. And as they started to do that, they were like, oh, hey. And I would notice because when I would be working on them, they just jump off the table. I'm like, how did you jump up? Because they're walking in like this, and they're, hi, I'll see you next week. When should I come back? So I was like, oh, so this is, you know, so part of it was just observing the clients and seeing that there was a shift. The other thing is that I'm also, I'm an energy worker. So as a Reiki master, I can feel energy as it's moving in the body, right? And so I could touch something and feel like, oh, well, if I put CBD on this ankle and I put something on this ankle, but it's not CBD, this ankle right here, when I got back to it, there was a lot more to work with, right? As opposed to this ankle, I was like, you might have to come back for another session. I don't know what's wrong with this. So I was seeing how it was working in session. And so people were also noticing how it was working in session. And they're like, well, we can do this again all the time. It doesn't matter because it's safe. You're in control of it. You're controlling it. You're talking to someone about it. And I think one of the things that I find in urban areas is we need more of that. And also with elders, we need so much more of it because elders are the, you know, one of my friends says, more well-seasoned citizens. The more well-seasoned citizens who have been here for a little bit longer have more seasoning. So they needed, like, how do we deal with the seasoning, right? So it's like, oh, this is what we do. So it was just a process. It was kind of like a natural process. And that's what I'm looking for now. And so these are wonderful events to be at because elders can come, more seasoned citizens can come, everyone comes. And as we get more educated, there'll be more places where we can actually get a quality product in the hood, right? We can get quality products that aren't going to break our pockets that we can use and we can feel like it's safe. I know what to do. I've got someone to call. I've got someone that I can see. I have other friends that are using CBD. So there's a lot of potential for kind of like cross-pollination. And so that's how it was really born.
Nice. So you mentioned stigma. So in certain communities, you know, the plant carries a really bad stigma just from the historical reasons and just with our seasoned population as well. They just have this thought that any part of the plant is just going to make them crazy or hallucinate and they don't want to touch it. And you'd mentioned your dad didn't want to smoke. So how do you guys address the stigma when you talk to people, especially with your clients or your friends or people you're trying to educate?
You know, so it's interesting, like I feel like CBD, because it's everywhere, has less stigma about it. And it's interesting because I think older people, they don't consider it cannabis, right? But CBD is part of the cannabis plant. But I think because it's in drugstores or gas stations, even if it's bad quality, it's like more acceptable. So I think for a lot of people, starting with CBD is often helps break some of that stigma down. And I know, like, I've worked with people who 100% were so worried. And even with the CBD cream, it's like, oh, I don't know if I want to try that marijuana cream. But then, especially with the topical, is always a great way to start because it's so like benign. You know, it's not much of anything, and you squirt it, and all that stigma kind of has disappeared, and you put it on, and all of a sudden you have relief. And then you're more open to investigating other things. And I think I've definitely heard a lot of people, especially older people, who will say, I don't want to get high. I don't want to use THC because they equate THC with getting high. And I really try to explain that there are ways to use the THC very therapeutically without getting high. But I think it takes something like a topical CBD product or whatever to kind of open their mind. So it's a very, very slow kind of, you know, process of just exploring and feeling more comfortable.
Earlier you said something about how CBD, we can kind of look at it as a multivitamin. Is there something that, like, there would be too much CBD where it doesn't work? you know, that just like your body, your tolerance level for CBD is maybe too high, and now it's like, is it even giving relief?
So right now, there's not really evidence that you develop a tolerance to CBD. You can develop a tolerance to THC, where you need, you know, more to get the same effect. Not so much with CBD, but it is important to understand, if you think of like a bell curve, you know, they're right in the middle, that's sort of that optimal dose. And leading up to it, you get additional improvement in your symptoms. And then once you go down the other side of the curve, you can actually get either less relief or exacerbation of problems that you had. So that's why this whole titration thing is important. I would say for the most part, people don't take enough CBD. I mean, if you look at some of the studies that have happened, they're usually with really high levels of CBD, you know, like 500, 1,000 milligrams a day. You know, people are not taking that level. So I would say people are probably underdosing at this point. Like I said, I don't think taking more necessarily is going to be a problem, other than financially. It could be a burden. And, you know, you do have to watch out with some drug interactions. So, I mean, the biggest one is if people are on a blood thinner, CBD, you really need to talk to a doctor because it can interact with your blood thinner. It's sort of like, I don't know if you've ever taken a medication where they say don't drink grapefruit juice. It's a similar interaction where it's competing for enzymes. And so the drug that you're taking either isn't breaking down enough or is breaking down too much. And so the dosage that you're supposed to be taking is now not correct.
Is it all the grapefruit drugs, or do they not know that?
It's pretty much the grapefruit drugs. But that said, what we don't really know is at what level it really does create the interaction. And most likely it's at a much higher level of CBD than lower levels of CBD. But it's something to think about. And like I'm on a statin, and a statin is one of those things that there is an interaction. But the level of CBD that I take, it's never affected my statin. So it's cholesterol.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I had a minor question. I know that, so you spent a lot of time here talking about topicals, muscle impact. I was wondering if any of you had any commentary regarding CBD in relation to like endocrine and even like hormonal impacts as well. Just because of the fact that like I've read before that like it can like cause you with like some endocrine disorders, so for people who have like incredibly high estrogen, right? And that was like something I was just curious if you guys had any commentary regarding that.
I mean, I just don't think we have the answer on that right now. You know, I think for people who have, you know, I think about it in terms of like symptom management for the most part. Someday we might know the answer to that. I just don't know. I mean, there's actually some evidence, again, like preclinical, like in a lab of it potentially for breast cancer, you know, slowing down the tumor, but this is all in a test tube. So, you know, hopefully someday we'll move towards learning more, but right now I don't have an answer on that really.
I would answer that question by saying it gets back to that combination of people that are good for your nervous system, right? So, you know, if I go to the doctor and get a baseline on what's happening with my endocrine system, right? And then I go and see someone who's a herbologist about my digestion and how things are moving through my body. And then I go and see someone that deals with energy or deals with body and can tell me, oh, well, there's a lot of tension here and we can release some of these things so that what's happening in your endocrine system, like I have a guy coming to see me tomorrow where he has something that's skeletal. I don't deal with bones, but I'm assuming if I can help him, then I'm going to release muscles that are pushing the bone a certain way, right? And if I can, I'm going to tell him, oh, well, you need to go and see a chiropractor or you need to go and see this person because I can't help you because it's not muscular. But what I find with the body is almost everything that has to do with touch soothes the body. And so if we just think about COVID, right? And we just think about the time that we're in right now, when was the last time you touched somebody? When was the last time somebody touched you? And I'm not talking about sexual, I'm just talking about a hug. All the regular things that were regularly part of our regular getting along, we need touch. So when we're without touch, a lot of things start to go a different way in our health, right? And indeed, when you used to go and see a doctor, that was the first thing they would do. They were touching you. They would check your joint, check your. So touch is important. So I would say that is also very important for internal systems, right? And also when it's internal, can have a lot to do with our diet.
Yeah.
So it's looking at a combination of things as opposed to this thing is a cure-all or that thing is a cure-all, because we need the combination of things to make the medicine work best.
I would say that with the endocrine system, it's a pretty complex system. Like one hormone imbalance leads to the next, it leads to the next. But what we do know is that food, like you mentioned, is a lot of our foods are endocrine disruptors or have chemicals in them that are endocrine disruptors. And also a lot of the products that we use on our hair, especially with African-American hair, have chemicals and ingredients that can be endocrine disruptors. So it's a pretty complex question, because depending on the hormone issue, depending on what part of the endocrine system it's disrupting, could be related to some of the things that we're putting in and on our body. So to say whether or not CBD helps will depend on what the issue is. And we're still learning about that in our endocannabinoid system, and we're finding receptors all the time. So I don't think we've done enough studies really to answer that question, and it would be dependent on what your actual issue is. And the other thing is, women, stress really does also disrupt a lot of our hormonal, what we call our endocrine system as well. So I mean, there's a lot of different factors that can disrupt and cause your hormone imbalance. So one, first addressing that, and then two, understanding what's causing it, and then seeing if CBD can be a symptomatic relief of what those issues are would be my recommendation.
Hi, I'm originally from India, so I know turmeric is considered a very good anti-inflammatory.
Right.
So maybe you can expound on turmeric and garlic and ginger and the natural spices and natural additives for food that we can utilize with CBD.
Right.
Has any studies been done on how they can work together?
So I don't know that studies have really been done in that area, but it's kind of like using sort of the knowledge that you have, and like, why not combine turmeric with CBD and other things? I mean, back to what we were talking about with diet's really important, and there's certain foods like hemp seed oil or hemp seeds or flaxseed or chia seed, they all sort of boost our endocannabinoid system.
One of the things is Dr. Shulak on his website, healer.com, has a list of endocannabinoid foods that contain endocannabinoids, like chocolate and dark coffee. There's about 35 different foods on that list and how to actually eat them every day.
Right.
So you can go to healer.com and get the food list. There is a food list that appears.
Yeah, I mean, and like, I put turmeric in my smoothies because, and then I put flaxseed in my smoothie, and I'm putting different things in, and I don't know for sure, but it makes me, I mean, maybe part of it is, it makes me feel good. I know that it's healthy. It can't really hurt. It can only potentially benefit, so.
Thank you. Just to your question before, I get advertised a lot about this company called School Nation on Instagram. They said one of the things that lowers your testosterone is actually in cannabis, so I did a little research on that. It's actually CBD itself, specifically, was quite the opposite. And obviously that's probably different from everyone.
Does anyone on the panel want to expound?
It's kind of like, what is that, from soy? It's for a long time always believed that would increase like estrogen levels, where it actually does the opposite. Right. It fills the receptor and inhibits the estrogen production.
I mean, it's very complicated. That's part of the thing. And there's so many different sort of compounds. And even like in a topical? Is it the CBD or is it the specific combination? And which piece of it is most helpful? Like it's really hard to kind of figure that out. And I think CBD in general has just not been studied in the same way as THC has been studied. THC has been studied for a really long time. And also its mechanism of action is very different. So it's just, we have anecdotal kind of stories, and we have, well, because scientifically this does that, maybe it does this, but it's really hard at this point, to know.
Plus, when you get to talking about soy or other food products, what you're really talking about is the same thing we're talking about when we're talking about topicals. What's the quality of the soy? How was it processed? How did it get to you? Where did it start? And from here to here, when it gets to you, what's the process, right? And so there's a lot of B vitamins in tofu and soybeans, right? B12, B2, B11, all these B6, right? Which are all things that we lack in America, but are huge in Asia because they're part of their regular diet, because they're eating a lot of soy, right? They eat mabu tofu, which is tofu. They eat tofu in different ways. They eat fermented soybeans, right? There's a lot of different things that they're doing that are helping their body to digest and also absorb. So,
Well, you have to be careful that women with estrogen receptors, they're not.
well, no, this is the reason why I'm having this conversation, because for certain people it's poison. For other people, they can take it and they'll have a great time,
Then they
right?
say, no, soy is bad.
So it's case by case. And what I would say is you have to find out what works for you. So it's definitely case by case. You might find that your friend's taking 5 milligrams of this and 5 milligrams of that 1-to-1, and they're perfect. That's not going to work for you. I had a woman tell me the other day, look, I smoked weed the whole time I was a kid. This topical ain't going to do. And I was just in yoga class. It's just like, just take a dab, put it on your piece. This isn't going to work. Okay. We'll come around and we'll give you some more. Yeah, because I'm going to need it. She was knocked out. She was knocked out. I don't know if it was I think it was the combination of the movement and the singing bowl. She was gone. But you have to find, again, that's why I said what I said. We really do have to find what's best for our nervous system. And what works for the next person might not work for you. We have a lot of different dietary concerns, a lot of different kind of things we've been exposed to. And they all come to play in different ways.
I think you had a question, right?
Probably not related, but one question I have is for people that are kind of new to shopping for CBD, is there anything that you should look out for that possibly maybe should not be on the container or should not be on the product that you're getting? And then the other part of my question is, with CBD having so many great effects, do you feel like there could be a chance that they're getting watered down? Where it's CBD can do this, CBD can do that, CBD can do this. It's so what can it actually do? It's kind of like a hot sauce, where it's like you put it on everything.
Well, I don't know that it can do everything.
Put it on everything.
I think the marketing is all about that it can do everything.
Yeah.
I think to stick to anti-inflammatory pain, to stick to anti-anxiety, probably it's neuroprotective as well. And there's been some research about using it after someone gets a concussion, things like that. But I don't think it can do everything. And I think part of it is because we don't totally understand the mechanism. And so, well, it might have the potential for this or that or the other thing. But it's interesting. So my own personal story, I started to use some tinctures, and the reason I was using it was because of my neck. And I wasn't really, to be honest, getting any relief with my neck pain. But all of a sudden one day I noticed I was really much more balanced. Because I could sort of, get really worked up really quickly. And I was just not getting worked up. And I wasn't getting really irritable. And all of a sudden, I got a different benefit that I had actually originally started using it for. So that's why I say there's some trial and error, and you don't really know, and that's why you have to kind of try. I didn't expect it. It's not why I took it. But now it's very beneficial to me because I find that because I'm a regular, I use it methodically with other things, but like, I find that when I don't, I'm much more irritable. So, to answer your question about the products, it is very important to find a high quality CBD product. You got to understand too, the hemp plant is what they call a bioaccumulator. And what it means is it sucks up all the sort of things from the earth. And that means pesticides, heavy metals. It actually can be used, for farming to kind of help with that. And so you need to make sure that your product is well tested and that is extracted. And so it's really important to make sure that the product has what they call a COA, which is a certificate of analysis, and that it's listed per batch. It's not just like a one thing that you can look at that means it's been third-party tested. And I have some brands that I think are really good because I understand where the hemp is grown. I understand how it's extracted because that's a whole nother thing. Like, what's the process of extraction? You got to think about it. It's a plant. So it might be sunny in one place and not sunny in another place, or the soil may be different. And so it's really important to make sure that you're getting a high quality product. Now, if you get CBD in a dispensary in Massachusetts, that all has to be tested. But if you buy it online, I would not ever recommend buying in a gas station or buying it in a drugstore. There's so many other good products and companies out there that you can buy it online, affordable. You get it in 2 or 3 days. But it's important to to do your work and your research and make sure it's good.
And I think that's what's watering down the CBD market right now is everyone's marketing as it'll fix everything. Yeah. But I think, like we've mentioned already, it's the symptoms, the anti-inflammatory, it's an antioxidant, it has lots of vitamins in it, and just understanding the plant in and of itself is helpful. And I think one thing that we kind of alluded to is a lot of diseases in our body are due to stress, inflammation, and just over time you start to get cholesterol buildup and blood pressure as a result. So again, just addressing those issues like at the root with the inflammation and the stress and the relaxation indirectly helps you. And I think that's why people like to say it fixes everything. So I think once you're at a point where the disease is chronic, I don't think there's any research that a CBD is going to reverse your really bad coronary artery disease or anything like that. So I think building up and addressing those root causes up front to kind of keep that inflammation down, your cortisol levels down, because that cortisol level is what's going to really destroy your body, honestly. Addressing that and then understanding that CBD in and of, like, as we know it now, it's probably just going to be addressing a lot of the symptoms and not necessarily healing or solving a problem. So my experience with CBD, I actually take tinctures every day. I had really bad issues with eczema. I used to do the salve on my eczema spots and nothing was helping. The doctors, and I'm a doctor, I would go to doctors and they weren't able to give me anything that would fix it. So I understood the healing properties of CBD. Eczema is an inflammatory skin disease. So I was like, why not? So I had to find a salve that had good quality CBD in it. And then within a week, my eczema had gone away and I couldn't get rid of it for a year. And then I started taking tinctures. But what you have to also understand is when you're researching these products, like she mentioned, there's a certificate of analysis on every product. And if they don't have it, you don't want to buy it, okay? Because you can look at that certificate of analysis and see all the things, like what's in it, what percentage. And if it's a good one, they'll tell you where it's grown, who's manufacturing it, and you can do a little bit of your own research to determine if that's a quality CBD product or not.
And those things are important too, like even when you're thinking about like herbology, right? How much rain do we have in, this part of China? How much sun did we get in this part of California? So when you're thinking about getting the herbs, just regular herbs, right? That plays into what herb we're gonna reach for. Like I know if I get herbs that grow in my garden over the winter and they're there through the frost and they pop up through the frost, that's powerful. They're from last year, right? Now I can use that for something that's really gonna be heavy, nagging, deep, like you might use a patch, right? but I know I've got new nettle that just came up this year. It's going to be weaker, it's going to be lighter, but I know what that is. And so when I'm reaching for that nettle, I'm reaching for that nettle because I know that this person doesn't need, potentially they may not need that. But I know that I have this other one, but I don't want to start so high. I want to start low on the totem pole and put some other things there so that that might be enough. And so I think it's the same thing.
Has any, some situations of genetic predispositions, especially mental health and physical health, so have there been any studies studying all, right now I know still the new embryonic stages, but have you studies with genetics, looking at the lineage of mother, daughter, son, father, or mother, son, or even grandparents, and has any evidence out there at all, any studies we've done or not? Anybody can answer.
So, I mean, not really, I don't think on genetics per se, but, there have been studies done in mental health. So like, if you look at like schizophrenia, for example, there's definitely, there's like this genetic component to it. And to be honest with you, for most of these health issues, CBD is typically sort of the go-to because THC. Well, I mean, when I say, you can use it in concert with the other drugs as well. But what I'm saying is, like THC at higher levels can actually make things worse. They can, yes, they can make anxiety worse. They can make schizophrenia worse. And CBD doesn't seem to have that effect. And like I said, it's, relatively safe, especially at high amounts. And so that's usually the go-to if you're going to use cannabis with mental health disorders. It's usually high CBD, if not all CBD.
Another fun fact, eczema and arthritis are the same thing. Eczema is the most external form of it, and arthritis is the most internal form of it. They're the same thing. So that whatever's calming you down is what works. So if you find something that calms you down, you find something that works for you, stick with it. A lot of my stuff with patients it's a lot of stuff from, generations and generations. But I have a client who grew up in Puerto Rico, and she grew up down the street from a farm. Actually, all around her house and out in the countryside in Puerto Rico was all farms. She has a lot of heavy metal in her body. The heavy metal ended up being a whole bunch of different diagnoses where she needed a whole bunch of different drugs, and she was bleeding for months on end. Started working with her. We started to do some herbs. We started to do some nuts. She uses CBD as part of her topical, but the herbs and the body work in THC CBD combination, all the stuff, it's gone now. And she's like, no one can tell me anything. I'm going to get a massage. I'm not seeing anyone. I'm like, well, but still see your doctor, still check in, because things can change at any moment. You can drink orange juice your whole life. Hit 60, you drink orange juice, your ears start to get red. Face starts to get red. People don't realize that's anaphylactic shock. They just think, oh, I'm just turning red. Like, yo,
That happened to me at 28 born. So I don't think you get 60 and your ears turn green.
Well, no, you don't have to wait 60 years. But my point is that sometimes our bodies have a resistance for things, and then the resistance stops. And when the resistance stops, we have to be wise enough to go, my ear's getting red and my throat, because your throat may not close automatically. Your eyes may not water automatically, but you got some. And so I'm going to just say, again, it's case by case. It's always case by case.
And a lot of that too is also our gut health, inflammation of our digestive system and things that we've been putting into our body. So we have to be very mindful of that as well. So I'm going to close out with one last question, because I think we're all kind of convinced that we need to use CBD at some point, or think about incorporating into our supplements or our diet or whatever. But to the panelists, if you feel comfortable, where do you recommend people finding trusted CBD products or medicines?
Well, like I said, I mean, if it's a dispensary, I would say that it's a trusted product. There's some brands out there that, and they're tested because they have to be in Massachusetts. I mean, Healing Rose is one. There's Howells is another tincture that seems to be Howells Healing Rose. Healing Rose has tinctures as well as topicals and bath salts.
And they have dabbables.
Yeah, there's
Dabbable.
dabbables. There's so I mean and then there's some online companies like someone mentioned Healer CBD. That's one of the products that I use. But I think the ones that are in the dispensaries in Massachusetts, like I said, are well tested. And then, like I said, there's a website called Project CBD, which is an excellent resource. And they also have like what they call a marketplace, and they have reputable brands that that they stand behind that are well tested as well. It's called projectcbd.com.
I for a long time got my CBD products from Mika because she makes a wonderful salve that I use with a lot of my clients, and it was so good that when I started using it to do body work, it just started. Oh, did you have more of that? I was like, look, you're gonna have to get your own can. So I literally was like, all right, well, you're gonna have to buy that, and you need one, and so what I tell people is they would buy a can, and I just leave the can. I put their name on it, and when they come, that's the can I use for them. And I tell Mika I need more. So like right now, I need more for Mika. She's like, yeah, I'm having a baby, weight born. I'm like, all right, you're having a baby. I guess I'll wait. But she's where I get my stuff. And then I've also made some stuff because I was like, well, I know how to put herbs together, right? And I also do body work. And so energetically, just that combination. But I tell people the same thing that you've heard here. Dispensary, a trusted source. Find yourself someone who knows their herbs. Find an herbologist. Find someone who knows their work and look for continued quality. Look for those quality checks all the time because it's where your health is coming from. All right, and compare sources because if you can find a really good, what are they called? What is it when it's full spectrum? If you can find a full spectrum oil or something like that, a full spectrum CBD, you can't go wrong because it might not fix the thing that you're getting it for, but if you just pay attention, it's fixing something because the endocannabinoid system in our body is like it's everywhere. So it's going to work on something. You just might not recognize where it worked, but it's like, oh, I just ran for the bus. I never run. I can run for the bus, so it's just things happen.
Mika's where I got my product from as well. See?
And
then not only, she's also an herbalist.
Yeah.
So there's other products that I.
And I'm going to shamelessly plug my CBD hair products for your hair and scalp needs. Safo Hair, full spectrum, dermatology tested. So if for people who have scalp issues, a lot of people were having like itching and stuff after they got COVID. I would recommend checking that out too. Safo Hair, SAFO. It definitely has herbal ingredients and CBD. What we're also finding is that there's endocannabinoid receptors on the scalp, and they're doing research now around CBD being an ingredient to help with hair growth. So yeah.
Would any of your stuff include, like, say, a Gaga shampoo?
I do have a shampoo, but it's not out yet, but it's coming. It'll help, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's been
Like
proven
that.
yet. But thank you guys, and I'm going to turn it over to Mika. This was really a great panel, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I just want to say thanks again to the panel for coming out today. I really, really enjoyed the moment of calm. I was so calm, I was ready to take a nap. But I was listening. But thank you all again for coming in. One of the things I want to say that I learned when I was doing my herbal study, in my herbal study, my mentor taught us that we have to try it right? If we're going to be practitioners that make medicine for the people, we can't go around making medicine and we don't know how it works, right? So we were our own little practice test dummies, right? I guess you would call it. And so I had to kind of like journal what would happen every day as I used, let's say, like earlier we talked about lemon balm in the earlier workshop. So I had to kind of like track how I was feeling in my body every day when I used my lemon balm tincture. And that really helped center me because I began to really focus in on like my skin or how my hair felt. You know, I was thinking about how my whole body felt while I was on this particular medicine. And so it lends back to what you were saying about triton,
Titrating?
titrating.
But also journaling, because I didn't mention that, and that's a really
Yes.
big thing, is keeping track of like exactly what you're taking, when you're taking it, how you feel, so that you can adjust, you know, when it's maybe not working correctly. You
Right.
can go back and say, oh, well, I didn't eat,
Right.
or I was really, you know, stressed that day, or
Right.
whatever.
Right. So, and it goes back to what Born is saying. It's like everybody's body is going to experience CBD totally different. Everyone's body. Um, we're all unique, and all of our endocannabinoid systems are unique, which is why the terpenes. Oh, I'm gonna do one on terpenes next year.
Yeah.
But the terpenes are so important. So it's not just the cannabinoid profile of what you're receiving, it's a terpene profile, right? It's also the quality of the ingredients that the extraction is done in. So you want to, yeah, you want to learn about, you know, the different types of oils that are used, what process was used, right? How did they get the cannabis into the oil? How did it happen? But literally, those are the things that you need to be asking. Those are the things that you should be looking for. And just, you know, when Miss Leslie called me and she told me what was happening with her knee, I was like, how do you feel in your body? And then I called her 2 months later and I was like, how do you feel in your body? She's like, girl, I don't even need it no more.
Jumping off the tape.
I'm going down the stairs. I said, okay, Miss Leslie. So I, you know, I needed her here because that was like the first time I was like, wow, this stuff I'm doing in the kitchen works. You know,
Yes,
like
yes.
it's helping people, and that's the goal, right? So I just want to say thank you all for coming and sharing your stories, sharing your knowledge and your wisdom. And that is CBD and movement. Ah.
You have a card?
Yeah.
I'm really interested in Reiki. Reiki. Yeah.
Dun, dun. Mics are on, mics are active. Can you hear me? Nobody's ever accused your friend Ellen of being quiet. All right, so what we're going to talk about today is the life cycle of the cannabis plant from seed to harvest. My name is Ellen Brown. I'm the founder of Green Path Training. This is Mr. Michael Goodenough, and he is the founder of Sweet Heal, as well as one of the founders of Himalayan High. So Michael is a multi-state operator. He works in the cannabis space. He works in the hemp space. He's in Connecticut. He's in Massachusetts. He's all over the world. We'll have another slide where he's going to be able to talk a little bit more about himself and his company and give a really great overview of what he does here in the industry. And I'll be able to talk about myself a little bit more in the next slide just to give you an idea of what we've been doing as far as cultivation and our expertise as it relates to large. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So my name is Ellen Brown. So actually, if we can go back, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Our people in the back are helping us, so I'll every now and again say next slide, but not just yet. So I've been in the cannabis industry for well over a decade. This picture up top is my first grow, circa 2010. I'm not ashamed to show this picture because of how far I've come today. This is my first grow. You can tell it was my first grow because you can see that the oscillating fan is held together by a coat hanger and hope. That's all I had. And then if you look really closely, you can actually see me in that second picture. Can you find me? Right up in the center, right in the middle, looking for the trichomes, I'm right there. It's kind of like a fun Where's Waldo. Just to show you can start at your closet and then go from your closet to go to a much larger area in just a few years. And that is a cola that I grew that is the size of my face. So with that in mind, you're going to be growing these beautiful king colas. And I always like to tell people it starts off small and you're going to make mistakes and you're going to learn and you're going to make more mistakes and then you're going to learn some more. And that's what it's all about. Oh, absolutely. We got a whole bunch of great information for you. And with that in mind, I like to show these pictures because I can tell you 1,000 ways how not to make a light bulb, if you know what I mean, as far as it relates to cultivation. I have made mistakes and I've learned from those mistakes. So just because you make a mistake or maybe a crop doesn't go the way you initially anticipated, it's okay. That's what next season's for. That's what the next room is for. We learn, we grow. And with that in mind, Green Path Training is my company, and I am a responsible vendor trainer here in the state of Massachusetts, one of the first. And this week, I just became the first vendor trainer in the state of Vermont. So moving, grooving, thank you. Thanks, guys. I get to do what I love every day, just like so many of us, going from concept to accreditation here in the cannabis industry. And my business is OSD certified. I am a sole proprietor. It is veteran and woman owned. I am an Air Force veteran, so I want to say thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us here today. Mr. Michael Goodenough, you'll learn more on the next slide. He is also a Marine Corps veteran. So we have two veterans talking about cultivating cannabis together. Air Force and the Marines, what can't we do?
Nothing.
So with that in mind, I'm going to let Mr. Michael Goodenough tell you a bit about himself and his companies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ellen, for always getting us involved. So my name is Mike Goodenough. I am the CEO and CTO. Unfortunately, technology falls on my shoulders too, of DG AgTech. One of our brands is Sweet Heal. It's really well known. We are starting our very first dispensary in the state. That's Himalayan High. That's going to be located in Beckett, Massachusetts. We also have a 100,000 square foot grow facility out in Beckett. And so we started in 2015 working with UConn on the extraction process and growing. We waited until 2018, and the minute 2018 Farm Bill passed, we ended up jumping in full speed. We're the first hemp license in the state of Connecticut. We're the first extraction company in the state of Connecticut, and we are the first cosmetics company in the state. And we're branching out, obviously, into Mass and some of the other states in New England because of the wonderful opportunity and the difference in laws, quite frankly. So the THC side out in Connecticut is vastly different than what's happening in this state. And so part of it is following not only great leadership, but also the movement and making sure that the movement protects the people, protects the business, and protects the state itself, right? Or in this case, for Massachusetts. But we do large scale. So we have about 8,000 girls that are growing at any one given moment. We have outdoor fields. We help 47 different farmers in the state of Connecticut and over 22 here in Massachusetts. We help them to learn to grow. We help them to extract. We help them to then manufacture and make products so that they can get to a higher tier of revenue. In the state of Connecticut, we had 287 farmers when it all started, and we're down to 40 now. And so making sure, and actually all 40 of those farmers are with us. Making sure that you're spread across the diversity of what Ellen's going to teach you here, from soil all the way to oil, is imperative. You can't just do one component. You have got to know your vertical.
Absolutely. And Michael Goodenough is a hemp farmer. He's a cannabis farmer. And it's really great to have somebody here who works on such a large scale. So we're going to be able to talk with Mike about what he's doing, what we've seen in his build outs. And when I put together this presentation, I specifically went onto his Sweet Heel page and made sure to use pictures from his grow, so that way you can see how it started out with, pots and a dream, and now he's got these beautiful, beautiful girls that are all grown up. So if we could go to the next slide, pretty please. Oh, and our good friend, Mr. Michael Goodenough, was just featured in High Times magazine for all that he does for cannabis and veterans. So keep it growing, man. So you're gonna learn what to know before you grow. The importance of cultivation here in the state of Massachusetts. Remember, we're talking about large-scale cultivation. You would need a license for this, whether it was a hemp license or whether it was a tier 1 to tier 11 cultivation license. That's going to be very important. Whether it's 5,000 square feet or 100,000 square feet, it's going to be important to have yourself set up for success before you even get started. And that includes things like the importance of SOPs. Does anybody know what standard operating procedures are? Hey. And if you don't know, we're going to tell you more about it now. Standard operating procedures are what do you do and how do you do it. So making sure that no matter what employee is working that day, that there is cohesion for what happened the day before, and everyone is abreast to what's happening within the grow room and throughout the life cycle of the plants. Thinking about warranties and guarantees. I'm a warranty kind of gal. If I'm going to go and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars buying equipment, I want to know that your company is going to be there. I want to know that I have a 5 to 7 year warranty, and I want a discount. So those are questions you should not be afraid to ask. And how about you, Mr. Goodenough, when you go in, when you make purchases, do you have those conversations?
Always. There's a lot of Kool-Aid in all of these products. They say they can accomplish certain things, but we've moved into a society where we consume something tomorrow. We don't wait 3 to 5 years for that product to build itself and its proof in the industry. So there's a lot of Kool-Aid, and you got to know what's real and what's not real. We've spent $17,000 on a machine to test the potency of our plants, and it never worked from the day we brought it in until the day it exited. So there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of importance to making sure you have maintenance and service and people to communicate with after that purchase is made. Yep.
Absolutely. So that point of contact, that fortune's in the follow-up. Hey, will somebody come out here and install it if we don't know what to do? Do you have people that are consultants with your company? If I buy 100 lights, do I have to then pay for that consultant to come out? Or is that a part of the package deal? So asking those questions can be crucial in setting up your success. You don't want to order expensive, whether it's lights or hydroponic system, and then be there with all these instructions like this connects to the,
Absolutely.
and just have a problem. Also thinking about equipment maintenance, like he just said, and also thinking construction. You're going to have to build or buy a place that is already built out for the specific parameters that you're looking for your cultivation site. Again, whether that's 5,000 square feet or 100,000 square feet. With that in mind, walls, floors, making sure that you have a place that's advantageous to grow plants, making sure that you have a drainage system on the floor, making sure that your walls don't have mold in them, making sure that you have proper air filtration. All of these little things in the build out can set you up for success later, because I promise you they've been problems for somebody that didn't do the research. So you want to do as much research as possible. Have you found that when you're looking for sites?
Absolutely. It's farming. It's farming. We've been doing this forever. Learn from the farmers that are in the industries around you. Learn from your apple farmer. Learn from your lettuce farmer. They've been protecting their crops in the same capacity that we need to learn to. And pay attention to your heritage. Your heritage has taught you how to store material for 3 to 5 years. Your heritage has taught you how to protect these plants and protect your crops. And so it's all new, but it's not. So yeah. Yep.
Absolutely. And also thinking about what medium you're going to use. How are you going to grow? Are you going to grow in soil? Are you going to grow in cocoa? Are you going to grow hydroponically? And then knowing how you want to grow, what techniques you want to use before you even get started can help to set you up for success. It doesn't make sense to buy a whole bunch of different shelves if you're not going to utilize them. It's not going to make sense to buy lights that don't have toggles on them if your ceiling is further away than it needs to be from your canopy. So you need to be able to account for these things. So how close do you need to have your lights? How far apart do you need to have your plants? And we haven't even started on CO2 yet. So these are just little things that are going to happen that you need to be thinking of before you even get started. How have you found that planning ahead sets you up for success?
It builds your SOPs. Your SOPs are built off of every tool that you hand somebody to be successful. The worst thing in the world is to have people within your staff that don't have the tools and then don't understand how to fix the problem, because now you have a catastrophe. If your people have a tool and they're not using it right, you can help them to understand. So your SOPs build that entire model of how to be successful. And that way, when your person's growing, they know, hey, my plan is at this stage of vegetation. I need to move the light from this point to this point because that's what my SOP says. And that's what you put together as your research and your own experience. And so it's a living document. It's always changing. Every season is completely different. And so there's always new value add that goes to it, and eventually build something like a farmer's almanac, right?
Oh, I love
Right?
that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you're going to take what you've learned, you're going to have it be specific to your grow. There are a million different ways to grow. There's a million different ways to get beautiful cannabis that's covered in trichomes, that smells like the most delicious terpenes you ever did smell. And there's 1,000 ways to get there, whether you're growing indoor, outdoor, greenhouse. So let's look at it a little bit further. We want to talk a little bit about considerations for things like machines, different rooms you're going to need. A bedroom, a flower room, a trim room, a cure room, a room for storage. Now this has become a lot of space real quickly, hasn't it? And you need to make sure that those spaces are separated and with consideration for what light cycle they need, what temperature they need, all those different specifications for whatever cultivar, AKA strain. Let's change our vernacular as we go, right? So you're growing and where it would be geographically as far as latitude and longitude. Because all you've done is you've tricked a plant, and now this plant that thinks that it's supposed to be growing close to the equator is now growing in your greenhouse, your indoor facility here in the state of Massachusetts. How important have you found that it's been to pick the right cultivars, the right strains, the right genetics?
If you're doing things outdoors or in greenhouse, then you're subservient to the nature. You're subservient to the weather that's outside, and you have to really pay attention to it. Growing indoors is very different. You can control the elements. But we're also not seeing this happen, and it's something that Ellen teaches on a lot. Durbane poison should be grown like Durbane Africa. Somebody walked up to that plant and said, this is extraordinary. By growing it in the conditions of Connecticut, you're changing its terpene profile. You're changing so much of that plant's actual supposed to be recipe, the recipe of growth. The farmer that grew it and how they grew it, what was the season, what was the moisture in the air, what was the sunrise, what was the sunset. All of these things are a recipe of growth, just as important as that seed. And if you're not following that recipe, you're following your own recipe, which happens to match the longitude and latitude of Massachusetts. Well, look at how many strains that we have that come from the state, right? It's not the same. And so to trick your room, to create that ecosystem, that environment to match that geographical location, you really got to be able to control those elements like you're talking about. And if you can't, then you have to pick a cultivar that is specific. And it's really important, you guys, because Durbane poison might flower in 11 weeks, and it might start flowering when it gets 13 hours of sun instead of 12 hours of sun, right? And if you put that in the same room as something that gets at 12 hours starts to shift, well, now all of a sudden you have a completely different growth pattern of what's happening in your environment. You have to know your genetic. And if you don't know how many hours of light actually causes it to go into photo, if you're just guessing and throwing a seed, you're doing great at doing someone else's work. If you're building into that body of work and defining those elements, you're going to be successful.
Absolutely. And there's a certificate that you should ask for known as a COA, or Certificate of Analysis. That is pretty much your cannabis cultivars report card. That is going to let you know who it is you are letting into your grow room. Because if you get a nameless, faceless strain, if someone just hands you a pack of seeds, We don't know. We don't know where they come from as far as latitude and longitude. We don't know, especially if we're cultivating for hemp, we want to make sure that we're able to get the right cannabinoids. And in that case, what I mean by that is you would be growing for something that had higher CBD and less THC. But somebody might want to, on the cannabis side, be growing for higher THC and lower CBD. So just asking, what are, what are the genetics? What are the phenotypes? What are the genotypes? What kind of expression can I expect from this plant? So our good friend Mike here, we're going to talk more about the importance of genotypes and phenotypes and how every single strain is just as unique as you or I. And now for our next upcoming slides, Mike and I are trying something. Kara is absolutely wonderful, and she came up with this wonderful idea, so we're looking to make it happen, so you got to bear with us just a little. What we're kind of doing is almost like a Julia Child, so we're going to talk about these different life cycles, and then we're going to bring in the plant, and we're going to show you a little bit about it, and the fortunes in the follow-up. So if I don't answer something tonight, we're going to have our contact information available. Please email me, email Mike. If not today, tomorrow. If not this week, then a month from now. We're here, and we're ready to help. So quick things to talk about before we start to do our demonstrations that we really wanted to emphasize on. The important, again, of those operational procedures, they're going to be vital. And we were in the military. Any other veterans here today?
There were many this morning.
Yes,
Awesome.
yes. With that in mind, there's a motto. It's called being an inspection order. That means every single thing is clean, every single thing is flush, every single thing is pretty much at a 90-degree angle.
And ready to go, absolutely.
Ready to
We send, and my crew in each one of the different levels of operations, we have cultivation. My cultivation teams walk around with a pack that has the scissors they need, the gloves they need, the razors they need. If we start to see a plant that has an issue, you need to tag that plant and be able to identify it and leave that tagging for other people. There's tape, there's a specific kit that's needed for each individual job and job function. And so that comes back to being ready for that inspection. All of these things are clean, prepared, and ready to go out the door, and each person has their own set. And it's really imperative because stuff will get left behind. People will mistreat their tools. When you give someone their own kit, they start to take care of it. It becomes their own. They start to take possession of that, and that translates into the health of your plant. They start to take possession of that plant and care for that plant as if they owned it in their own way, right?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. So a big thing about Mike that he really cares about and has always prided himself on is making sure that he has a wonderful company culture, and that's a part of it. So not only, identifying what makes employees their best selves, but then really making sure that that's a part of his SOPs and a part of their growth and a part of something they won't just be doing in Connecticut, but it goes over to Massachusetts and any place that he's worked with. And that only comes from, experience, time, and constant employee retention.
Absolutely.
He's had the exact same employees since the day he started, since the day I'm here. So I always love visiting the farm and seeing everybody's growth.
Yep.
So sanitation for employees, what to do with waste and disposal. They need to know what to do in order to keep everything sanitary, and especially what the rules and regulations are for the Cannabis Control Commission, MDR, any other governing bodies. The Cannabis Control Commission is not the only governing body that you are beholden to. You're also beholden to the EPA. You're also beholden to the state. You're also beholden to the federal government. Rules, regulations, live them, love them, follow them. So it's part of it.
Ellen, is cannabis in the state beholden to OSHA yet or not?
Not that I have seen, but that's something that you would, I don't teach about that specifically in the regulations, but yes, just like any other business, you are going to have OSHA regulations in mind as well. So just knowing that that training is going to be training that you're going to want for your employees too.
And during the build out, to the
And
point
during
that
the
you were
build
saying,
out.
construction time, you're definitely you have got to oblige to OSHA and all of its regulations. During construction time, you have to deal with your local zoning, your local building, all of your local bylaws. And so, yeah, you're beholden to all of those different folks throughout the course of it. Once the building is done and it becomes a running business, is a different set of rules, right? But construction is its own beast and its own cost.
Yes, so just knowing that things are going to cost, like looking at every single room and knowing what an emergency exit sign is going to cost you. What is it going to cost to have the lights running? When are we going to be most efficient? What are our hours of operation that are going to be optimal fiscally? Those are going to be things that are very important. And then additional things, again, masks, gloves, suits, showers, all the things to keep people clean, cleanly, and ready to go. So making sure that one person wasn't just in a grow facility that had mites, mold, mildew, and now they're checking into job number 2, and they still have mites, mold, mildew on them, and they're going into Mike's beautiful, pristine grow. We just can't have it. So talking about the importance of letting your employees know what you expect from them when you come in and what hygiene practices. Cleanliness is up there.
Absolutely, 100%. And it's not just out of their own grow. I mean, you can walk by, you can have to walk by the grassy knoll to get into your car that happens to be parked up near a neighbor's fence, whatever the scenario. And you can pick up your aphids, you can pick up any one of these additional mites, you can pick up lots of things that you bring in, disease in general. Smoking itself, tobacco is given a disease to prevent certain molds from impacting it. If you have smokers or people that smoke cigarettes, that disease can be transmitted to your plants. So just a smoke break can actually bring potential disease into your greenhouse, which I'm guilty of.
All right, our next slide, pretty please. All right, again, somebody had asked about expenses. Let's talk about expenses. And this is never ever to deter you. It is to set you up for success. I want you to know what to expect so you can plan ahead, whether that's a loan, whether that's a grant, whatever that might look like. Whether it's every penny in your piggy bank, you have to save up and make it happen. So some licensing types are maybe more fiscally attainable than others. Remember that tier 1 as opposed to getting a larger tier, just looking at what works best for you as far as that initial licensing type build out. And then you can always get a like a tier 1 or a tier 2 cultivation, and then you're going to grow so much that you're going to outgrow your own space. And that's what it's about, getting a space that you can outgrow, and then you'll be able to afford another space to grow into, as opposed to if you go big, sometimes you might go home. So I definitely don't want to see that happen to you. Also, just while I'm thinking of it at this moment, if you're cultivating for sale, if you're not cultivating for personal use or something like that, large scale or otherwise, never put a seed in the ground unless you know where it's going to be sold. How many farmers are no longer in the state of Connecticut?
We're down to 40 from 287, so that's 247 lost.
A lot of times that's because they didn't plan ahead for where their harvest was going. I'm just as guilty of, I plant it and I think I'm gonna be able to find a home for it, and that's just not the case. So you wanna make sure when you get that COA, when you buy those seeds, that you can maybe even get a contract right then and there. Hey, I'll sell it back to you. So you wanna know where it goes before you even start to grow, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And this is what I was talking about with Mr. Michael Goodenough and his beautiful, beautiful greenhouses and farms in Connecticut. You can see how it started and you can see how it's going. So that growth right there, he knew what he wanted. He knew how he wanted his drip irrigation to go. He knew what he wanted as far as his medium. Look at how beautiful all of those plants are. I love it, right dead smack in the center. They're not over here in the pot. Not over here in the pot, they're right in the middle, so that way they can have a beautiful root structure, that way you can water them properly. Oh, it's wonderful.
And the roots are the important factor. Like if you look at the difference, so this is a seed has a taproot. A taproot generally wants to find the water table. A clone doesn't. It forms a much hairier root, a very definitive difference in the root structure of the plant. This root structure will live in the soil layer, what we call the mycorrhizae layer, and it will utilize all the beautiful yeasts and all the beautiful sugars and all the beautiful natural biology that's happening within that soil. Soil is the key to being successful at growing a good cannabis plant. Every bit of the light, every bit of the temp, all those variants honestly don't matter. You could have a giant pile of the most beautiful soil. You can plant a girl in the middle of winter. She will actually start to come up because the heat in her soil will treat her with all that she needs. And so these plants are unbelievably resilient to everything but bad soil. Bad soil will crush you. So.
And we're going to talk about that a little bit more, thinking about our growing medium as we move forward in the stages of life. Mike, how important have you found it to be for security, environmental controls, software for your success?
Software. So listen, for me, my world was technology long before this. I was lucky enough to write a book for IBM, which turned out to be what you guys call cloud computing today. I gave birth to that industry. It was a long and tiring business. The point was, we dreamt of a time where there would be a place where an industry could be born using nothing but the cloud. Let me tell you something, that's cannabis. Right now, My plant is planted, it's recorded into a software called Distru. Distru records that plant and how long it grows. Everything I put on that plant goes into Distru. As soon as I harvest that plant and I weigh it, it goes into Distru. As soon as I take that plant into manufacturing and I dry it, I cure it, and I extract it, all that goes into Distru. From Distru, I then manufacture products. Those products are then made available with every ingredient that's in them and all of the different certifications that come with them. And all of that's thrown into Distru, which is then readily made available for MDAR, readily made available for the Cannabis Control Commission, readily made available to be an export. 100% cloud driven. My team didn't have to learn how to, what my business plan doesn't say what size my database is going to be and what kind of access controls. We don't have to know any of that. We know that Distru takes on that responsibility. Blaze or Dutchie becomes the software that you use within the distribution or the register or the point of sale system. It is extraordinary where we've come with software, and you should use it. It's expensive, but it's not. It's less than what I use on my fertilizer or my natural nutrients that I'm putting into my soil. So take on these additional costs within your plans. They help to build your SOP. My recipes how to make my products are a part of Dutchie. They're in there. When I print a work order, the instructions on how to make that product step by step come with that. The software we have is amazing and will accelerate your business.
Absolutely. And as a final point, just knowing that that's going to be so crucial for research and development, because you'll be able to look not only weeks back, months back, but years back and see how you were doing, what changes you made, and what was beneficial, and what you'd like to stick with and what you'd like to switch on up. Next slide, pretty please. All right, so just thinking about equipment, and this is the same. Look at that. Remember where we started last slide with just those bare pots and that drip irrigation? Look at these big, beautiful ladies, and that's his grow, that's his greenhouse. That's how we scale slowly but surely, and that took time and patience and spacing and proper genetics and all these good things. This is what we've been looking at, a greenhouse. This is a different cultivation, large-scale cultivation out in Colorado. And as you can see, look at all those lights. Look at that electric bill. Whoa, whoa. So what is more fiscally feasible for you? A greenhouse, outdoor, indoors? These are the things that you need to think about, especially as it relates to equipment, because that, my friends, is a $100,000 or more. That's going to be a very, very, very large order. And that's not just one of the flowering rooms they have, and that's just their flowering room.
$40,000 to $60,000 an electric bill a month alone.
So you're going to have to think about accounting for those costs. You're going to have to think about accounting for every single part of your grow in order to be successful, whether it's indoors, outdoors, or in a greenhouse, and how to scale that. So looking at your equipment, again, guarantee, warranty, asking questions, your build out, your walls, your ceiling, your lights, your HVAC. HVAC is expensive and crucial.
Crucial. But you can bring in technologies that help you to make advancements. Ground-to-air transfer systems simply blow air through the ground and then retrieve it on the other side. It's chilled. It acts as a chilling solution for the hot days. And then in the winter, you're bringing up 47 to 50 degree temperature out of air out of the ground. That's heat comparatively to the -2 that's outside or the 10 that's outside. And so there are solutions that you can bring in. And the wonderful thing about cannabis is our costs are so high, it's extraordinary, right? Well, that means you can go and you can invest into a new technology. You can say, hey, you know what? Maybe your technology, which is going to be a fraction of the price, is actually going to be the direction I need to go in order to be able to advance my business. You can start to make major savings by being environmentally conscious. And it's imperative that you go that route.
Absolutely. So Absolutely. So how can we be as environmentally friendly as possible? How can we be as eco-friendly as possible? Our next slide, pretty please. And also water, you can see he's watering, he has drip irrigation, another cost you're gonna wanna just be mindful of. Germinating a beautiful little seed. So here's where our Julia child really starts. Here we go, here we go. So as we discussed, just making sure that you have the right cultivar for you, the best genetics for you, your grow space, your outcome. What are we growing for? Who are we growing for? Are we growing for production? Are we growing for extraction? Are we growing for edibles? Let's find out.
And there's lots of great tips and tricks, you guys. So just a simple vermiculite or a perlite below when you plant your seed into this space or put your clone into this space is going to give your roots additional room to grow. I guarantee you will get almost 100% success by simply adding a perlite to the bottom of your tray. I have so many people that come to me and say they fail consistently on cloning, and it's because the root hits the plastic and has nowhere to go and no breath, and it automatically starts to stunt itself and becomes more prone to disease. And so there's simple tips and tricks of ways to increase that functionality that you're going to get. I'll get clones out of this within 5 to 7 days. So I can take a cut of my clone, I can take her and I can put it right into the cube. Now you usually want to use a germination or some type of a rooting hormone. I like to use aloe. Pure aloe, the plant aloe is an amazing rooting hormone. You can go out to a willow tree and take the bark off of a willow tree. You can mash that up in a pedestal and you can use that as your rooting hormone. Honey is an extremely wonderful rooting hormone, but ants like it. So if you plant it anywhere near ants, they might harvest the honey after you did all the hard work. So I tend to kind of move away from the honey side. But again, simple tips and tricks. And once you take your cut or you plant your seed, it's going to go directly into each one of the individual areas. Making sure that this stays wet and moist is absolutely imperative. And you can do it with either a drip-based irrigation system or you can do it with just adding water to it. But the key with seeds are you end up finding phenomes like Ellen was talking about a minute ago. This young lady, you can look at it later, she actually has 3 stalks that come up, not 2. She has 3 different Y chromosomes in her. She has 3 different female chromosomes. She's an anomaly. She's one out of probably 45,000 plants that I've planted. But because she carries all 3 of those different chromosomes, she's also going to be much more resistant to molds and other things. She has 3 different genetics or 3 different chromosomes that are working to fight all of those different potential impacts that you might have within your space, right?
Absolutely, and you can really hone in on what genetics are best from you, and then when you're picking your genotypes and phenotypes, your room just became Game of Thrones. You don't know who's going to stay, you don't know who's going to go. Your favorite one's gone. What turned out to be a male? Unless we're using them for breeding, I jokingly say no boys allowed in the grow room.
No boys allowed, period.
Because if not, what they're going to do is they're going to pollinate all your females, and that's how you're going to get seeds. And if you're not breeding for seeds, jokingly again, no boys allowed in the grow room, because that is what they will do. But if you are looking for breeding and genetics, you can find the best male companion for your female cannabis plant. And what I mean by that is, does it have, maybe it's naturally resistant to powdery mildew. Maybe it has a great terpene or cannabinoid profile. All of these different things, whether how it grows or the end product, are going to be factors in. Do I want you to allow you into my grow space because I only have so much space?
In this picture, Ellen has actually soaked these seeds ahead of time. And that's why you can see the new growth growing out. And this is actually the root. The new growth is here. So don't ever plant your seeds backwards. However, when you want to do these pre-soaks to your seeds before your germination, if you add 1% hydrogen peroxide to your water, 1%, it will actually increase and pop your seeds within 8 hours. You only have to do an 8-hour soak. Hydrogen is your friend. If you look at what this molecule looks like, hydrogen is a part of that molecule. It is an important aspect to growth in general. And in fact, hydrogen tends to be higher within your soils just after winter. It's an immediate trigger for that plant to say, uh-oh, winter just ended, it's time to start growing.
Absolutely. We can go to our next slide, please. All right, so transplanting. So this was something that, Mike had been talking about, showing us just these 2 different beautiful root structures. One that was grown from a seed. It had that nice, healthy taproot. Right there, what I want to show you is that tiny little leaf that's on my pinky. That is the cotyledon leaves. Those are the embryonic leaves of the cannabis plant. Those only appear when they are grown from seed, and then just like an umbilical cord, they're going to naturally fall off. But before they do, you can take them somewhere like NCR Labs and get it tested, and then find out whether or not it's a male or a female. So how cool is that? How much time Does that save me in the grow room so much time? So if they have the science and the technology to do it, definitely follow up with them to get it done, saving you time, saving you space, saving you lights, water, nutrients. If it isn't the plant for me, she's got to go. And with that in mind, just looking at these different healthy root structures. So whether or not you have germinated from a clone, or whether or not you've germinated from a seed, just knowing that you're going to have to transplant. You want to account for your pot size. Do you want a 5-gallon pot? Do you want a 25-gallon pot? Do you want a 50-gallon pot? Do you want a 100-gallon pot? Do you want to make your own smart pot? All of these are options, and I've seen all of the above. I have stood atop of empty cannabis plant pots after we're done harvesting because the pots were so big. They were more than 100-gallon pots. So just knowing what you're doing is going to set you up for success. How many times do you want to transplant? Make sure that you make it the best for you so you're not constantly transplanting, getting your inert final home.
Soil is your number one cost, folks. Soil will be your number one cost. Learn to create your own soil. Learn about living soil. Learn about generating that soil and regenerating that soil. It's very simple, and it's something your grandparents would have done for years upon years upon years. We'll take questions at the end. I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. We got a whole bunch. Again, we'll hang out. We'll help. And if we don't answer it now, we'll definitely answer it. Moving on up. So next slide, pretty please. All right, the veg cycle. So you've done all this work. You've built out this amazing grow room. You created these SOPs. You've germinated this beautiful little seedling. And now it's time to make sure that her life cycle is everything that you want it to be. And our good friend Mike is grabbing some of his props. So just thinking how it's going to start from a beautiful, little cutting or a seedling, and she's going to grow nice and big and tall. And you're going to want to know how long you want to keep it in veg for. Unless it's an autoflower, it can stay in an eternal state of veg for years to decades. So if you really love a phenotype that you have, keep her going. Keep her in an eternal state of veg. The time this won't happen is if she is a ruderalis or an autoflower. They originate from Central Asia and Russia. And who knows Central Asia or Russia for their citrus? No one, because they have a shorter light cycle. So with that, the plant had to adapt internally, so it relies on a little internal timer as opposed to the photo cycle going on outside. So just knowing what genetics you're growing are also going to set you up for success as well. Is this a plant that, again, has a shorter cycle, a longer cycle? What are the internodal spacing is going to be very important, especially in a greenhouse or outdoors. Elle, what does that mean? I'll tell you. So in between, you're going to have a shoot and you're going to have stalks. And then as your plant starts to grow and to take shape, you're going to start to have bud sites start to appear. So that internodal spacing are those bud sites. So if you have internodal spacing that's a little bit further apart, that's going to be great because that's going to help with things like aeration. And if you're growing outdoors, that can mitigate things like mold and other problems. So just knowing how tightly your buds are going to be can help you, especially as it relates to humidity.
And these are all, so this is the foundation of you controlling your grow. That space between your nodes defines a number of things. There's ways to prune this plant. You can prune its roots. You can air prune it. You can put it into a smaller pot and prune it by space and reduction of space. All of these things define how you're going to grow that plant. If you want a beautiful bush every single time that is equal to the other bushes that are around you, you have to know the natural ways of pruning. People think you plant it and you pop the top and you're golden. The reality is you want that internodal spacing, because if I have two buds that are sticking right next to each other and all that moisture is going to get trapped between those two buds, it's going to cause botrytis or any other type of a mold or issue that you might have. By having a nodal spacing, you're going to actually have area like she was talking about of wind being able to blow through. But that also defines for you, if you're going to trim all of the stuff that's on the bottom of the plant that's weak, you have to make sure you leave those nodes to be able to be trimmed off. Otherwise, you're going to end up with two stalks remaining to carry your buds because you cut everything off the top and everything off the bottom. And so it's really important to start planting this, and maybe you're going to get it in your second growth, not necessarily in your first because you don't understand its importance yet.
Absolutely, and you're going to keep growing with your grow, absolutely. And by knowing what you're doing in your veg cycle, you're going to set yourself up for mitigating pests, mitigating disease. And then if you do see pest, disease, anything like that, if you're ever vigilant, you're going to be able to nip it in the bud, catch it before it becomes a problem. I got puns. I've been doing this for 10 years, guys. All right, next slide, pretty please. I'm not afraid. So fimming stands for F-I miss. So instead of topping, you're fimming. So what you're doing is you're doing plant manipulation. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but it can be manipulated. So with that in mind, how do we get the most of our growth? Like he was saying, do you want to strip? Do you want to low stress train? All these different things. Do you have a favorite style by chance?
Honestly, it's up to the cultivar. So
All
each
right.
one responds very differently, and it depends. Sativa obviously is going to be much more gangly and smaller leaves. You're not going to need to prune it as much. You're not going to need to get rid of a lot of those fan leaves. Whereas your indicas are going to have a lot bigger leaves, and you want to give those leaves space. You know, the important thing is light penetration, reaching through the center of that plant. So a lot of people are concerned with all these leaves and all these pieces. The reality is, your concern needs to be simple light penetration. And so if you, again, an indica has a giant leaf, right? You want to wrap up in a blanket when you're going to go to sleep. Well, an indica makes you tired. That giant leaf is a very good trigger. However, the sativa is a very thin and gangly leaf, much like this. This is actually a sativa in itself. And so you treat the two of them very different.
Absolutely. And our next slide, pretty please. Taking a look at something called super cropping. So how to divert the energy. I think of it like you're just breaking the cellulose, you're tricking the plant, and now instead of being what they call a terminal stalk, one stalk, it is diverting the energy. So now that branch, that offshoot, now thinks that it's a cola. How cool is this? So that's a technique that it definitely takes time and practice. I like to think of it as like playing the world's smallest violin. You kind of just break the cellulose a little bit, and it's going to create a beautiful knuckle. I had a friend of mine who used to do super cropping, and he just went in and snapped the stalk. Don't do that. It's time, it's practice, it's finesse, and if you break it, it'll, you know, it's a very durable plant, and you'll learn and you'll grow with it. So also thinking about low stress training or doing a double trellis. So like he was saying, it's all about, you want to get that light, so you want to open up that canopy so that way that light is able to get in, that air is able to get in, all of those good things.
Absolutely. And manipulation isn't only in the top of the plant, it's also in the bottom, right? So brewing teas. So again, that microbial layer, that layer of activity that's happening, if you add sugars to that, the yeasts feed off of those sugars and in turn create an intense microbiology. So all your molds and other things feed off of those yeasts. And then the reality is, let's put it to you this way. When I take potassium or magnesium, which is just a natural mineral that's found, but it's also necessary to that plant and to us. However, you could produce potassium or magnesium in an unnatural way in a chemical form. When I feed that to my plant and the yeast and microbials eat it, they then secrete an all-natural 100% bioavailable version of potassium or magnesium. And so that mycorrhizal layer is extremely important because it processes these minerals that we're actually utilizing, right?
Absolutely. So from soil to every single part of the plant, you can absolutely get the most out of your plant by knowing what it needs as far as nutrients and then what it needs as far as shaping. Next slide, pretty please.
So after we planted the seed, we lost it. Well, this is actually a great entry point. We're going in the flower.
All right, so now we got this this picture for you. So flowering is flushing, plant maintenance, trichome development, and harvesting. This is pretty much my second to last slide. And if you guys want, you can, when we're done, come on up, take a look. This is it's a beautiful hemp plant. Remember, guys? Come on, this is the Julia Childs. Our good friend Michael Goodenough brought all these things from his farm. He did this all the way from Connecticut. It's all legal. It's all hemp. It's all good. So you have your beautiful seeds that you went and you looked into and you found the right COA for you, the certificate of analysis, and then you germinated those beautiful seeds and then you transplanted them and they kept growing. Look at this little baby. And look what happened. Hey, that's you. That's all your hard work. That's your time, your energy, your effort that you put back into that plant, to creating the right grow space, to having the best SOPs possible, to looking into what am I feeding my baby? What am I feeding my plant? You're going to be smoking or ingesting this plant or giving it to somebody else. So we want to make sure we treat it with respect so that way the person getting it gets the cleanest product possible. That's always what it's about. And making sure we're minimizing our eco footprint. So what he's able to do with a greenhouse, oh my goodness, guys. So now we're going to think about that trichome development. Next slide, pretty please.
And real quick, you know, the reality is when you move from scissors and you're trimming these different components with scissors, there are lots of wonderful tips and tricks and things that can help you to advance. So we use automation in certain things. So the equivalent, I would send people out in my greenhouse and it would take them almost, I don't know, 8 hours to be able to trim a bay or a quarter of a bay. But when you bring certain technologies into the play, you can literally just take care of your plant and trim down all of the different leaves that are on there with very little effort. So if any of you have actually done this in the past, you know how extensively hard that effort becomes. You can knock those leaves off in seconds. You just got to find the right tools. It's all about the tools, right?
That's incredible. Guys, what? I've never even seen that before. Thank you. Live demonstration. And how cool is that? So just by knowing somebody who knows, yeah, I can use my Fiskars all day. And when something I like to tell people, this is not Fiskars, but if you're using Fiskars for trimming,
I'm gonna bring
trim in 4.
Hey,
what does that mean? Most music, most Americanized music, whether it is rock, whether it's rap, whether it's hip hop or just rock or pop, it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just how music goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you're listening to. So what I like to do is when I trim, I click on the 2 or the 4, so you fall into a rhythm as you're trimming, and it makes it go a lot faster. Instead of taking it and being very methodical, if you listen to music, I found that's the most helpful. Television can be an inhibitor because you should be looking at your plant, but finding a rhythm, finding a groove, finding a piece of technology that can help you, save you time. What are we looking at, my friend?
This is a Triminator. It's a simple desktop system, right? So in this system here, I would simply knock off my different nugs and I knock off my different buds. And then these buds would actually go into the system and it would trim the system down. It takes my team 8 hours to trim a pound. If you do it right and you do it slow and you do it methodically, that is beautiful for people who are going to take that and cherish that bud. But there's a lot of bud that's needed for pre-rolls. There's a lot of bud that's needed for a lot of other things, extraction, etc. By utilizing a giant trimming machine, it actually knocks off a lot of these little bit larger leaves, and it leaves us with a smaller bud to hand trim. So now I'm putting 2 hours worth of hand trimming labor as opposed to 8, because everybody wants their cannabis cheaper, but they don't realize 8 hours at $16 to $20 an hour to my employee, that pound just became expensive simply because I'm paying someone to sit there and trim it, right? So a device like this also does some amazing stuff. A device like this will also catch your keef. So in here, we actually have a keef barrel. So you put your flower in it and you run it, and the keef is going to fall out into the barrel that's below it. A lot of keef is being used on a whole multitude of other ways and areas, right?
Speaking
And there's your
of
trichome.
ways and areas that we can get the most out of our trichomes, and just to mention these beautiful little resinous glands, those little resinous glands are what contain all the chemical compounds. That contains all the cannabinoids, the terpenes, the flavonoids. I'm going to say something, it's not popular, but it's true. The cannabis flower itself is a glorified chlorophyll placeholder. You want the trichome production. Yes, say it again. A glorified chlorophyll placeholder. If you are smoking something that has no trichomes on it, nothing shiny on it, you're just smoking chlorophyll. If I had a piece of cannabis that's the size of a quarter but is covered in trichomes and shines bright like a diamond, and I have a piece of cannabis that's the size of a quarter but has nothing shiny on it, which one do you want? Yeah, shine bright like a diamond. Get it. That's what it's about. Ask questions. Ask to look at that trichome preservation. So our good friend, Mr. Michael Goodenough, is able to not only test cannabis, but he's able to do so many more things with cannabis once it's done, once it's extracted. So whenever we get a chance, or what do you think, my friend?
Yeah, so the reality is, for us farmers, it's really imperative to understand what we have. I spend literally about $100 grand a year on just labs. Love you guys, 100%, but it's also very disgusting. And we need to know what that product is. We have to be responsible. Most of my competition isn't necessarily, but with a simple device like this, which the accuracy is atrocious of these kinds of devices because they're simple field devices. You want real numbers, pay for them. But before I send my data in for real paid numbers, I need a rough estimate of what I'm getting. This device measures my moisture. It will tell me very quickly what the moisture is of my bud during my curing and drying time. It's tremendous for that. It will also give me a range of my cannabinoids. But to be quite frank with you, my own research has shown up to 7 points, 7 full points. Remember, hemp has to be 0.3. We're talking 7 full points on the other side of the spectrum. So it also carries risk within it, but it gives you a tool to be able to start to troubleshoot your environment. And so with simple devices like this, we can then end up testing the bud that we ended up just trimming, and we can know what we can get to market and how easy. And this thing will test literally in all of about a minute and a half. It'll give me my results. This is laser being beamed into the flower. That's all it is. It's not using a solvent. The next level up is to actually use a solvent, right? And so once we've removed all of these different parts, we actually go into the extraction process. And the extraction process has a couple of really key and beautiful elements. The terpenes that Ellen was just talking about a moment ago are $15 a gram, right, on the open market. Instead of vaping with PG and VG and crap that your lungs can't process or handle, you should actually be vaping with all natural cannabis terpenes. And what's the difference between a botanically derived terpene and a cannabis terpene? A botanically derived terpene comes from the pinene, will come from your pine tree. But a pine tree also has sap in it. So it has small volatile compounds that come with your terpenes. The limonene from lemon, that's going to come with small amounts of acid. And so when you vape with it or use it in your foods, it's going to have a flash point and a heat point where it's going to make the flavor taste completely different than what you anticipated, right? Should I grab terpene extraction?
Yes, if you
Yep,
can, yes,
yep,
yes, yes.
yep.
So if we could go to our final
the-
slide,
right.
pretty please. We want to be respectful. We know we got our next
Take one.
speakers coming up in a couple of minutes. So we're going to just talk about the end of life, but the fortunes and the follow-up. We're going to be able to answer questions as we go. Hopefully we've inspired you to think of some new questions, want to learn more about the industry, learn about more about a license, all these great things. So by staying educated, by staying inspired, you can continue to grow. So Mr. Michael Goodenough brought in some of his awesome extracts and some of the different things he makes. This is our follow-up information. So you can find me at greenpathtraining.com. You can find him at mike@sweetheal.com. And we are here and we're here to help. So just taking a look now at what we're able to do to get the most out of this entire plant. So like he was saying, with that trim material, that extra keef, what can you do with it? Or did you want to extract it? So how about you, good sir? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, again, this is terpene extraction. It's a simple steam distillation. A tea bag goes inside, steam comes up. As that steam comes up, it grabs the terpenes, it fills it out into water. That water is then put through what you call a simple separations funnel where it drips down. You can see the terpenes are actually floating on top of the water. And so your terpenes will separate throughout as you start to distill that water or bring that water through. Very simple steps that provide all of our farmers with an additional source of revenue. And that's the key. Use 100% of this plant. During the time where I do this extract, this is what we call Rick Simpson oil, right? This has got your fats, waxes, and chlorophylls in it. When I remove all that dark matter from there, I end up with perfect, beautiful gold. But that dark matter, those fats, those waxes, those lipids, these are still good. We add this back on top of our hemp hurd after our extraction, and we make fire starters. This material, you can use 100% of what you grow. You just have to be creative in your use, and you have to be diverse in the markets that you're supporting to build out.
Awesome. So what we're gonna do, we definitely want to be respectful. We got our next speakers coming up. We're on time, but we're a little bit over time. So if anybody wants to come on up, come take a look at any of these things, please grab a business card from our good friend Michael Goodenough. Follow up with him. Come check out his farm. Check out his amazing products that he grows from seed to store. So just being able to support a small local business and then finding out, hey, how can I become a small local business? Do I see myself as a hemp farmer? Do I see myself as a product manufacturer? Do I see myself as a delivery operator? Also, the first person to make $1 million during the green rush was the person selling shovels. Yeah. What ancillary business can you do that can complement anything we've discussed? If you find yourself in a position where maybe you're not interested in being a cultivator, you're interested in, working in a different facet of that. There's everything that you can be, and it starts with you. So definitely dreaming up opportunities. Mr. Michael Goodenough, do you got any parting words for us or anything good, sir?
Follow Ellen. She's extraordinary, and you'll learn a million things forever.
Okay, absolutely. And do we have any questions from our audience? Anybody feeling shy? All right, how about you, good sir?
I was going to say,
The thing I like is by using 100% of the plant. really speaks to the environmental commitment because just as our indigenous brethren did, they used every every every, every piece of the of the animal they
Absolutely.
hunted, just like they use every piece of the earth to to their advantage.
Absolutely.
And also re-bless the earth for giving them those
Absolutely.
offerings.
We actually reuse the stalk itself. We'll cut the stalks into pieces, and then we'll turn those into briquettes.
And before we dismantle, does anybody, you guys, come on up, ask any questions, come check anything out, and then please feel free to grab a business card, and we look forward to following up.
Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Ellen and Mike.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It was awesome.
Awesome. All right, we got another panel coming up after this.
Sorry about the mess.
You guys did a good
So
No,
we'll talk. We'll definitely talk. We're trying to highlight all. We'll hear about it.
What you,
We'll talk.
you got a product coming out?
Yes, high thirst, cannabis drinks.
We'll carry it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Hyde Park store, Hyde Park living. Fuck yeah, let's do it. And if you need us to do product orders to get like help you get investment, let us know. We'll talk. Oh man.
You good?
Oh, waters. Oh, I'm gonna sit right here on the end. Cause my knee is busted.
I feel like you're a facilitator. You either gonna sit on the end or the middle. One of the two. I feel like middle. I feel like you're.
Wow.
That way you can look left and right. You know, you can be like.
He's the moderator, though.
All right, sure.
But you're the moderator, though.
Where's she supposed to go?
On the
Can you
end.
be like the first one of the first?
Right there.
Right, yeah, on the end.
Maybe you could separate Sean and I, so we're not on the. Or should we sit next to each other?
I don't give a shit, man.
Actually, yeah, we're the same team.
Whatever it is.
No.
Whatever it do.
Do we need that? I don't want to have extra seats. I want it to look where it's supposed to look.
They can take a chair away too.
Ain't this some shit? They got us lined up like back. Look at this. Like back in the day. Right up. Got 6'3" behind my head.
In front of the camera. Except it's positive now.
Thank you, sir. All right. Who's sitting here? Anybody? I am.
what's your name? Kayla, was it?
Kayla.
Oh, actually, my internet's on. Never mind. Oh, wait. No.
Oh shit. Fuck that yawn come from?
Hello.
She moderated, right?
Oh, you're fine. Hello, everyone, and good evening.
Hello.
Thank you all for staying. It's been a very long day. Really excited to be able to have these important conversations that we've been having all day. And saving the most important for last is the transition from the legacy market to the legal market. And for many of us, that may be as simple as, oh, cannabis is legal now, I'm going to start trying to make something at home. Or it could be, something I need to save my life and make myself better or healthy, and now I can share it with the world. Or maybe, I was moving weight and I was incarcerated, and no one should be locked up for a plant. So for all of these reasons, figuring out how to create this new industry, this regulated industry, and this permitted industry, something that is accessible to everyone, especially those who have experience doing the jobs, seems like something we really need to be having a longer conversation about. So I'm really excited to be able to introduce this panel, the Legacy Market Transition, hosted by our very own Darrell Black, host of Let's Talk Weed. And so I will let Darrell take it away. You guys are all mic'd up. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Oh, yeah, we are. Of course. Testing.
Welcome, everybody. Lovely night tonight. Nice little breezy night. I love this weather. It's my favorite weather. So it's good to, be out here with the good people. Sweater weather. So it's always good. You know what I mean? Always good. Always good. Tonight, we have a special panel for you guys. The legacy market transitioning into the legal market. A lot of questions for me because I didn't really touch the legacy market too tough. You know what I mean? I was just playing basketball. That's what I was doing. And but definitely want to talk to you guys about just the transition, and really some of the questions I have is, your feelings and how you actually are, how you're navigating your mind through how much money these people are making to, and you guys been in prison, locked up, plenty of fines and money gone wasted on court fees and all that types of stuff. So just want to get more information on that. But please, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Darrell Black. I am the CEO and founder of Let's Talk Weed. I'm going to toss it over to my man Mike right here.
How you doing? I'm Mike Lortol. I'm first generation Cuban American. I'm a social equity applicant, economic empowerment applicant. I'm a part of Stone's Throw Cannabis, which we just recently were approved for an HCA in South Station. Also currently waiting for an approval right now in the back room. Someone's on the line at a Zoom meeting I'm supposed to be attending for another approval in Cambridge, in Porter Square on Mass Ave. And I also got my commence operation. Today's a big day. I got my commence operations for delivery service in Holyoke.
Reason to celebrate.
So yeah, all this wouldn't have been happened if it wasn't for my obvious incarceration for this plant. I got sentenced to 4 years for this plant, and I've been in the legacy market since 1993. I've done everything from delivery, transport, wholesaling, hitting the Golden Triangle in California, and I've pretty much done it all: planes, trains, and automobiles, right? Whatever it takes, until I got pinched. And like I said, I got 4 years for this plant, and I never thought when I was sitting there that I'd be sitting in this chair talking about that and also talking about getting licenses to actually sell weed legally.
There we go.
I'm happy to be here. I turn that over to Kizzy Key.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kizzy Key. I am a social quality participant, also a Boston social quality participant. I'm the founder of High Thirst Drinks. It's your everyday drinks with a cannabis twist. I've been on the legacy market for as long as I can remember. A lot of people call me a lot of things. I'm definitely a cannabis event planner. So catch some of my events. And also, people say I'm an activist, but I'm not. I just speak up when it needs to be spoken up. So that's me.
Armani, how we doing? How we doing?
What's up, everyone? Armani White here with the Firehouse crew. Here with my business partner, Sean. We're opening up Hyde Park's first retail marijuana store owned by Economic. You love Michelle Wu. I hear you. Social equity and economic empowerment applicants. Myself, I am an advocate, actually. I'll rep it hard. With Mass Eon Equitable Opportunities Now, we fight for Black and Brown people's representation in the industry. And I'm an advocate in a number of other with a number of other groups based in Roxbury. But here today, talking about my experience as trying to open a retail marijuana shop in Hyde Park. And I myself have been arrested for marijuana. My parents have gone to jail and prison for drugs. Come from a community, Bromley Heath, which has been impacted by the war on drugs in Roxbury. So yeah, like everyone here, very surprised to be sitting on a panel talking about how this is, how we're making a transition. And I'll share more, but I have less optimistic outlook on the state of equity in cannabis personally. But well, hopefully we'll all here be a part of changing that. So I know us here are trying to do it right now. So I'll pass it to Sean.
Hi, Sean Birdie, my better half of Firehouse. I cut my teeth selling brick and hash, stamped with Pakistani and Lebanese print, and then moved into cultivation in the 2000s. While I was a firefighter in Boston, down in Chinatown, and was incarcerated in 2010, lost that job. Kind of gave up on weed for a few years until I saw the cop who first arrested me as a kid get into the first application in Boston. And I said, oh, no, he can't play both sides of it. You choose, I know. I backed that up. I was a firefighter having turned down a job as a cop for this specific reason. So I chose my team early on in life and was a little upset to see cops playing both sides of the field. So made the decision to get involved and figure it the fuck out. And here we are.
Here we go. Well, speaking of that, I wanted to really get involved and get in tune, get your views about the legalization of cannabis and just the state that we're in. Just like a lot of you, all you said, like, just can't believe that we're sitting here talking about this and actually going into the legal market and trying to be a company owner. And, so I want to really ask you, like, what is your real feeling about this legacy, this legalization of cannabis? Like, how do you actually feel? Because you've been incarcerated for it, lost your job for it, lost a lot of money for it, and now we're seeing a whole bunch of people gain from it, as such as the cop that arrested you for the same exact thing. So what are your feelings to it? I want to start with Sean, actually.
My answer is going to sound white, right? Because I kind of wish we could go back in time a little and not legalize it, right? But I also wasn't arrested at the rate Black and brown people are arrested at, so I understand my answer is a little skewed. But It's honest anyway. You know, it was easier. You dealt with more trustworthy people.
Yeah.
There wasn't any ulterior motives, right? It was just weed. You were buying it, you were selling it. It was pretty simple. So yeah, part of me wishes we could go back. Yeah, and not legalize it, keep things the way it was. But flip side is we get to create generational wealth now. So conflicted, I guess, is the answer.
I hear that. I hear that. Anybody want to step in and go to that?
Well, I would say I never wanted to even go legal. I was actually pushed. Someone would kind of encourage me to go. Like I'm a different from the panel. Like I want to say I was probably on the legacy market like 3 years ago. Like it didn't like it doesn't. We talk about it don't exist anymore, and it kind of still does. And it was a way to put food on the table. It was a way to get my kids the things that we needed. And to see it now being legal, like I'm with you. I would rather it not been legal. I would rather, or if it would have just been like alcohol or something, just, I don't know. I just feel like when they put the legal on it, it comes the evilness of it. I always tell people my famous saying is, weed is good for a lot of things, but it does not cure evil and it does not cure greed. And when you put money onto it, that rises way higher than the actual weed itself. So I would have wished that, it would have kept it like that. And then to think that my brother, who just got pulled over for weed a couple of months ago and now still fighting that case, it's just like it was never going to be equal. And it was always something against us, because I wouldn't have cared if it was legal if all the dispensaries were owned by Black and brown communities, because that's how I feel like it should have been. I feel like they should expunge everyone's record. They should have got money for being off that, and then y'all should have got that money. And unfortunately, we live in a world that it just didn't work that way. So I'm actually with you. So I don't know if that was a white answer. I wish it wasn't legal. I wish we can go back.
I can jump in. So I guess I feel my partner and Kizzy 100%. I'll just a different perspective on it, I guess. I feel like it's definitely bizarre that it's legal in Massachusetts and then other states it's illegal. It's just crazy to live in a country that doesn't have like rules that blanket. But then exactly like the way that it's set up when they legalized it, it made it so that no one, like people of color, Black and brown folks, formerly incarcerated people, had little access to the industry. So it's like we opened up a floodgate and they only gave, canoes to like the rich white folks, and everyone else just drowns or can't, is not able to make it down the river or whatever. While people kind of, get like, I guess government has tried to, I'd say they've tried, some people in government have tried to make programs and policies to make it so that people like us can survive, which is why a lot of us rep the economic applicant status that people fought for, but that doesn't give you no money. That doesn't bring any money to the table. There's no banks that still, it's very hard to find a bank, I should say that.
Just the status.
Yeah, it's just a status. And you still got to hustle. You still have to grind, and you don't have like daddy's money, mommy's money, auntie, uncle, rarely at least. And you have to often give up, more than you'd want to make it happen. And so it's, but I think the like one positive thing about that is like, hopefully this will be, and hopefully some will be a part of making this an industry that there is more diversity in. Majority of industries are white owned anyway, so it's not like this is any different.
Of course. Mike, you got anything to say?
Yeah, it's definitely easier in the legacy market. It was just less hassle, more trustworthy. A handshake meant more than a signature on a piece of paper. Your word and your balls, and you didn't break it for anybody, right? Like Tony Montana said. And that's the way it went. Now there's all these hoops, barriers, this, that. I literally had my final okay about 3 months ago, and I still took 3 months just to get the commence operations. It's just everything is an RFI back, this, that. So yeah, I mean the legacy market is yeah, I mean it was easier, but like Sean said, it's about generational wealth. And it was always about money and survival. I mean, it was, right? I mean, so yeah, I was in it for the money, but I chose what I did. I didn't choose to sell cocaine or heroin. I chose to choose marijuana because that's what I thought, safe product, something that I believed in, something that I consumed myself. And so I felt in my mind, I guess, and still today, that that was the better option to go with, you know? So I believed in the product, but it was, you know, still, yeah, it was survival and money, right? That's what we work for. Yeah, that's what I gotta say.
Definitely. Now, piggybacking on a couple of things that you guys said, like with finding funding within the legal market, how has that been a challenge? Has it been easy for you guys? Are you still looking? What does that look like for your for your business right now, going from and transitioning from legacy to legal? And of course, not being able to really use that money that was generated. You know what I mean? How does all of that look for you guys? Mike, go ahead.
Geez, it's been a roller coaster. I've had 1, 2, 3, 4 years that I messed around with partners that were like just like gung ho, and then a year later they're starting to pull back, goalposts, and they're like maybe having second thoughts, or like, you know, things might have changed, and you're messing around with them for a whole year, wasted a whole year. Boom, next guy, same thing. Boom, next guy, same thing. And in my case, it actually worked out to be a good thing, because those things were they weren't setbacks, they were setups for better options, right? Because I got into Stone's Throw, which is a great group of people of 6 economic empowerments, where instead of it's just one person, it's 6 people, right, that we're empowering. I had that led to another group that I've been dealing with when the other guy, kicked the goalpost back. Another guy came in, and he's my knight in shining armor, because he came in and he literally for a year, kind of like, before we talked about anything, he courted me for a year. You know, it wasn't like, let's do this, let's go, fill my head with a bunch of ideas. He's like, what do you want to do? What do you see? What do you like? So I saw something different than the other guys. It wasn't like coming to pounce on my economic empowerment, which I thought when we first got was the golden ticket.
Yeah.
We got this. I got an economic empowerment. I'm in. Oh yeah, we got this. Right? No, that's not the way it worked. So after a year, I saw that this guy was a lot different from the other person. That was my guy. So he'll take me to, hopefully they'll take me to 2 other locations other than the Cambridge. I have a location that we have an application in Southie that we're trying to do something with. I brought also that economic empowerment there as well, the six people, to do the 51%.
Yeah.
So we can, empower some other folks. I don't know if that situation is going to happen in Southie. As Sean knows, man, it's that Andrew Square Civic Association is a little tough.
Good. Now, Kizzy, you're coming out with some might say is one of the most lucrative businesses as going into beverages. Now, has there been investors biting at you? Have you started that process? How does it look for you?
Yes, well, I'm like Mike said, when I thought I had the social quality ticket, I just thought, I was good. I didn't have to do much. I didn't understand that, like, you couldn't get bank loans. You can't do crowdfunding, which is one of the main reasons I thought I was going to be able to do. I'm going to do crowdfunding. People know me. They know my things. I was on the legacy market, so crowdfunding, can't do that. Like, it was just like every little way that I've known to make money, I couldn't make money. So I had to adjust. That social quality sometimes is good and it's bad. That's why I don't think the activists, because I feel like they put that bulldozer on your back, and I don't need it. I'm still in the legacy mind frame of like you said, it's a handshake and you think everyone is good, but it's not. Predator lenders, because of that social quality thing, they either think you're dumb, so they can get over on you, or they think that, we'll just give you a little bit. This is what you need. and this and that, because I'm not doing necessary delivery right now. Delivery is not my focus. So and only people who can do delivery is social quality. So they be like, oh, they try to do inside deals with you, all types of things I've been through. I keep counting 6, but it's probably about 6 predatory lenders since the last probably 2 or 3 years I've been going through, and it's just been like hard. I always do what my father used to always say, you got to look at situations even when you're right. What could you have done, different in that situation? So now I'm at the stage of that now that we can do crowdfunding, we back with the main vest. So we back with that. I actually hooked up with, one of the guys who got, triple amount. I sat him down, picked his brain. How did you do this? Like, how did you get to this amount? He told me some good things. It was actually some things that I actually could do and was doing and things that I saw. So in October, I'm gonna focus and jump myself into that, and hopefully that. I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not too keen on the funding, that funding that just passed, but just in case, because I feel like that funding will help me more, I can keep more of my company. Because like you said, a lot of people see them drinks and they see, if y'all didn't know, so my drink, let me tell you a little bit about my drink. So my drink's a little different. Not only do I have lemonade, but I have a tequila, I have a cognac, I have a bourbon. No alcohol in it, just straight THC.
Okay.
So when people hear this and they wanna be a part of it, but I've been doing this for so long, my feet was to the metal. I was the one that was going to these vendors. I was the one that, when someone ordered the case all the way over there, I was the one driving the car all the way over there to get it. So I just feel as though I might, with the edibles, I can maybe give some people shares, but when it comes to high thirst, I'm trying to keep as much shares as possible. So I feel as though even if every way that I can get in, I'm going to try to keep as much shares as I can. So that funding, I'm optimistic. I'm kind of waiting for that funding, y'all. On the first, I'm kind of waiting for it. I'm gonna go for it. So that's where I'm in the funding, just crowdfunding and that funding. I'm trying to get as much as free money as I can. Because this right here, like this is perfect. Where you can get a person, a partner that you can depend on. I ain't found that yet, so crowdfunding for me.
Same here.
So that's just my journey right now.
I feel you. So Armani and Sean,
yes,
how has the journey been? Because you guys are pretty close right now. So So tell us a little.
So the funding is hard. Like folks here to subscribe, and there's people who are predatory. There's people who string you along, but like Mike, right? Mike.
Yep.
Like Mike said, each time you go to a potential funder and it doesn't work out, you kind of level up a bit because the questions they ask you, maybe the projections that they had you do that you maybe didn't do before, things of that nature, you get to tighten up your business plan, you tighten up your pitch. So it's kind of like, I will not fail for even in defeat is a valuable lesson learned. It's a Jay-Z quote. So I very strongly feel like that's part of the struggle, but it's really hard to find funding. It's not easy. You can, say you have to raise $3 million, you can find half of it at 1.5, and that's a lot of money, but then you still need another 1.5. And then, like my organization, Equitable Opportunities Now, we fought and advocated for the state to create a loan fund. That's not for like 2-3 years, right? And technically we won that in 2016, so it's been 5, 6, 7 years.
We'll all be up and running by the time the money comes around.
Not to mention that there's certain things that, what makes it really hard too is the government will try to do things to make it easier for us that end up actually hurting us. For example, in Boston, if you're an equity applicant, you cannot sell your license to a non-equity applicant. So how do you exit like in a regular market?
Right. So with that being said, how do you evaluate your business if you can't sell it?
Exactly. And these are things that could be changed. So we'll be advocating for that change, right?
They're already aware of that, and they know they're going to change that. That's going to change soon.
They have to. So
they got to put a cap on it.
Yeah. So we're advocates and business owners. We have to know the policy, and we have to know. But I think one thing I want to say to the thing about funding is like the 5 of us are sitting here because we've had, albeit a lot of trials and tribulations, some success. For the 5 of us here, there's 5,000 people who wanted to get in, couldn't get in. If you have a gun charge, you're automatically excluded from this, and that's a lot of Black and brown folks, right? So there's lots of changes, and if you have power and you're watching this, definitely try to change the policy. And if you have money, hit us up because we're all looking for some money. But Sean could probably add to that for ourselves without getting too much into details.
Yeah. I mean, like I heard Michael talking. I was thinking like, oh man, thank God it's not just us. Because it's been a nightmare. But each wasted time that you have with a group or a singular entity gets less and less. because you get to weed out the bullshit quicker.
Learning. Yeah, you start learning. You learn a little bit more every time.
Your own filter.
Yeah.
You know which are the red flags that are being raised immediately, so you can just back out of that quickly and move on to the next one.
It's like we all have MBAs now because we just
For real.
honorary.
There you go.
But yeah, it's been tough. It's been
Yeah.
really hard.
I feel that.
And you have the added disadvantage of not having real experience, right? Because for me anyway, I wasn't allowed to work in the medical industry. It was Michael, right? Convicted felons, you weren't, when it was medically legal, they wouldn't even let you volunteer in
Yep.
a dispensary, let alone work in one. So, that's one of those first questions that pop up with investors. Well, you got no experience.
How about your performer? Didn't you know how to make do a performer?
Right. Yeah. So gotta make a pro forma, and it's like,
What's wrong with you?
right. Yeah. So getting funding required.
For what?
Right. Pro forma.
I was like, what?
I know how to perform.
I'm gonna perform.
But y'all speaking on that, like
I could do it now.
Now we can.
Yeah, but like speak on those transferable skills that you guys have developed from the legacy market, because there's always that disconnect with, of course, predatory lenders or just investors, period, where, oh, you guys aren't business, didn't go to school for business, you don't know the business side of this.
They're right.
But speak on some of the transferable,
Some of the positives.
Yeah.
Okay.
And speak on the negatives that you do and do not know, because there's some that, trust me, I'm going through it right now. I'm like, what are we talking about
We
now?
know the product, we know the market maybe, but when it comes to like a lot of those business skills, a lot of us don't possess those. A lot of us do. Like a lot of it's.
Kizzy has. Kizzy has. Sean might have some of it.
But like a lot of people like are not going to be capable of being a CEO of a big company like that unless they hire the right help or unless they have it within them.
I don't agree with that personally, but
For a business that is doing like millions or supposed to do projections and to do kind of like the inputs on what you owe your investors, things of that nature, there's not really a transferable skill you get as in the legacy market, frankly. But what you do know is how, like math. Like, we know how to do math.
Yeah.
So you got to know how to buy wholesale and sell it in eighths to make a profit. Like,
correct.
There's things of that nature. But when you go into like algorithms that help you to project and things of that nature you're expected to have, you kind of do need some more.
You got to hire those skills.
You got to hire someone. And I think also like out of the legacy market, like clearly like you can build a following depending on your business model type. Like I don't know that I know any retail, like there's very few retailers that had a legacy retail business and now have a retail legal one, and they can keep that brand loyalty because of how illegal it was to sell it before versus now. And like Kizzy's probably one of the people that has that, like is able to do that through the products. But yeah, it's really hard. It's just hard to have transferable. But I think what like the hustle, because clearly we're all hustlers. We all know how to network.
Know how to
chase money.
Right.
We know how to, maybe,
basic survival skills.
Survival, yeah. And survival skills help prepare you. Yeah. Relationships maybe that you built with, community, because you have to have strong community doing this stuff. But, it's really, I'd say the transferable skills are limited.
I disagree. I feel like all our skills are
100%.
transferable. All they did was put fancy names to things that we were already doing. I tell people in the legacy market, don't let these lawyers and these accountants and these doctors intimidate you. What they did is they took a book, they read the stuff, they learned it, and they took a test. You can read these laws, you can do the same thing. Transferable. I'll give you one real quickly, right? I used to do the after party. That's one thing. If you were selling weed, and you was in your household, we talking about the black and brown, downstairs you got traffic going through. So what do? You go downstairs, Miss So-and-so, I got people coming through. You make sure you hook her up, you give her Crown Water, you buy her beer, or you give her, you slide a little ounce or two, so she keep quiet about the traffic that's going through in your house. When you get a dispensary, what do you have to do? Your brothers is your neighbors. You got to go to your neighbors and tell them that you're about to sell weed. That's the same thing when you're doing a legacy market. Like you said with the red flag, when you are listening to these people and they're telling you all this and that, just like when you selling an ounce and someone's talking to you out the air, like, are you gonna buy this or not? It's The same transfer of the skills that you have, you just got to believe in yourself, have the confidence that you can still do it. They literally took all the police things, they read it and said, yeah, put this in the law. I like this, put that in the law. That's all they did. That's why it's called the legacy market, because we made this market. You have the transfer of skills. I'm a chef. I didn't even tell y'all that. That's where the drinks even come from. I'm actually a chef. If you're a chef, that means you can make edibles. That means you can make the hash. You can make so much. Like skills that don't even require a degree. If you ever worked in a florist, why would you not work in a dispensary? If you was a cashier, that's a bartender. That's the person that knows the product and can tell you. Those are transferable skills. Don't let these people think.
Mic drop.
Like y'all told me about y'all convictions. How did y'all get there? You had to build an operation. If you can build when you was making money where you can sit down, then you was building a business that's just using fancy words to ruin on that. And then you just know your strength. I know that I'm not a business planner. I cannot write it. It's not me. I paid someone to do it. I was good on that. But marketing is my thing. I'm creative in marketing. So marketing is my thing. So even though at first it scared me because it scared me a little bit, but it's still a transfer of skills. You cannot sell on Facebook. When you're in a legacy market, you can't sell. I've been in jail so many times on Facebook, I'm shocked I even got a page. You know what to do. You get your WhatsApp app and you contact the people. When you got a real legal business, you get people emails and you email them. There's all transfer ways. You got to be creative with it. That's all I have to say.
Agreed. So,
I understand where you guys are saying, like, it's hard because of the business foundation aspect of, ROIs and, all of these other things. But what I would say is, just to give a little pushback, is there's somebody in the legal market right now that knows all of that structure. There's a head of an organization that knows that structure that probably never read or been to school or anything like that. It's just what your passion is, you know what I mean, and how you want to take it, you know what I mean. But segue into that, I wanted to really now talk about something, and I'm going straight to our money for this one. I want to talk about equity in Massachusetts, equity in America, equity period. Is it real? Is it something that we're working towards and it could happen, or do you not believe in it right now?
It's tough. I feel like right. So I'm with Equitable Opportunities Now, right? So it's an organization I've been on the board of since 2015. So I wouldn't say that I believe in it. I couldn't say that I don't believe in equity and be on this board, putting my volunteer time in, busting ass to pass legislation. I think that we must fight for equity. I don't think that there's any, I don't think that the majority of people in America or in Massachusetts care about equity. I think that the majority of politicians that set the policies care. Majority of voters voted to support the legalization of it, and that there was some language in there around equity, but who's kind of fighting for the people like us, the people who, even worse off than us, to be supported. There are some people, there's Equitable Opportunities Now, there's the Big Hope Project, there's groups that are doing advocacy, and at the same time, there's folks fighting against racial justice and equity in the cannabis industry. People who people who have a leg in already, who don't want to see other people in competition. So I think there's a possibility, and I would love to see more equity in the industry. And it's great that we can have people like us as operators and business owners. But the state of the industry is very white. It's very white men, white people generally run, and that is not equity. And so I think that, like we said, getting the economic empowerment status is one thing, but there being no money 6 years later is a failure for equity. However, Massachusetts is still one of the better states. Like you go to Florida, I was just in Miami for a conference. All the marijuana companies are owned by the same medical companies, and it's just a corporate takeover. So we can bitch and moan here in Massachusetts about what it's like, but in Florida it's way worse. So I try to be optimistic. What'd you say?
They made it like a cartel down there.
Yeah,
They made it very difficult.
You can't break in.
Farmers had to be farmers for 20 years.
You had to have like $20 million to come into the business.
Yeah. So if you're looking across the states, looking at America as a whole versus the state, yeah, like we're better off here than somewhere else. There's like a certain level of like you can't have certain amount of businesses in certain areas, which helps businesses, right? We got to maintain buffer zones in a smart way and an equitable way, so that we don't have oversaturation and little guys can survive. That's the issue. If big guys can survive with one on every block, little guys can't. So, yeah, I think there could be equity if the advocates continue to work together, if the government actually listens to us, and if we think about how we do policy with us in mind. But that's been really hard, and we live in a country with the MAGA Republicans trying to take. So it's like, how do we have equity and Nazis? So.
Good thing I didn't wear my MAGA hat tonight.
Mike,
I'm just kidding. Yeah. I'm kidding. Yeah. So the CCC, I'm hoping that the new regs now, where the CCC is going to be looking in on the HCAs, are going to make this a little bit more equitable, because the municipalities did not give one iota of equity, or most of them didn't, because there was a few that stepped up before even, Boston, Cambridge, Somerville. There's a few others that have removed even the HCA fees and things like that. Right. So, some have, but the majority just greed, so, but now hopefully with the reg change and the HCAs being looked into, that might change.
Okay, good. Now, anybody got anything else to add? Nothing? No. Yeah. I actually have a two-part question, because speaking on equity and everything like that, it's like, because I have my own views on some of this too. How do you guys feel about MSOs coming in, buying the small business owners, or the EE, SE, whatever you want to call it? How do you guys feel about the big business buying out the small business? And can you speak on, do you feel that is good business on the small business owner's part? Anybody want to start on that? Sean, go ahead, man. There we go.
I mean, look, we got into this to make money.
I hear that.
The object of the game is to build something up. I mean, to have it as an opportunity is great. I don't know that we're there, in particular, but
legally we can if we want to.
Right, legally we can if we wanted to. So we have this license for the foreseeable future. And when I first got involved, it was for that specific reason. You have something that you could potentially hand down generation after generation. But generational wealth can be generated any which way, So why? It's funny. No one asks the MSOs too much about who they're talking to, about what they're selling. They're flipping properties left and right. But this conversation comes up with investor groups on this panel. Well, is it okay for us to sell? Why wouldn't it be?
100%. I agree. I agree with that.
We did this for the generational wealth. We're doing this for passion, great. But obviously it's for money, generational wealth, something we can hand down to our children and our family. If the question is how much and when, right?
Yeah.
So it's got to be the time, it's got to be the right time and the right money. 100%. And of course, that's why we're in here for.
100%.
Well,
especially you, because you actually said, like, I'm trying to keep that thing to myself. Like, you know what I mean?
It's a difference for me, though. I have a product that can live on and on and on, where my kids can actually take over this. So for me, it's a little bit different of me. I'm not selling out to the MSO in the sense that this is something I can actually give out to I can make this generational wealth not only through my kids, but to the grandkids and the grandkids and the grandkids. So I think my strand is a little different. Now, if I had a high third store and some MS want to come on and buy it, then that'd be different. But what I'm thinking about is, I seen someone is selling their delivery license for $4 million. And I'm not doing delivery, so I can see me doing delivery and selling it for $4 million. It just came up. So I can see that for $1 million helping High Thirst a lot. Like it's gonna help that push them a lot. So everybody have, something that they passionate about, they want to take and they want to keep to themselves. So that's just High Thirst. But I mean, I make edibles, I can do delivery. I don't do cultivation, so if I ever want to buy my cultivation license, we get 3 of each one? Yeah. So I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, think about it. If I just get $1 million off that's 9 licenses? That's $9 million. I'm pretty sure my kids would be good for a little while. Like, I'm pretty sure they'd be good.
I would just add this, 100% agree. And you would never ask a person who bought a house in Roxbury for say 50,000, 100, 80,000, tell them, oh no, you can't sell your house now for $2 million now that the area is more wealthy. That's how you build generational wealth, right? Exactly. So why come to people who have been arrested, damaged, beat up for marijuana and say, oh, you can't sell your license because we don't think you should? But that's in every other business. That's how it works.
Standard business practice.
It's also, I think, it's like a racial justice issue. We have put money into these companies if they're not able to open because government hasn't supported us through not providing financing, through fucking us over with zoning or policies around where you can place it. We should be able to sell and fire sale and make up our debt, right? But right now we have to sell to another person who ain't got no money, and another economic empowerment person. No disrespect, but that's short. And that's specific to Boston. I believe that's specific to Boston. The Boston people listening that are in a power, just know we need to change that. But I think in general, like that should not be looked at negatively, and people should be happy to see. Like Berner, for example, he's a Latino guy, started a business that I think Coca-Cola offered him like multiple billions, 800 million, and it's now worth billions, I think. So it's like if he had sold at 800 million at Coke, it would have been, so like the timing of when you sell and how you position yourself is important. But also it's like, yeah, when you got 800 mil versus 2 mil, at that point, that's
Oh yeah, no, I'm telling High Thirst that.
right? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. And certain things, like certain things get a buzz when they get a buzz, and then that dies. Like maybe you need to sell while your product is buzzing. Like certain time, you might, maybe a rapper like loves your shit, like Alizé. Alizé maybe is a lot more when Jay-Z was there talking about it than who drinks Alizé. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to be smart about business.
I hear that, man. I hear that. That's exactly. That was my sentiment for everything. Was we make a business to sell a business. You know what I mean? That's what, and move on to the next one. That's
so
my
it's about the exit game.
Yeah, exactly. That's the number one thing that investors want to hear is the exit game. You know what I mean?
Shark Tank.
Exactly. So, thank you guys for that. I wanted to ask you guys, with being in the legacy market, do you feel like there needs, since the legal market is at where it's at, should there be some type of easier pathway for the legacy market to transition into the legal market? Mike.
Should there be an easier way for us to transition?
So, that there's always all these programs, EE programs, there's SE programs. Should there be a specific program for legacy market people to go into the legal market?
There should be definitely one for folks coming out of prison that just did their time for a plant that's legal now. So yeah, there should definitely be a program for those folks. As soon as they come out, you're eligible.
Without it, they're gonna, because without it,
It's gonna be really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna do their time, which they shouldn't have done in the first place for a plan. But like any other crime, you go to jail, get out, now you do your time, you're out, now you're on.
Yeah, there has to be some type of way of education. Exactly, there's got to be some type of education, some type of something, especially for people that are incarcerated for this, because.
Well, that's what the SC and AU was supposed to be.
Yeah, yep.
You qualify if you've been arrested. So it's like, could they do more? Yes, and I think it's like the creating loan funds important.
Of course.
I think in terms of like Eon held workshops to help people sign up for economic empowerment certification. We held like there was no government body that was responsible for making sure Black and brown people knew about economic empowerment application.
The whole 2 weeks that it was up?
For the 2 weeks that it was open, right? So it's only open for 2 weeks, and it hasn't closed, and it's closed. And I have thoughts about whether or not they open it, but even with social equity, it's very like now the CCC is doing more work around that, but like there's no real. So yeah, I think it could be more if government was to work to set people up. That would be a way to help in providing funding, provide, like in New York, I think the government or the city provides like properties for economic empowerment, social equity, and money. Yeah.
They have a little incubator, which is what I'm feeling about that we needed for 3 years. Because I knew that any kind of grant fund wasn't going to do the playing field.
Yeah.
Got a grant instead of.
And we'll see how New York turns out, right? Because a lot of big promises in the beginning, and then like Oakland has an incubator that they had to shut down because it wasn't sustainable. So it's like we love to talk about this stuff, but making it work is the hard part.
Of course.
Having it come to fruition.
Yeah.
And having people make money.
Right. There's a lot of people that got here this far that there's gonna be 52 stores open in Boston.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Mine's gonna be in the mall.
You're the smart one. You're the pick and axe.
Sean, so do you have anything to add to that? Just access and having some type of, because for me, like what you guys are saying about the incarcerated people, one of my bright ideas was having them shipped to farming and get them set up while they're incarcerated, getting their case looked at and all that stuff, getting expunged, bringing them to a farm where they can, start that process and start that growing process. And just things of that nature, just coming up with creative ways of trying to just make it an easier pathway for somebody that has already been, incarcerated, or just somebody that just doesn't know, like you guys were saying, those transferable skills, putting somebody through schooling and stuff like that. Those are some of the things that might change more than just throwing money at something that they know. Because some of these things for me, it's like, it's almost like I know that they're gonna fail. So I'm gonna get this money. It's cool. They're gonna fail. I'm gonna get my money back even more because you got to put tax on that. So it's just a setup to fail. There's actually no education. There's no way of access of schooling or anything like that. So those are the type of programmings I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Kizzy.
Well, I mean, not to say I agree and disagree. I will say I was in a social party program, the cohort 2. It was really good. I will say that the learning process was good. Like they went through the whole business plan. I went through understanding that business plan was not me. I'm not playing with you guys. Like they went down very in detail, but they just didn't go there. They went down detail with cultivation. That's how I found out cultivation also wasn't for me. Like they went in, they had, like you said, we went to field trips where we went to Commonwealth, and we got to see the plants and the things of that sort. Part of manufacturing, I think they were a little lacking of, because it was more, geared towards like, rosins and things and sort, not so much drinks from my end. But I just felt like the education was all there. That's why I was so excited, because I was like, yeah, not only am I a hustler, I got all the information, but guess what I don't have? Money. And that's the part that I feel as though should have came down first. This is what I feel like they should have did. I know we can't go back in time. They did it backwards. What they should have did was expunge everyone first, and they should have got reparations. And when I mean reparations, I don't think it's fair that just because you went to jail, now you have to get a cannabis business to make money off that cannabis. No, you should get money because you just destroyed my whole entire life, and I should decide whether I want to dispensary or not. And I feel like that's how it should have been, the transition. But only way I feel like we have the good education is, I know you keep speaking about it, but Ezons, they were one of the biggest people that helped me out. I've got a lot of free things out of them, like lawyer advice and things like that stuff. Big Hope has me in their fellowship program. Yep. You have a fellowship program that I know I can call you at any time. I think that even though I always tell people we can't rely on the state, they did us wrong. Clearly, they're built to set us up wrongly. So sometimes we got to go outside to get the education and the resources. But the problem being is, the number one problem is not the education and the resources, it's the funding. Like we don't have the money to get there, because believe me, if I had funding, I would have been already set. Like I have everything, an architect, an accountant, everything you need, but I don't have the funding. And I feel like that's the part that they lack in on. And I feel like that should have been the smooth transition they should have did. Sean shouldn't be sitting here struggling to figure out if he wanted a dispensary business. It should have been like, oh, you want a dispensary business? Here you go. There you go. Like they should have been the first ones to get it. And then let the other people come in. And because of that transition, I feel like it would never be normal. It would never be fair. And we need people like, Big Hope, Ezons, and things those sorts to keep fighting for social equality and fighting for that fund. That's simple.
100%. 100%.
Oh, I ain't got no funding.
Still going through that process. It's a long, long, long fight. It's long. It's just long. That's all it is. It's just long. I got maybe one or two more questions for you guys. One is kind of like, I guess you guys spoke on it, but not really. Will the legal side abolish the legacy side?
Not for a long time, but it will eventually.
Who still moonshines liquor?
Right.
Who still moonshines liquor?
Right.
Yeah.
I swear to you, my sister-in-law's family does in the Appalachian Mountains.
Where?
Well, listen, West Virginia doesn't count.
Appalachian Mountains where no one's making money off it.
Hillbilly.
But I feel like it is. We talk about it now as it doesn't exist. It's called the legacy market.
No,
even though it was a
that's
legacy
what
and we
he's saying in
never
the
even
future.
what you call it. So it's gonna be obsolete.
When it goes federal, maybe.
It'd
have to go federal.
I've already known countless trappers that are out of business.
That's what.
Because
I just gave up because it was just like no money in it anymore.
The prices are too low. So the legacy market requires a certain, like a high legacy, a high legal market to make the money. It's only like basically the people that are making money. I think I saw like in LA where there's a lot of, it's like people who force people to work in the grows, so like forced labor and that kind of stuff. Hopefully will get cracked down on, because even if we like the plant and like legacy market, we don't want to see people getting enslaved to cut and trim bud, like for a legacy market to make money for, you know what I mean? It's like,
Back to the last thing we were talking about, like what you'd like to see added as programs and stuff. Like we saw a former county DA, prosecutor, and sheriff team up in Boston to provide this pipeline of jobs. They ain't doing shit, right? So I'd like to see more places do what Armani and I are doing, and we're connecting with people who are doing the work, like these organizations that are local, and they know the people that are coming out, and they're gonna funnel these people to our jobs. And that's who you gotta go to, people at the work, who are doing the work, not just like some political figurehead that says they're gonna do it, because that ain't working.
I feel that. Like,
we're gonna have to be that incubator.
yeah, when we get to the market is like,
we're gonna have to empower the next crew that's coming around.
yeah, the legacy market is, high price now, compared to the legal market. It's like, it just doesn't make any more sense. And once more people start to realize that, and it's more advertised and marketed towards people, I think that's when you'll start to see that little shift. But you always got those people that selling those Lucy cigarettes. You always got those people that, you know what I mean?
People selling a lot of the products we see in the street now, like cookies, packaged stuff and I mean, I don't know, and I'm not trying to like call out any companies or anything about what happens to their products, but the fact of the matter is already the legacy market is selling legal products illegally. So it's like,
because of the name.
right,
Exactly.
people want the name brands now that comes with the cookies, that come with, you know what I mean? So people,
We have a producer, and we got a recent menu, and I just kind of one of the distillate, one of the prices, the line items, I said, that seems awfully low.
Yeah.
So I called some people around the way, say, hey, what are you getting for a liter? And then we started doing some math, and I said, I think I can sell it for less than what you're getting it for from your boys, with tax included.
on the legal market. Yeah.
So it's coming to an end.
Yeah, all right. I hear that.
Not that I make my drinks or anything, but so that's like exactly what you said. It's actually cheaper for me to get what I need in the dispensary to make my drinks than it is from the legal market. Because I'm like, and it's like a dramatic like change. I was like, no, like it was a really drop. I think even down the pre-rolls are like $10 now. So it's, I think I was just at in Lynn, a tray 5 or 30 is $30.
We're in the team.
You was not getting that on the legacy market. No, that drug dealer, that's some whack weed. He's going to talk you down. You ain't getting no more than like $50, like on the tray. So I was like, really, a tray? I might have to get that. Like you said, the name brands are just the same ones that are on the legacy. marijuana legal. So that's one of the reasons why I jumped in, because I felt like that was going to come to it. Like my good money and all that other stuff was going to come to an end. And if it wasn't going to come to an end, what they were going to start doing was, here come the police, here come the cracking it down, and the things of that sort. So I said, before y'all do all that, I'm gonna jump on in now, so I can be on that wave, on one of them waves when y'all going legal, than being behind and waiting for everybody else to now try to catch on. So it's gonna be going. I want to say about 10 to 15. Won't be gone completely, but.
I hear that. Yeah.
Some people sell Lucy's around.
You feel me? You feel me? And yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Kara's cousin.
Cousin's
brother.
So I definitely I agree. Especially for me, I'm in the legal market fully. I'm a general manager and shit. Thank you. Come to Mello, I got $25 aid from just doing. I got you. I'm outside. We outside of here. You know what I mean? So, my last question for you guys is, where will your company be in 5 years?
5 years. You want to go first? Or you want to go first?
I think that's simple. In 5 years, I hope to be an MSO.
There we go.
I hope to be across.
There we go.
I'm actually originally from Chicago, so I don't know what that whole purse thing they got going on in Illinois State. I don't know how much I'm gonna be doing in there, but my goal is to be an MSO. I'm planning on Illinois, New York, California, Vegas. Social consumption is my thing. So, but the short-term goals is hopefully in 5 years to be in every dispensary in the Massachusetts.
There we go.
We're gonna have busy stuff.
Yes.
You heard? There we go.
3 shops open. You want to go for the max. We want everyone to come to Firehouse to get the fireworks. Simple.
Big Mike, what's up, man? What we doing? 5 years.
5 years. Hopefully, I'll have everything all set up and ready to sell to another big MSO.
So hopefully.
There we go, man.
And I'm inviting everybody over here over to the yacht.
Yeah. 5 years for Let's Talk Weed. We will be
on the yacht.
A production company that is sourcing all cannabis information and then some. You know what I mean? Not just also doing a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I mean? But that is it for our panel. I really want to thank everybody for being on this. It was really good information. Thank you, Boston Cannabis Week, for having us. This has been an amazing day 2. And we have so much more coming up. Wednesday is the fashion show. Thursday is a networking event and a Let's Talk Weed event. If you don't got your ticket, hurry up and buy because it's about to go sold out. We got about 15 more tickets left. Maybe, see, it might be sold out. Might have to hit the button, might be done. So, and then Friday we have the festival. Saturday is the big day. Commons coming up, live band. We got Dutch Rebel gonna be on there. You know what I mean? Alchemist, who I'm very excited for. Really excited for Alchemist and Rock to be here. And then Sunday we got the Sunday brunch, man. So we're gonna be celebrating all week. So hope to see you guys all week. Thank you for coming. Oh shit. Definitely engraving. Let's talk.
These other events, but not
We're gonna have.
It's the loose leaf boy.
I'm bringing.
Shit, boy. Lit.
Okay.
Yeah.